Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of the One Drop. We're into our third episode here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe. And as always, I am Jason Koppen, joined by the handsome Blink. But we have another handsome man coming in here on the show, the Watermelon Gang man. It's going to be Imperium. Nice to have you for your very first time.
It's an honor to be here and, you know, be on the One Drop with yourself and Blank, and of course talk about what's going on in the world of the PMPL WEU. So it's excited to be here.
Yeah, Blake, I mean, we've had another jam-packed action of games happen this last week. We had our Super Weekend finish off, and we have a couple of teams really starting to stand out. A couple of newcomers coming through as well. But how did you feel, really quickly, about this last week of games?
I actually really enjoyed it. I think we had some interesting standouts. I think personally there are teams that I thought that were doing well. They've finally been, you know, getting back into the groove of things. I think for GODSENT in particular, 251 points. I think they've really stepped it up this last Super Weekend, and they feel much more like a dominant team in the lobby. Whereas before, I felt like GODSENT had their ups and downs, and now we're much more on a straight and narrow path for them. So, you know, there are definitely teams like that in there. For instance, Black Sparks including. But all in all, last Super Weekend was very exciting.
Yeah, super exciting. And what we're going to be talking about on this episode of the One Drop is a couple of teams towards the top that we look that could potentially represent us in the EMA Regional Championship and who could obviously qualify through the finals into that event. We're also going to look at a couple of other teams out there towards the bottom side of our overall standings and even a newcomer in here as well. But let's start things off. Let's dive straight into our overall standings here. And Imperium, we are seeing a little bit of a divide. Panda at the moment are so far ahead of Eastern Stars that it's kind of ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Their rise from Super Weekend 1 to Super Weekend was incredible. Going from roughly like a 9 point per game average to over 12. that kind of phrase in 15 extra games is something we really haven't seen in quite a while, and the strength through all maps with that, right? Erangel, Sanhok and Miramar speaks for itself. The groove, the stability they have, all their players are really stepping up to the plate. When we look back and we think of League Week 1, it was all about kind of GK and every other player.
I'm going to jump in there real quick because we don't want to go too deep into them, right? Because we're going to talk about them a little bit later in this episode. So let's move on from Panda potentially and talk about some other teams, because we really want to focus on some of the players you were about to mention. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone watching at home.
No spoilers, guys. No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers.
I'm excited.
But some other teams in there. I mean, Destiny, we saw yet again blink. They had a first play finish in League Play Week 2, but they didn't have quite as a good a performance when it came into the Super Weekend.
No, I mean, look, 5 chicken dinners so far as well. You can see that in your overall standings there. I mean, these guys are the kings of Sanhok so far. That drops over to the Northwest Island. You know that they're going to win. They take some crazy splits. Some of the stuff is absolutely madness. I think Max and Kalaris love to talk about on this desk with you, Jason, as well. And honestly, this first page is just a testament to some of our best teams who 100% deserve to be here. I think that gets a little bit awry coming down into 8th place with Lakonostra MVP, who perhaps maybe, you know, they've had some weird moments during this tournament. They've got significantly better. I think their gun skill has improved massively because they were putting a lot of stock into that rotational skill earlier on. But looking at the second page here, we're looking at our teams towards the cusps now, Jason. And I'm looking specifically down towards ScrimFarm, who are able to qualify into this final Super Weekend coming up.
I mean, we're able to qualify, but it was looking real sketchy. I mean, we saw GODSENT hunting them down in League Play every time on Sanhok, and ScrimFarm actually had to change their drop location in PM just so GODSENT wouldn't find them, and they could still potentially qualify in, but they just barely made it in, it still feels like.
And that could be a magical recipe for ScrimFarm to utilize in future Sanhok games, right? Actually change your drop spot permanently. I'm not saying that GODSENT are going to continue to hunt them, but that result they got in Sanhok based on the changes of the drop spot, I think does speak for itself, and the resilience of ScrimFarm and the mentality, considering what he talked about in the interview, really shows that they are looking to get into the finals and hopefully represent EUS in the EMEA finals.
I mean, they talked about this like super secret power they've got. We're obviously going to be able to find out, it seems, as they should be able to maintain. I mean, pretty sure they'll maintain a top 16. But we do have to point out here really quickly, Blank, 2 teams on this page, Lost Bullet and RESQ, are not playing in our 3rd week of the Super Weekend. RESQ most likely going to fall out of top 16 and not qualify for the finals. But Lost Bullet, there's a world that we're living in where they, even at 164 points, won't make it.
I mean, there is a lot of things that need to happen here to make sure that that does happen where Lost Bullet drop out of this top 16. But we're going to take a look at that a little bit later on with a cool little graphic that we've had drawn up by the boys over in the back of the room, in the production room. You know, they're all
one boy.
The boy, the one boy, the Max man at the moment. He's doing some damn good work, to be honest with you. But GameLord as well. Before we head on to our last page, just a quick shout out to these guys. Obviously, getting their first chicken dinner in the league play. Obviously, GODSENT, we're not sure if they're going to continue hunting ScrimFarm either, just because purely like Super Weekend, that's PMGC points. You can kind of throw away points in the league play, especially when you know you're already certified to be qualified in towards the end. Then maybe trying to hold out ScrimFarm might be an ideal strategy for you, especially when they drop close to you on Sanhok. It's a bit of a big deal. But heading onto this last page now, we are finally looking at some of our teams in the danger zone. Rice Gang, they're all the way out the danger zone. They're done. They're done. I don't even know where they are right now.
They're so far in the danger zone. They're basically ScrimFarm on Sanhok at this rate. I mean, no chance to qualify for top 16. But we do have Qatar Forces coming in for the very first time. After not qualifying 2 weeks in a row, they do finally pull it through and make it in. So they have to have a massive run. And again, we'll talk about that a little bit later on. So let's kind of switch things over. Let's talk about some 3 big teams that we've been keeping our eye on throughout this entire event. And we'll start off by taking a look at Eastern Stars here, Imperium. This team we talked about on the very second episode with Kalaris just this last week, of being a team that's the full package. Having so many players on their roster that can perform and be the top fragger makes this team so deadly.
It's honestly unbelievable how much they've risen up to the occasion in this PMPL, right? I've always known the Eastern Stars players to be strong within themselves. Kappa Hal has been in the competitive scene for quite a while. with Athos and Octavian, especially those two with Kapahala, they've managed to find the flow, the synergy that works for them in pretty much all games. Yeah, there's some slip-ups here or there, but it speaks for itself that they've been able to diversify and change up how they play while still keeping the strong results on board. Eastern Stars representing Romania unbelievably strong.
Yeah, and I think that's the key point that he mentioned, for me at least, Blank, is that they're representing Romania. And we obviously talk about like the likes of Footballists and obviously QLASH when it came to PMGC, of these regions having those standout teams that can push the region forward and put them on the map when it comes to PUBG Mobile. It seems like Eastern Stars have been able to do that so far.
I think so as well, and it's lovely to see new regions like rising through the ranks, right? And I think we are starting to see a much more prominent Western Europe overall, honestly. And I think the Romanian teams are doing a really, really good job just in terms of representation. Unfortunately for Kapahala, if only they'd given him the 30 matches just like Athos and Imbazi, maybe he would have hit the cheeky 10k before he hit into his third Super Weekend. Just quickly touch on his stats very, very shortly before we head to our next team is Octavian. Specifically for me, this guy plays a very, very integral role to the team. I think he's got 27 kills, which might not seem a lot, but his knockouts are up at 43. So this guy's consistently getting those knocks. He's consistently being on those off angles with the long range DMRs or even with the snipers. So really impressed with this guy most of the time, because he is very much setting up Kapahala to go out there, and he's just sicking them on them. So I mean, I'm okay with it. I love it, and I feel like everyone has their designated role in this team, and I am excited to see what they can do in the finals, because they're undoubtedly going to be there.
When you talk about Octavian's role, it feels like if we talk about roles for Kapahala, it's just go kill things. Just go knock some teams for us. Because this man, like we saw him take on, was it Nexus, crashed into his compound one time. He downs, I think, 2 or 3 people before he even gets knocked, and the rest of Eastern Star just rush in to save him, Imperium.
Like, for me, when and this might be a bold comparison, but when I think of Eastern Stars, I can't help but think of 4 angry men, right? They play an edge of circle style. They will be somewhat slow in their rotation in the first 3 circles, but when it gets to kind of that circle 4, it's like bam, they're on the ball with how they need to push, how they need to be aggressive, and how they need to position themselves. It's beautiful to watch how you see their game progress from circle to circle, and their mentality switches up. And yeah, Kapahala, he just shoots things.
Yeah, I think what kind of worries me for Eastern Stars is that we didn't really see them shine too much when it came to week 3 of our league play. But one team that did step up and again maintain this kind of high level of play is Unicorns of Love, who we're going to be talking about next. The amount of times Fresh and Ked, well, particularly Fresh, was in our top MVPs of the day was insane. Like, this guy, he puts up 44 kills, 49 knockouts, and over 10k damage. I mean, he is just a beast.
Like, it's as a group of players, they're insane. But yeah, him individually to step up that high for what is Fresh's realistically first full competitive experience, it shows that he was made for this, right? That he's been ready for this for such a long time, and the confidence that his teammates give to him as well, the freedom that they give to him to shine, also shows, Blank, in my opinion, right? They really help to play around him.
Yeah, I think so, 100%. I think for Fresh, this guy is a monster. We've seen him flying through the air on the buggies, and he's flying through the roof when it comes to the stats right now. Ked, on the other hand, you're 100% right there. He brings a really good role to this team. This guy is like kind of the last bastion, the last defense. He's like kind of that trap card that you have to flip over once things start to get a little bit rough. And he does an excellent job of it as well, getting them out of certain situations that seem absolutely unwinnable at times. Savage X, on the other hand, very much there, you know, go forward, try and get those big remaining points, and I think that although he's only in that 4k damage of 21 matches, 24 kills, 17 knockouts, average survival time much higher than the rest, and you know, everyone in this team is making sure that they're here to do what they need to do, and I think that's very important. And I think for Unicorns of Love, it's also very important for them to remain in this top 3. We had our little interview with Savage X, obviously saying that they expected to crush this lobby, and I think that the confidence that comes with being in that top 3 can really like solidify and cement your ability within the tournament so far.
If I'm not mistaken, he also said, like, in that interview that they're not kind of playing up to what the level they expected to be playing, right? And they're still performing so well. So if they can unlock that potential when it comes to proper matches happening here in Imperium, like, this team ideally could be unstoppable.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, I'm glad you mentioned Savage X-Blank, because I think he's been the secret weapon of the team, to be honest. The stability that he's been able to bring to the team. The only reason why he hasn't played as many games, and this isn't any disrespect to Beg for Mercy, is because he's had his own kind of college work, his own real life stuff. But whenever he has stepped into the team on those super weekend games, he has made a really positive difference.
Well, speaking of positive differences, we're going to take a look at our next team, and it's going to be Panda. And when you talk about positive play, you're talking about GK first. We've talked about him every single week so far because this man is unstoppable, 12.6k damage. But the thing is, last week with QLASH, we talked about, again, I think even the first week when we had Maxman, that you can't have one person be the carrier of your team. Not in PUBG Mobile anymore. No. The meta's changed around. We need all players able to fire on all cylinders. And it seems like after that first week of play, we did have these other players stepping up here, which is really important for them.
Absolutely. I think the GK First is one phenomenal player who's been playing for this tournament at one of the biggest calibers going. Like, his gears are moving. But we are going to quickly jump off this graphic and head to another one with Linye and Yiz. Their Super Weekend 1 versus their Super Weekend 2, because this is really important, because these are two guys that have massively defined why they should be on this roster still. And it's kind of interesting for me because you have XT as well as Kato have a reasonable similar amount of games at the moment, so I feel like they're still just trying to find their fourth player at the moment. But look at these two guys. Linye from 177 average damage Super Weekend 1 to 475, not let alone quadrupling his kill average. This is incredible, and this is a massive stand up and something they definitely needed if they were ever going to hit that 234 points in Super Weekend 2, which is an unprecedented amount of points to actually achieve in one Super Weekend.
I mean, they almost scored over 100 points more than they did in the first weekend, and they were still at a decent placing. And Imperium, like, again, I think Max brought it up. He talked to their manager about the way Panda were playing, and they were trying to reel in GK First a bit. He was kind of like playing by his own, playing like solo squads, it seemed, to play more with the team. And it seems like they have been able to work that out more clearly, because just look at the stats alone. Like, the numbers don't lie. Everyone's been improving because of playing with GK First.
And it's also, I think, the fact that they've shaken off the nerves of the PMPL, right? First week jitters, it's their first big tournament, right? Panda have risen through the PMCOs, and now they're here, and it was like that little bit of, I don't know where we stand, you know, your hands are shaking, knees are weak, palms are sweaty, so to speak. And into this super, into League Week 2 and the Super Weekend number 2, it's reading GK in, allowing them all to play together, complement each other, and the way they would position as 2-2 and move into the circle 2 and then send 2 later on, it shows that their communication has also massively stepped up to the plate, and the results are coming. Every single game, every single map, pretty much, they are consistent as hell.
Yeah. And I don't think we see a world where Panda doesn't qualify into the EMEA Regional Championship and potentially even qualify to PMGC off the back of that. But we got to move forward here and talk about Panda. And again, one of the teams earlier on that we did mention of Eastern Stars, we take a look at their radar graphic in a head-to-head fashion. And to me, it's insane how close their stats are, considering how different the amount of points they have overall in the Super Weekends is.
Yeah, 100%, Jason. I was going to mention this, and the thing is that I feel like this is the two difference, because Eastern Stars typically get caught out on that edge of the circle so many times, and they get killed by teams, preventing them from getting those higher placings. And I think that's one of the major issues that Eastern Stars is falling into recently, is they're taking far too many fights, in my opinion, whereas Panda, reeling in, it seems to be the name of the game, because they are very, very calculated where they want to actually make their stand and where they want to push forward in these circles is very, very important, because Panda is able to, sit around, hop onto the bamboo stick, chill out, grab themselves a quick cheeky drink, and then towards the end of the game pick up those fat first place points, which have really shot them towards the top of the standings. But on the positive note, Jason, you could say that Eastern Stars definitely have the chops on them to be in a position like Panda is right now.
Yeah, I think we've seen that. I think like just the fact of the amount of the players they have on their roster and how good they are when it comes to like a head-to-head fight. I actually don't know who I'd say would win. I would want to say potentially Eastern Stars in this one, but Imperium, something that QLASH has been saying so many times when we're watching the games together is that Panda seem to always be in the right place at the right time. They always make the right decision, and that's insane to me.
I can't help but think that is also pure research on the other teams around them, right? Knowing that some teams are going to rotate in a certain path line and others are going to come in via a certain path line, because say what you want, as much as some teams might be keeping things in, there is a level of predictability across a lot of these teams, and Panda are using that to their advantage, and it shows. It just simply shows.
Yeah, and Blank, we got to move forward again as the show. We're limited on time, and honestly, there's so much we could be talking about here, but we got to go towards our next section, the stairway to the finals. Now, we talked about Lost Bullet not playing. You can see their current points, that bubble threshold to be hit. And realistically, with RESQ already at 106 and most likely to fall out, I don't see a world where, Team Member doesn't get 16 or 17 points. They could be caught. There is a world where Lost Bullet could be caught. It's a little bit difficult, but it's insane to me to think that they seem so safe, but we need to see teams have a massive step up here for that to happen.
Yeah, practically everyone has to pass them, including Team UMBRA as well as Gaijin Seraphim, and in that case Lost Bullet would drop down into 16th place. Yeah. There is also a world where Qatar Forces make it in, but what we got to think about this is that there are only 3 teams here that can potentially make it in to the Super Week and to the finals and make that upset, which is Team UMBRA, Gaijin and Qatar Forces. Qatar Forces have one hell of a journey ahead of them. 165 points is the only really avenue that they can make in, unless we see Team UMBRA get less than 1 point per game and Gaijin Seraphim just absolutely do nothing as well. So it is very, very difficult for a lot of these teams to make it happen. I would be very curious to see what happens in the Super Weekend coming up, because I think there are a lot of interesting things that can go down. But as you can see here, it is definitely not out of the realms of possibility for Gaijin Seraphim as well as Team UMBRA to make it in to this Super Weekend. Though 101 points for Gaijin Seraphim may be a little bit out of reach for them.
Yeah, Imperium, I want to get your thoughts on this as we take even a closer look at these two teams we're mentioning, is that I feel like UMBRA have had a massive step up from League play into the Super Weekend. Yeah. Where Gaijin Seraphim, not really. I feel like it's kind of gone stagnant for them, or they've actually played worse for some reason in the Super Weekends compared to League play.
I think they've just hit their plateau. They've hit their kind of mark of skill right now, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Whereas UMBRA, you can tell that there's more inside them, right? There's more that they can achieve as a team. That the talent within their set of players. We all know that losing Swave and all that jazz kind of put them on the back foot, but they found the confidence. They're starting to find more synergy, and it shows what they can do when they got that chicken dinner in the League Day number 2 of. So to me, UMBRA, I think are safe. They're fine. Gaijin, I don't want to be mean, but I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to do it. If anything, I think as much as it's a massive uphill battle, I think Qatar Forces have it. I think they're going to do it.
Yeah, I'd agree. But before we move into Qatar Forces, we need to obviously take a look at kind of their average stats between UMBRA and Gaijin Seraphim and compare how kind of close they are between the two teams. And obviously, Gaijin Seraphim do edge them out when it comes to placement points, but I feel like something they've been massively lacking, Blank, is their kill potential. And I think that's been reflected here in their stats.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Gaijin Seraphim, they play a central playstyle as well, so you kind of expect them to be going for those kills. So what is odd for me is that they go for that, real in the thick of it momentum plays, and it's like you're playing like an edge team in the middle of the map. Like, what is going on here? This doesn't seem very agreeable to me, to be honest with you. Whereas Team UMBRA, I can digest this team far easier. I'm like a Titan from Attack on Titan at this point in time, and this is a very tasty morsel, but they definitely play for that survival time. They're happy for it, and I'm okay with it. PRZ obviously putting up those big numbers in terms of getting towards the end of the game. I think that what needs to happen now in this final Super Weekend is they need to think about actually playing somewhat less of a let's try and scavenge for these points, but rather we need to go out there and find them. We need to go out there and locate. We cannot be picking up the pieces anymore. We need to make this happen in this final Super Weekend, because there is a world where Team UMBRA get caught out and they don't make it in, whereas they are in a very good spot to do it though with current 90 points on the cards.
Yeah. I find it very difficult to see them not qualify, but at the same rate, there is a chance, just like there's a chance Lost Bullet could be knocked out of our top 16. And on that note, we're actually going to transition into Qatar Forces here. And now, Imperium, you're talking about, Qatar Forces probably are a realistic chance they could catch Gaijin Seraphim at the rate that these two teams have been playing. And we can see here, like the average points per game they've done over the entire event so far, what they did on their best day, which was day 2 of League Play Week 3, but then what they need to 100% qualify in terms of averaging per match here in our Super Weekend. That would be to surpass Lost Bullet. Very difficult for them to do, but if we're looking at the more realistic aspect of it, maybe just need to pass Gaijin Seraphim.
That's what I'm thinking, but you want to kind of aim for the worst case scenario when you're looking at Qatar Forces, right?
Yeah.
They need to go, okay, well, we have to take out the team that is not in the Super Weekend at all, because that's a variable we can work with. The unknown variable is how Gaijin perform, but the known variable is Lost Bullet not in Super Weekend. And yeah, you mentioned it, 10.5 points per game that they did get in those 4 games of League Day number 2. That's good, but they have to do that over like another 11 games and increase that average. It's been done in other PMPLs, right? And that team that did get it in the PMPL South Asia, Esports, they got 197 points with 4 chicken dinners. So it is possible for Qatar Forces, but they have to have the most impressive, important, wonderful 15 games of their PUBG Mobile lives.
Yeah.
I think that it is an interesting one. I think starting in Novo gives you the chance to do that. Looking at B4 Esports, this is the team that in North America came away with a chicken dinner literally every Super Weekend. In fact, I think it was actually every day, which was ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you could play that edge play style like B4, make it happen from Novo, there is a chance. And I am rooting for them. I'd love to see it happen. I'd absolutely love to see it happen. But Jason, I believe we are coming to the end of our time here on the One Drop. I know, but you're going to be on the desk very shortly in the future. So we'll see you then. And I'm sure you'll break it down a bit further for us, right?
Yeah, of course. I'm definitely going to break down as much as we possibly can. Remember, the show's starting the exact same time every single day. It's the final Super Weekend. You're not going to want to miss this. Which teams will take home the $1,000 per pop? When it comes to the chicken dinners, of course, points towards PMGC, but the ever important, who's going to be our top 16 teams to participate in our finals with 3 days of action, 6 matches a day. We'll see you guys today in just a few minutes for all the action and kickoff here in the 3rd Super Weekend.
grenade. Oh, the double. Kaboom! Right there. Let's see. 1v1. 1v1. He's gonna get another one. Another one. There's 2 other teams live. X4 Mercy right between you. Done. That's gonna be a good old-fashioned.
Well, I told you we'd be right back, and we're here now with our final super weekend in our PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe, and it all comes down to this. We have a couple of teams in here with a chance to break through the top 16, and other teams focus on getting those points towards PMGC, and of course, the $1,000 per chicken dinner. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'm going to be bringing in our analysts here to help break down all the games, and I have to ask off the bat here with QLASH and Max, man. Well, for you, Max, how many times have you tried to get the McLaren skin, and have you gotten it yet?
You don't want to ask that question, man. I pulled way too many times. Okay, I pulled like, I think I pulled a total of like 15 times, and I got nothing. So not even close.
Aww.
So yeah, I'm having a sad day.
It seems you might have maybe sold your internet a little bit because to buy some, because you're a little bit laggy on my side at least. But QLASH, you know, we can enjoy watching Max go for these pulls, but it's do or die time now for some of these teams here in the Super Weekend, and it's really exciting because we finally have a new team join the ranks of all the other teams, which means every single team will have participated in at least one Super Weekend.
Oh, definitely so. I'm especially excited to see how Qatar Forces is obviously going to do here, considering it is their first Super Weekend. And Jason, it's a great morning because I've just been presented with some morning galbi. So I'm going to have this juicy tender meat whilst you continue to talk.
Please.
Nope, not for you.
This is an ASMR stream right now, actually. Continue. Let's take a look at Let's take a look at the overall standings. So you guys get an idea of where all the teams currently stand. Because we do have 3 days of action, 5 matches a day, and at the end of our final day in 3 days' time, we're gonna have our 16 teams who will be playing in the finals. But off the bat here, we can see Max, Panda, 372 points. We just talked about in the one drop. They are steamrolling through here.
I mean, in QLASH, I think now is maybe the time to say they are becoming the true package. I think they're already there. Panda, number 1 so far in the overall rankings in this one. I mean, yeah, they're pretty much golden. You can see that lead that they have, about now 60 to 70 points advantage on the second position on the Eastern Stars. I mean, they might not even had a great Super Weekend, and they might still remain in that number 1 position. That's how big their lead currently is. And we talked about the rise of the other team around the likes of GK First. So yeah, I think that Panda, you know, they've improved. I would say so far, even they're one of the teams that improved the most since the very first day of this PMPL. And now they are a team that not only is running to get first in this Super Weekend standing, but also to be first at the end of these finals.
Yeah, no one was even close. When you look at Panda's previous Super Weekend, 234 points across 15 games is insane. And if they can have any performance like that in this Super Weekend or into the finals, then they are world class when it comes to that kind of performance against this lobby. So brilliant stuff by Panda so far. Can't wait to see more.
Yeah, we see some other teams in there. We talk about maybe Panda's 5 chicken dinners, but Destiny with 5 themselves. So that's $5,000 a piece for all these teams. We did have Black Spark start to step up actually towards the end of the second Super Weekend when they made their substitutions come in. So looking at Clash, they're doing okay as well. They started to bounce back a little bit in the second Super Weekend. And what's important for me looking at all these teams, I mean, these kind of are, at least at the moment, Max, in my eyes, are contenders for our top 3 spots here in the finals to get into the EMEA Regional Championships. And it's a perfect time now to start to have a positive surge in your performance. You don't want to go into the finals having a really bad couple of days here.
I think especially when you're looking at who can be top 3, you've got some favorites, of course, you've got to mention. It's Panda, Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love, Destiny that have remained pretty consistent. Then you've got some teams that have a few up and downs. I'm thinking GODSENT, Black Sparks too. They did catch up in terms of going and aiming for kills a lot more. So I think that you're looking at GODSENT, Black Spark, Clash. If they're in a good day, they might be able to actually contest for that top 3. I fully agree. So we'll see if they can make it work out. But I think they are definitely runner-ups for that top 3 at the end.
Well, look on the other end of this, though, QLASH. We're talking about top 3. What about our top 16? We should be mentioning, because we have a couple of teams in here, Last Bullet and RESQ, who are at the moment safe, but not going to be so safe as we progress on through our matches.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very difficult for teams like RESQ, of course, to stay there. I think ScrimFarm is probably wiping some sweat off their brow as well in terms of not qualifying for that second Super Weekend, but now being able to fight back and get into this Super Weekend. So nice for them to be available here at this moment in time. But there would have to be some real shenanigans afoot for RESQ to survive the onslaught that is about to come moving up to the top 16, because there are teams that are biting at their heels right now. Lost Bullet is technically not safe. However, they have quite a cushion right now, so it would take things to align for them to be knocked out here.
Yeah. And for that to happen, you would need the likes of GSG, Polar Ace, UDR, ScrimFarm to outdo their performances of Lost Bullet in terms of total points at the end of these 3 days. And on top of that, you need the teams that are on the bottom 4 to actually overtake Lost Bullet. So as you said, there's still a cushion, but there is a world where we might see Lost Bullet actually not remain in the top 16. So we'll see how things work out throughout the next 3 days.
I think realistically, we're looking at Lost Bullet potentially, if they do qualify, through like 15th place, because ScrimFarm had 110 odd points in their very first Super Weekend. They only played in one Super Weekend. And speaking of some other teams who have only played in one, you got Team UMBRA there at 90 points. They have, you know, a little bit of a gap between them and RESQ, about 26 points. You got Gaijin Seraphim in there at 64 points. RESQ unfortunately are now out completely of the tournament. But our newcomers here, Qatar Forces at the very bottom, they have a lot of work cut out for them, but it is, as we said in the one drop, it's technically possible, just going to be very difficult.
Oh, definitely. I think that Qatar Forces can make this happen. They obviously have been through a bit of a rough time in the previous 2 weeks, that's for sure. But Duskan coming in and playing out of his mind in these first 2 league play days to help Anas and Youssef stand out when it comes to the roster as a whole. That's not to say that Wade has not looked good as well. Mr. Wade, he's done all right. I think he's done a good job of enabling the team to get to the plays that they've been able to do. So I'm quietly hopeful for Qatar Forces, even though they have to put up a very good average throughout the tournament here.
Yeah, Claris, I think you should have 5 hours of sleep more often, because I'm enjoying this singing and vocal Claris. On the note of Qatar Forces, if you guys will just join us and didn't see the one drop, their best day they've had so far, which was in, I think, day 2 of league play, they had 10.5 points average per game. But they need to hit 11 points average per game in every single match in the Super Weekend. So it's doable, it's possible. Just going to be very difficult as we'll take a look at some of our highlights. And we mentioned before, I mean, Sanfor, he kind of came out as Black Sparks changed their roster around from day 1 to day 2, and Black Sparks definitely had that resurgence. But also Clash, I mean, maybe we should talk about them really quickly here, Max, because they definitely started to look better. The less often you talk about them and pick them, the better they do.
I know, right? It's weird. It's like it's actually working in some way. But yeah, I agree overall. I think that Clash has been working on many things, and I had the chance to talk with MZ a little bit on the background, and he did mention that one of the main issues they were dealing with was communication issues. And it feels like now it's not really, it's really an issue of the past. And it feels like now they're communicating a lot better. When they go in those fights, when they go for breaches, they really seems like there's some really strong synergy in those breaches in general. So I think that Clash definitely is one of the teams that has improved a lot since the very start of the tournament. They seem like they're a lot more confident. So now they're looking really comfortable in the top 16. Now I'm really hyped to see what they can actually do once heading into the finals.
Yeah, I think confidence is a good word you said there. And something I want to bring up yet again as we take a look at our stairway to the finals. We talked a little bit about our teams trying to qualify into top 16, and we have a lovely little graphic made up for you, provided by Maxman and, of course, Matt behind the scenes. But you can see here, 164 points, Lost Bullet at the very top, and then you have RESQ at 106, and where all the teams currently stand at the moment.
Oh, yeah, ready rescue. Yeah, that's pretty much game over. We're going to be seeing. Of course, you need UMBRA to get some good results. You're going to need also the likes of Gaijin, but you know that RESQ, they're going to be the first team to be overtaken not only by those 2 teams, but also by Qatar Forces. And we're hoping to see them be able to do that at the end of 2 days, because you said about an 11-point average. They need to hit every single game to make sure they can try and overtake the likes of RESQ in 2 days. So RESQ will normally be the first team to fall, unfortunately, in this event.
And Lost Bullet likewise with 164 points here right now. You're looking at Gaijin Seraphim needing that 100 points-ish, or Qatar Forces with that 165 points-ish, which personally I don't think is out of the realms of possibility. In terms of like their overall performances throughout the tournament, you could make the argument that right now they're not capable of being able to put up these numbers. But if you think about, I think it was 11 teams in Super Weekend 1 were able to put up more than 100 points, and 9 teams in Super Weekend 2 were able to put up more than 100 points, and that was because Panda soaked up quite a lot at the very, very top. But it's not out of the realms of possibility, as we're seeing here.
Especially because we saw UDR Killers actually do something very similar last Super Weekend. So indeed, I fully agree. It is possible. So Qatar Forces are going to look out for them because we know there can be a team that can be so strong, especially their rotational pathing and how they get into circle. I think is some of the best currently in this lobby. We didn't have time to see it too much, unfortunately, as they missed out on the 2 first Super Weekends. So now they need to be on their A game every single game for this Super Weekend.
Yeah, and obviously as we do go from match to match, we're going to be able to see the pressure that's going to be on their shoulders, especially if they don't hit that average in one game. Well, they have to make up that average then in another match, right? They're going to have to pick up the points somewhere else, which makes it even harder for them. But it's doable, like we've been saying. We just want to see if they can do it. It'd be so great to have them, 2 days in, they're hitting that 11-point average. Then day 3, it all comes down to that final day. But we'll see if we ever get to that. But let's talk about another team here. We talked about a top 3. We talked about the likes of teams who might be representing us into the EMEA Regional Championship. And one team we're going to have to talk about here that has been so consistent in getting chicken dinners across this entire event, it's going to be Destiny. And we're going to talk about this team because they've had a couple of, I want to say volatile, but I feel like that's too extreme of a word to use for them. Hiccups. That's a better word, Max. I like that.
Yeah, one hiccup. I mean, one you're going to see right away was on their first Super Weekend, where the day where they got 23 points, I need to take some kind of, I do have to say, I got to take a bit of the blame. I did say that they were going to get a win that day, and they didn't. So, you know what? I'll take the blame for that one. That's okay. But I think overall, Destiny, as you said, a really consistent team, but a few hiccups every once in a while. And I think that could be some kind of performances that could hinder their chances in making it to the EMEA Regional Championship. Though, also, you got to keep in mind that these are some points to go straight towards the PMGC of this year. So I'm looking at them. And you're looking at the teams that have been able to rise up. You're looking at the GODSENT. You're looking at the Unicorns of Love. And I think that now this true competition, and even more so at the top side of the standings, meaning the results like this could actually be the reason why you don't make it to the next stage. So I'm looking at Destiny to try and make sure that if they don't get games, they get some decent averages. I'm looking 5-6 points a game to try and secure those positions very comfortably.
I think it's fair to say as well, a lot of these teams are slowly catching up with Destiny's position. If you think about looking at this league play, the likes of Clash and GameLord were able to put up far better a fight during this week compared to some of the prior weeks when it comes to toppling Destiny on those league play days. I mean, yes, Destiny now has gone from first to third, boo, like when it comes to this, but honestly, it's still an amazing performance. It's just that I think that the overall level of this lobby when in these long form tournaments is leveling up alongside them. So yeah, competition is going to get fiercer here for Destiny.
That is the question. Is Destiny not leveling up anymore and everyone else has been able to catch up to them, or have they had that downward trend in play? I guess this may be a question we get answered as we progress through this third and final Super Weekend. But before we can even get to our first match here, we do have a special guest join us on the show. Hopefully he's not too angry, as Max already talked about his team a little bit today, because I know how vocal he can be. Let's bring him in. I'm not going to say the name for you guys at home, because you're going to see it. It's lovely. Well, okay, I will say it. It's MZ coming in from Clash. Well, first of all, thank you so much for joining us, and I have to apologize for Clarus and myself, because Max did talk about you guys, and we know what happens in the past when he does that.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, like, he started cursing us, and yeah, at the beginning of the competition, we didn't start very well. And then day by day, we tried to adapt, then it was pretty good. Like the matches were beginning to be good, and yeah.
I can say we did try to, when we were done with the show, we did say to Max, can you stop talking about Clash? Come on, like let them play, man. Stop cursing them. But anyways, beyond the curse and everything, thank you so much for joining us. And I want to start off by talking to you guys. Again, we heard that from the first start of league play into Super Weekend, you guys were a little bit nervous. You lacked confidence. Do you guys feel like you have that confidence fully back within your team now?
I would say yes, because the league play, like those 2 days of this week, the 2 beginning days, we did better. We like talk in voice chat with the boys and Luna. We tried to feel like our mistakes, or confidence was like not that good, because the last Super Weekend we didn't do that much points. We had a lot of mistakes to fix. But now I would say, yeah, we're pretty ready for this Super Weekend and the finals.
Cool. Clarus, what do you have for the man?
Yeah, so I believe that obviously I have some favorites that are going to be able to rival for the top 3, and I certainly think you're a team that can rival for that top 3 position moving towards the ME Regional Championships. When you're finishing games as 4, you guys look absolutely fantastic. However, results have been quite up and down from game to game. What do you attribute that volatility to, as we hear a car beep?
I would say just like communication.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like communication. And after the game, we always like go in VC and talk about our mistakes. So I would say pretty much that.
Okay, fair play.
Okay. I'm going to jump in now. So already I want to say that I'm really sorry for no cursing the team a little bit. No personal apology right now on the broadcast. But next one I want to try and go on is because you guys have been, especially improving a lot from week to week. And I think that now, especially when you're getting towards the end here, I wanted to ask, what are your goals as a team? Because this is your very first big international tournament. So what is your end goal, I would almost say, for this PMPL and for the foreseeable future?
Our end goal would be to qualify for EMEA, for sure. That's one point, and the other is like do good in EMEA so we can maybe get a place in PMGC as well.
Okay, cool. Well, you know what? We are only like a few minutes away for the first match starting, and we would love to talk to you some more, but I want to give you the chance to get ready for the matches since they are very crucial today for you guys. So thank you so much for joining us, but before you go, I want to give you the chance to give a shout out to any fans, friends, any team members, anyone working on the show in particular that have been trying to help Clash by telling Max to shut up. It's up to you.
To be honest, I would say thanks to Max because like he was talking to me the last days, and he was like supporting me, keep telling me like you can do it. You guys are a great team. So thanks to Max, man, first, and thanks to our supporters that have been supporting us for the beginning of the tournament.
Oh, that's I got some bad news for you, MZ. He's been telling us that Clash are gonna unfortunately not get too many points today.
No.
Which side he's playing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Thank you so much for joining us, man, and good luck on all your matches today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Max, I'm a little sad.
I'm happy. What do you mean I'm happy, man? I'm good.
Every interview we've done, I'm like, give a shout out to your fans, your teammates, to any talent on the show, maybe your favorite host or analyst. This is the first time a player actually said someone here on our panel, and it was you of all people who cursed them from day to day.
What do you mean of all people? Is it so unexpected? Hey, I can be nice sometimes, okay? And it just happened. Hey, there you go. It's nice. It's cute. It's sweet. Okay, Jason. Sorry.
All right. Well, you know what? Move on from that. We got to talk about the schedule. We got to talk about what the maps we're playing and what order it's going to be in. And just like every Super Weekend, we're starting things off on the lovely Erangel, then heading over to Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel once again. So it's going to be like this for every single day. There's no group sitting out because only 16 teams are playing. And that brings us into our very first match of the day. And I almost want to do predictions here, but I'm a little scared to because I kind of want to force Max to say Clash, but also I don't want to curse Qatar Forces. I want to see them potentially hit that average. It's going to be so difficult, but it's going to be so interesting to watch them make decisions in such a high-pressure situation. A high-pressure situation that doesn't dissipate after one match. Literally every game of your 15 games this weekend are all high pressure.
Yeah, definitely so. Especially in this Super Weekend as well. This is a pretty damn stacked Super Weekend. One of the best that we're going to have, I would think. I think that, as you say, Qatar Forces are going to step up here throughout this. I think that they have the roster and the chops to be able to do so. So let's see them qualify.
Yeah. Of course, Max.
I was going to say, I would like to see Qatar Forces maybe start off with a win, so I'm going to say they start off with a bang here. So I'd like to see them start off with a, come on, it will be good for the mental, right? So we'll see if they start off with a win. So I would say Qatar Forces for the first one.
See, my eyes are also, if we look towards the bottom, maybe towards the top, is which team is going to be able to earn the most money out of Super Weekends. Remember, it's $10,000 for first place in the finals, but right now we have Panda and Destiny both at 5K apiece. I wonder if either of them can get up another 5 wins this weekend out of the 15 matches we have and hit 10K as well, doubling their potential prize earnings.
Jason, do you think Panda is not going to get a win in this Super Weekend.
Oh, no, they're definitely going to get one.
They are going to blast. They are scary right now when you look at them form-wise and things like that. Yeah, they may have some lapses when it comes to some league play days or whatever and things like that, but they are looking very, very formidable right now. And it's great to see kind of, as you said, the evolution of this team throughout the tournament as a whole. It really did start out as a lot was on GK First's shoulders, but this roster has molded itself into an extremely formidable unit.
I would even say teams that have evolved really in a positive manner. I would say Unicorns of Love. I remember when we went back to the interview on Savage X, he was saying, and they were top 4 at that moment, and he's like, we're not doing that great, and they are climbing up slowly but surely. So if you're looking at the teams that I think could potentially outdo themselves and actually try and contest Panda at the end of this Super Weekend, I think Unicorns could be the ones to do it, actually.
Yeah.
What about Nexus? This is a team we touched on a little bit when it came to our last day of the Super Weekend. They've had a big step up. We always talked about Dexter being the standout of the team, but we saw Rana, Aimbot, Sushi all stepping up when it came to our 3rd day in our Super Weekend.
They have the foundations, but they don't have the building blocks on it just yet. I think Dexter is that foundation, if I'm perfectly honest, when I look at this roster. I think if there were building blocks to build up on it, as you say, maybe a little bit of Aimbot, maybe a little bit of Sushi up on there right now, but they still need to continue building those layers, I think, because right now when I look at their play, yes, they're able to hold down some positions pretty strongly, but then when they're in a top 3, top 4 situation, trying to flex out of that compound or something like that, that's where they have those little stumbling blocks. I don't know what you think, Max.
I fully agree. In general, I think they have a really strong basis, and I've been casting these guys for, I would say now, a year and a half back in scrims, the Pro U scrims, such and such, and they've had very little competitive international kind of experience. So this is the kind of tournaments that are actually going to help them in the long term. So I think that they've improved a lot throughout the past 2 weeks, and I'm waiting to see where they can be at the end of the finals.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. It is time to bring our commentators in now because the first match is ready to go. So I'll check with you guys in a few minutes' time when the match does finish off. But let's bring in our casters here. We got John Allen and Blank, or I think it's John Allen. He looks a little bit different today. He looks a little bit lighter.
Yeah, a little bit. I was just so nervous about, the teams at the bottom trying to make it all the way there. My hair fell out, so there you go.
Okay, well, it looks good. Blank, you always look good as well. We got to make sure that you unmute your microphone, though, so we can all hear your beautiful voice. And as I know you lean in, you're actually checking stats here about some teams.
True.
So don't worry, I got your back.
That's on the tablet right there. That's what it is. That's all that is about. So we're good to go. I'm ready to get into this one. John's about to just fly off into outer space because gravity has no hold on him anymore. That hair was the only thing keeping him attached to the ground. So I'm happy. It's going to be good. Solo cast. I'm ready for it.
Absolutely.
Imagine John being in a space movie, to be honest. Gentlemen, take us into our first match here because I gotta go.
All right, well, the only stats I need, Blank, is that there's 1 out of 1 of you here with me for this first game. And that's going to see us right. We're going to have a great time. Super Weekend 3 kicking off with Erangel. And we're going from southeast over Miltapau all the way up towards the northwest of the map. Over, George.
Yeah, no, I mean, we say southeast, but this is pretty central towards the middle of the map here, coming through Lipovka way, right? So a lot of this northern side of the map going to be opened up for a lot of these teams. Remember, we're down to, again, 16 static teams coming into the Super Weekend, and the ones we're looking at, Gaijin Seraphim, we're looking at your boys from Team UMBRA, as well as Qatar Forces. Qatar Forces obviously got a ridiculous run ahead of them, but they still are pulling in GODSENT. This guy they pulled in on the last day of league play last week, well, this week in fact, and he performed extremely well, and he helped them put up that 10.5 point average. So it's good to see him still in with the roster, so they've realized that, something has changed. GODSENT might have been the changer, so hopefully he can stay in this. But again, they have to get that 11-point average per game to even think about making it into the finals. It's a crazy run ahead of them, but if they go really, really fast, John, maybe they could get there.
Look, I know that it's nice to be optimistic, but quite frankly, I think it is an insurmountable task, Blank. If they can conquer it, fantastic, congratulations. But I'm not a believer at this stage. Eastern Circle will land on out. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I know I like to be nice, but I also like to be true to the numbers and true to my thoughts. That's just who I am.
That's fair play. I'm just true to Shrek theme tunes, and that's what I believe, to be honest with you, at the end of the day. But, you know, Gaijin Seraphim and as well as Team UMBRA, those are the two ones that we're going to be taking a look at. And right now, they're looking at Qatar Force saying, get out of my finals, because they just really want to get in there. So that's absolutely fine with me. I can 100% be on board. Gaijin Seraphim's the one team that I have questions about. I wonder if they can make it. I think it was 64 points they made over their last Super Weekend, which is not great, let's be honest. They do need to get not that many. I think it's around about 40, 50 points, and then they're in. So
Gaijin Seraphim
to make it happen. Yeah,
it depends. It depends on the performance coming through from Team UMBRA, because they're really racing for that spot, right? And Team UMBRA have the lead to start with. And so that 16th place could be pretty hotly contested between those two. I mean, we talked a lot about the potential elimination for Lost Bullet, which I don't think is likely. But for me, that is the main sort of competition going on at the moment in terms of purely for qualification. Obviously, we've got the chicken dinners for that prize pool, but Team UMBRA and Gaijin Seraphim really duking it out.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going 1-1 in the ring, and then Qatar Forces is like in a car, heading towards the venue, just sweating, just like, guys, I need to get in the ring first. Please wait. Please wait. Do not close the cage yet. But yeah, in the meantime, it will just be Gaijin and UMBRA in there, just like battling it out, just boxing one another. And then Gaijin's just suddenly in the top of a vehicle, and then UMBRA's like, where have they gone? Where have they gone? And then they do the nosedive on top of them. So that could be a potential strategy for them. But we'll see what happens. Anyway, we had that southeast plane path coming through all the way up to the northwest towards Zaki, right? And we have a circle that's dropped over here as well, John. So this is a very kind little plane path and a kind circle. We don't always get that. And I think that, you know what? The gods from PUBG Mobile, they have decided it's the last Super Weekend. Let's be a little bit nice to them as they try and just make their way into those finals. Things are very chilled out here. And I'm personally quite okay with that. Again, it does unlock those cerebral rotations during this match, because you've got to be intelligent about it. You've got to use your noggin. Right? Where is the best place to be in the circle right now, John?
Inside of it.
I don't expect you to tell me that.
Inside of it, I think is
yes.
Probably
yes,
optimal.
You are correct.
I was just going to talk a little bit.
5 points for you.
Gryffindor, by the way, sorted.
No.
I've got a certificate I can show you. Team UMBRA, they dropped in Lipovka, because of course Lakonostra MVP not playing in this Super Weekend. You know, I'm missing the British representation in Lipovka, but you know what? Fair enough. Team UMBRA now are going to have a shout. They're going to be taking out that mantle, and that means because they've taken the UK spot that I'm their #1 fan now. So there you go.
Ah, there you go. UMBRA fan. Here he is. I do really like the phrase taking up the mantle, because whenever I hear it, all I can imagine is just someone finding like a cloak on the floor and then going, mine now, and just like taking it around their shoulders and becoming that person. So that's kind of what UMBRA's done here. They have taken the place of Lakonostra MVP, as you said, John. But this one requires some quite smart rotations, right? And I think Lakonostra MVP was very good at that during the Super Weekend. They were very stealthy. They certainly had a cloak of their own, because they were all, you know, skulking through the undergrowth to get through into the circle down towards shelter. So we'll see how UMBRA do play this out. We know that they are quite one of those teams where PRZ survives a long time, likes to go for those heal-offs. That's excellent. I like to see that, but I also want to see them throw this into the next gear this Super Weekend. I don't think this playstyle of scraping by is appropriate if you're moving into the finals.
Yeah, PRZ definitely does not want to be stuck in
yeah.
You want to be shifted up.
He definitely, yes, exactly, John, exactly. That would be very problematic to any episode of his life. So here, I just need UMBRA to kick it up a little bit.
We'll have to wait and see if they're able to bring the pain. QLASH, what is on your screen, is just the team that did really quite well in that last the last league play. I think it's fair to say, topping the tables there. We'll see if they can have a similar impact. They're just south of Panda right now, and maybe this is Panda sort of saying, hang on a minute, we're the top dogs in this, or the top pandas in this lobby, so maybe we'll see a little bit of a clash early coming through.
Yeah, potentially. Potentially you might see a clash coming through. Haha, with QLASH on the cards. But I think for QLASH, this is a team that definitely keeps their distance quite a lot of times, tries to play for those compounds, so getting taken down early here would not be super ideal for them. Gaijin Seraphim, though, under fire from GK first. This guy is absolutely nutty, by the way. I believe over all of his Super Weekend matches, he's had a total of 12k damage, which I think is the highest, if not one of the highest in the lobbies. So honestly, we talked about years, we talked about Linear a lot, how these two guys had a big step up, but it really is GK first.
Gaijin Seraphim, one of the teams that we were crucially looking at, trying to challenge out UMBRA. They're down 2 at the start. And there's no way they're getting these reses. GSG will be able to pick up those points, and Nade will see both of them safe. Shots off towards ScrimFarm as well. GSG aren't going to stop. They've picked up the buggy. They have absolutely ransacked this area of the map. Goodness me.
I like how we just saw Fox off in the distance, just like with his hands on his hips, like, "Oh, you are rude! How dare you kill those 2 people?" And like, "Stop looking at us! You get down!"
Oh no, UMBRA, they've lost one as well. Seems like our racing teams right now have had a bit of a false start. PRZ trying to get away in the vehicle. 2 have gone down for Team UMBRA, with 1 already being flushed. Talon down on the hillside, we saw him there, and that's a flush as well. Naruto and PRZ left standing.
Do you know what would be funny, John?
What would be funny?
All the players in this lobby, right, just hunted down UMBRA as well as Gaijin Seraphim.
I think
you essentially rescue.
I think your definition of funny is very different from mine.
Really? I think that would be hilarious. I mean, it would really suck for Gaijin Seraphim as well as UMBRA, but like, imagine the collusion.
I don't want to, quite frankly. I think that I would be very sad about that, Blank, because of course, value.
Okay, what if it wasn't collusion and everyone had the same idea at the same time?
I would.
How about now?
I would be skeptical of the probability of such an event happening, Blank. At the very least.
Agree.
At the very least, I would conduct my own sort of inquiry. But the UDR Killers, at the moment, they are swinging around, trying to get a little bit more central, just out towards the east of Potato Hill now. The teams of Georgia Pole are starting to leave. Unicorns of Love, you can see they're a little bit further behind GameLord. But interestingly, it looks like they want to move north of the river instead of going down to that south side.
I think that for GameLord, getting that first chicken dinner on the cards for themselves was a big confidence booster. I think they played quite decently then onwards. I've never been a massive fan of this team within this lobby, to be honest with you. I mean, there are times where I just 100% feel like they were given a great spot and then unable to do anything with it. But it feels now that finally, you know, things are happening within this team. Things are starting to get moving, and that is great, especially coming into the final Super Weekend where you can start to hone that a little bit, maybe get those gears whirring just a little bit smoother, a little bit faster. But we do get our next circle, heads all the way out to the east. There's a lot of water here, but Milta Power, Lepovka all in play. UMBRA really haven't had to make that move whatsoever. The circle has come to them.
Getting a little bit of a gift. Nice one, nice one. GODSENT trying to move on the hillside, but so are Qatar Forces, and they're close to the Eastern Stars. Qatar Forces, they take a knock. They need some perfect games coming through, but a flush to start things off, not the way you want to go. Damage sent back towards the Eastern Stars. Asis has gone down. Octavian low. Yusuf closest to face, and actually they're taking a fight on the other side. It's Panda and Eastern Stars. These are 2 of the worst teams to come across if you need a miracle run, Blank. And at the moment, it looks like Qatar Forces are getting the worst end of it, with Duxon going down. And they're down to just Yusuf, who's very, very close to the Eastern Stars position.
I mean, you go down this early, you don't get any points. That and just pretty much, if Qatar Forces get a 0-point game here, like, I would say it's very unlikely they make it in. They had to have a good game at the start of the day because they need to get that momentum going. If they don't get it going straight away, things are basically over.
Another knock coming through as GODSENT find the fight onto the backside of Panda. Looking for more. Hang on a minute. Was Panda just deleted there? Okay, Eastern Stars pinch and GODSENT pick up the pieces. Qatar Forces get eliminated in the valley and the lumberyards. That's a mighty tree that's been felled.
That seemed like an interesting car play there from Yusuf.
Yes.
I personally wouldn't have done that. But just personally. That was like, I'm going to drive through the middle of 2 teams in what is basically a shooting gallery. Anyway, Qatar Forces' run is severely hindered now. ScrimFarm up against GameLord, all the way on the northwest edge of this circle. And this is where they've played so well so many times before. It's just like making their insert in woods. But Unicorns of Love, they're on the backside. They've rolled up. Ked is there. Got that Polish power on board, about to unleash it on these two teams.
There's one. The shots come through. Fresh, able to get the knock onto GameLord. ScrimFarm maybe with a little bit of respite. But they still have off angles to worry about. Spicy falls as well. Unicorns of Love, you're right, Blake. They came in, they're playing spoiler. The question is, do they want to stick around on the back of this fight? Or do they want to try and get around and get ahead of it? And I think with this mount up, they are just trying to skirt around. They know they've done damage. They know they've locked that fight in. So they can try and leapfrog it.
Yeah, it's a great point, John, honestly, because you get a couple of knocks there. You know that they're going to have to go for the reses, which locks you into a 10-second animation, right? So you have to wait quite some time for that. In that time, Unicorns Love can immediately make the decision. And the fact that it was so fast is very important. Narvalo, actually, from GameLord, is making his way into the circle, but ScrimFarm right on the edge will be slightly worse for wear. Luckily, the circle heads up towards their way. Mansion is available. Destiny's got a very nice little compound here to play around. They're all playing from the roof side. They've spotted Narvalo, last player from GameLord. A little bit of a rough spot for him. These two stories are pretty nice to play from. I think Destiny would love to get further into the circle now, especially with so much of that northwest circle being open.
Beast beams down GameLord, and another team is eliminated. Now they're going to want to look to try and move closer into the circle, but first of all, they're going to have to take a fight. This is Unicorns of Love trying to go down the coast, and two players from Destiny seem to stack up right now. Agon behind the buggy, gets sprayed down, and Mazzaro doesn't take a lick of damage for it. This is disaster for the Unicorns of Love. They really need a better situation than this. In come the cavalry as well from the rest of Destiny, and this is the team that we wanted to see. Fresh gets taken down, Mihi up the side, and that is how you dispatch a team. Destiny only taking one knock.
I mean, it's very clean, but it's also very set up as well, because a lot of these players, they imagine that anyone coming from that northwest side is going to be rolling through on this road path, trying to go through the Povka and get a sneaky entrance in. So they're not only holding down that building, they're also holding down that crossing, calling the players off. And this is a great fight. And you're 100% right, John. It's very clean. It's looking more Destiny-like. Mazzaro just kind of waltzing up over the edge and just pulling out the Tommy gun one-handed and spraying down the two players was phenomenal business. But now Destiny can start to work their way down with practically the entirety of that northwest edge to themselves. Other than that, it's just ScrimFarm up here.
I have to deal with that. And of course, they know a lot about the area that they're going to have to push into because they've been guarding it for such a long time. So it's a fantastic spot for them. I really like that play, and maybe if we're lucky, if we're good boys, Blank, maybe they'll break it down a little bit more on the analyst desk. I'll look forward to that. But
oh, really?
Maybe they got more important things to talk about. I don't know what they think, you know, and that's why they're over there and I'm over here.
To be fair, it's very important that we talk about teams hunting down UMBRA and Gaijin Seraphim.
It's true.
That is the most important part of this lobby. I'm joking, of course. But Polaris, a team that's got significantly better, in my opinion. I think they started off well, then they had a bit of a dip as they were kind of unsure in their own playstyle. Now they're back to holding down those compounds, holding down those forts, and they are far, far stronger because of it. So I am looking at this team to do better in the finals. I don't think it's a championship team yet, sadly, but I think if they can keep going, keep honing that playstyle, get it against the actual sharpening block, I think things will get better for them. The whetstone, there we go. The sharpening block. Bloody hell.
Hey, look, just get, you know, grinding wheel. That's where you want to go. If you really want to get through that metal, then you need a grinder. And it's...
It's just typical Yorkshireman business, really. I got sharpening block. You mean the whetstone? Yeah, sharpie block, isn't it?
The thing that makes your cutters go sharpie.
Your cutters cut, you know. Well, you know, I've been true to my heritage, and that's all that matters right now. Black Sparks off the distance versus Destiny. Destiny's still right on the edge. Next circle goes a little bit further towards the east once again. Naruto, as well as PRZ, they're on the edge side, but GSG is getting ever closer to them, so they have to be careful. Remember, PRZ, he can lay low, get on the belly, and no one seems to be able to spot him once he does that. He's like almost has the invisibility cloak, coming back to those Harry Potter references from earlier.
Oh, yeah, we did talk about Harry Potter a little bit, didn't we? Goodness me. Forgot about that. You know, sometimes I just get lost in the moment, and it just I forget about the references that we've made previously, so there you are. But Blacksbox controlling the rotations on the hillside, or trying to anyway, against Destiny. That's going to work against me here.
What's that rewindy watch called?
That's what it's called. It's a rewindy watch. That's exactly what it is, Mr. North. Blacksbox are going to continue to pressure out Destiny, but it looks like Destiny want to try and take this fight. Mazzaro still over out towards Lipovka, yet to come on in, maybe looking for some sort of vision, some sort of something. A lovely nade comes through over onto Beast. And Destiny coming apart here. They looked really solid, and all of a sudden, they meet another team, and it's all downhill. Whiskey falls, and Mazzaro's still over in Lipovka.
I know, this is typical Mazzaro though, isn't it really? It's what I've told them off before about, is that, yes, I understand Mazzaro is your last line of defense, but just let him play with the team. Why is he out there? There has to be a good reason for it, surely. I need someone to like ping me on whatever messaging device they would like and just let me know why that is happening, because it's very confusing to me.
He's like a frantic parent who has, left their kids alone and they've done something disastrous. I leave you alone for 3 seconds, and what do? You all get wiped. Now I'm going to have to play solo again. Into this lobby.
It's ridiculous. Give me your first aids. Give me your first aids right now.
Oh dear. Nexus, this is a team that they talked about on the desk, wanting to step up a little bit. They're stepping up to a fight with Eastern Stars. Kappa Harlan knocked on the rocks. Certainly not the drink he was expecting, but it's the one he's going to have to imbibe. Trying to move on up with the rest of Nexus, but unfortunately has been downed. Bazzy up the top for the Eastern Stars, looking to take some side swipes, but Dexter spots it. Moves up to the Darcia, hits the deck, stays alive for now. But the blue zone pushing them ever closer. First aid popped, spots the cross from Bazzy, sees the tree trunk, but can't go any further. Nexus, gonna get eliminated there. Eastern Stars pulled together.
Unfortunately, that was the only drink he was serving up. The cocktail of pain came back through from Eastern Stars, from Athis. And Bazzy, though, a very nice jumper to the next tree. And I think that's what makes Eastern Stars so good, John, is they're always thinking forwards. Where's the next position? Where's the next pinpoint that we need to hit up? So I'm really, really impressed by Eastern Stars in that regard. They always have like a plan ahead of them, at least 3 steps. So it's very nice to see. This position that GSG is holding is actually quite an interesting one. We've had finishes here before, but luckily, we won't have them again because it's very frustrating to deal with a team that is within the crate. So we need one that heads up towards the north side. And Gaijin Seraphim still holding on with those 2 players, but they should be crashed upon, as that is the only compound within that circle. And there will be definitely teams like Panda, like ScrimFarm, like QLASH, who will all want dibs.
Our 2 wacky racer teams, Blank, Team UMBRA and Gaijin Seraphim, are still very much in this one. They're going to have to try and maybe pull a little bit of a Dick Dastardly and Muttley duo performance coming through in this game, but unfortunately, only one of them can do so. Only one of them can score more points, and it looks like UMBRA are going to have a tougher time of it. Gaijin Seraphim, as we said, they're in the center right now, but for how much longer?
It's a rough place to be. If you're Gaijin Seraphim, this is actually the circle you don't want, because look already, Polar Ace are rocking up on this compound. You basically want to deter, you want to deter that attention away from yourself if you're playing as 2, which is why I like what UMBRA's done, which is very much let's play as far away from the circle as we can go, but not too far away that we can't get in. So they've been ready to jump back into that circle. Unfortunately, 1 player was knocked, which is sad for them. QLASH, though, getting taken down.
They are certainly. The UDR Killers moved up north to deal with it, and QLASH just get wiped on out. UDR Killers, they had a fantastic showing in a previous Super Weekend, but it seems like they are returning to that form. Polar Race now in there, Eastern Stars in as well, and Gaijin Seraphim holding 2 of the 4 buildings.
Why?
2 squads. How is this working? Bardo not going to eat that nade. It didn't sneak its way through the window, but spotted the rotation coming through. Buho having to move around, dodge the flames. We'll be all right for now, burning a little bit, but it's only a tickle. Eastern Stars controlling this cross as our Polar Race. And actually, this kind of solidifies Gaijin Seraphim's houses a little bit stronger.
It kind of does, because they have eyes out onto both the runouts from both teams, and they can kind of like prod both these teams like 2 wild animals with a stick from afar and be like, fight each other, don't come over here. Fight each other. And hopefully this way, with GODSENT all the way in the south side, they could potentially make this fight much more beneficial towards them, John, which is the major thing. ScrimFarm, though, trying to take shots off towards Black Sparks, who are very close by. They have quite a few members still alive for Black Sparks. UMBRA, you can see here Naruto just trying to play it safe. Don't want anyone to come over to his position just yet, but Black Sparks have spotted UMBRA. Now, that's terrible. He would rather UMBRA stayed unlocated until around about a few more zones in. But right now, at least one team had beads on. So really the best thing for UMBRA right now would be for ScrimFarm to take down Black Sparks.
ScrimFarm want to move on forwards to Tati in the Dacia. Woodson goes low, but doesn't fall. A Molotov into the window, tries to flush them out of the building. Out in the grass, Vindex falls, and on a side angle will get the refrag. They're looking for more, though, as Black Sparks lose yet another. Tati down close. Foxy and Clown looking to move around the side against Hemmer. Holding down with the Tommy gun, looks for the spray, goes out wide, looks for the drop shot, will not be able to find it, but the teammates are there. And now across the field is Billen, finds one more as well, and it's down to a 1 versus 1 blank, I believe. They're both looking for these reses, or certainly looking for a little bit of healing. Res coming through for Clown, and Foxy moving into position as well. Woodson safe behind the car. Billen looking to move on up, move out wide against Clown. Goes out, looks for the spray, but Clown goes down. Lucky he resed a teammate. Tati looks for the heal, will be able to find it. Black Sparks losing players, there's the spray. Billen low, the sliver of HP. I think he might have stepped into some fire. Oh my goodness me, how is he not dead? You're right. The heal was there.
Oh, way.
And ScrimFarm go down, but it's only a fraction of a second before Black Sparks get eliminated. The UDR Killers playing spoiler from the West.
I actually really like that play from ScrimFarm. Realized he was very far away from the rest of his teammates, so goes for the res to try and get the 1v2, but instead they go 1 by 1 again. And I think that's a mistake from maybe Clown's side, honestly, because he goes out first, not giving Tati enough time to get back into position to go for that crossfire. So I think that they had the right idea, but they executed the idea very poorly, in my opinion. The UDR Killers, though, like you said, that fight would have been over very quickly regardless. It was just depending who came out on top first. But UMBRA, Gaijin Seraphim, both in the top 5. This could get very interesting, John.
Uh-oh. Just a note as well, Gaijin Seraphim, Polar Ace. There are only 2 teams in that compound blank. Eastern Stars, they got eliminated. I didn't see it. I don't know how it happened, but Polar Ace are holding those buildings now, so I'm assuming they went for a little bit of a push. They got a knock or 2. We'll have to wait and review just what happened on that one. But Gaijin Seraphim, 2 of them still standing. UMBRA, 2 of them still standing. This is some wacky races coming through, Blank. They've been on 2 players from the start, both of these squads, and this is exactly what we wanted to see, right? They're both looking for that spot in those finals. They're both looking to try and qualify and move on forwards. They're both on 2 kills, 2 players in the first game of the game of the day. I couldn't ask for better.
No, could I? This is very interesting. I love the 2 approaches as well. Gaijin Seraphim's like, we are going to fight the world as 2. And UMBRA's like, the world can do what it wants. We want nothing to do with the world right now. That's absolutely fine with us. We're going to stay towards the east. So Polar Ace still gets to take down Seraphim Gaijin. And I wonder if that's because they think this is a much larger team than it actually is, because they were holding down 2 buildings quite aggressively. It's like, oh, there's definitely 2-2 split going on there. Because they took down GODSENT as well. I don't know if you caught that, John. So perhaps Polar Ace are a little bit worried. And to be fair, Polar Ace is a very cautious team. So this actually is the perfect situation and the perfect team for Gaijin Seraphim to go up against, because Polar Ace isn't going to make a haphazard move like maybe Eastern Stars would.
Looks like they do want to hedge their bets, though. So you see Bujo's moved out towards the back of the building for Gaijin Seraphim. Will potentially look to rotate in. Obviously, the circle not in their favor. UDR Killers on their side of the road. We know how good they are at crossing roads, but if you run straight into the line of fire for Naruto, going to be pretty tricky. A nade lobbed on over from Ulysses. It looks like they aren't going for this res just yet. Maybe they'll try and look for it later, but Naruto's position known. And the spray down will come through. We'll get the confirm. Another kill found for UMBRA, which puts them just a little bit further in the lead. But they are going to have to move forwards. They're going to have to get into this zone. At the moment, it's only the UDR Killers.
This is fine, though, because this is the circle that UMBRA really wanted. It's because Gaijin Seraphim, exactly, they have to do this. They have to run out of the building into the circle, and more than likely, UDR Killers going to be watching these compounds as opposed to trying to clear out UMBRA. If anything, UMBRA is the team that UDR Killers is going to clear out last, should they be in second place. UMBRA now just dropping down these smokes, make it even more difficult to aggress onto their position, but I would expect either Gaijin Seraphim or one of the players from Polar Ace to be going out first here.
Oh, there we go. There's the Gaijin Seraphim player getting knocked out in the blue. No way that that's a res, so that's the first player to fall from Gaijin Seraphim. Sprays from the compound. They still know where Bujo is, and they're very, very worried about this stab. You might have an inkling that there was only 2 there. There goes the play zone taking the kill. And the UDR Killers just sat on top of this roadside, feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like the prediction is coming to pass here with Bujo the next to go down, assumedly. And then I still expect once again Polar Ace to go out in third, UMBRA coming second, and UDR Killers cleaning up this game with the first place, just because of their position and deciding not to clear out UMBRA as of yet. I think that's the last thing they're going to do, unless Polar Ace can pull out something magical and sweep around backside of UDR Killers. But I don't expect that to happen anytime soon.
I think there was a 10-point game there coming through for Gaijin Seraphim. So even though they go down before UMBRA, great result for them. You know, they still need to be putting up those numbers. They still need to be looking to the future. Sure, UMBRA is still in it, but you have ups and downs. It doesn't particularly matter which games you have them. They'll take that, they'll bank that, they'll try and use that momentum. UMBRA, though, they're looking to get a little bit more and have an early lead in this race. 2 players still alive on the outskirts. Everyone very wary.
Yeah, Polar Ace is going to get pushed up this hill, though, by the blue, so they need to drop those smokes down. I believe Casa does have a bead on perhaps Sebi, maybe, but crossing this road is going to be the big difficulty, and they're going to be forced to do it. But looks like UDR Killers are going to force the situation instead. Get prepared for this roll-up.
I mean, I guess that works. You just get in a car and drive fairly slowly across the road. That'll do it. That'll do it. That's absolutely been spotted by Polar Ace. You can see Casa biding the time, looking for the off angle, looking for the optimal fight.
Oh, Piaz.
Bit too long on that coke. Gonna go for the spray though. Caster pops up, finds one, gets knocked. Teammate there for the res. Goes 1 for 1 right now, but Sebi out on the open road. Picking up the dust.
Yeah, that's much
Nade
better.
from Piazza. That is much better. That's going to really put
to
the
lob it overhand the first time.
Yeah,
the underhand was a mistake.
It absolutely was, but that's going to mean that there's a little bit more of a rush to get that res, maybe make them make a couple of slip-ups. Oh no. Naruto looks for 1, looks for 2,
goodness.
finds it. Now it's just holes to deal with. I don't even know if they know where this is. Another point found, and Team UMBRA are racking them up. UDR Killers, they spotted this in the grass. Should be able to find it, but down he goes. Hang on a minute, Naruto's still going. How did that happen? PLZ was there.
Supporting.
Third party dip, and UMBRA coming in to strike, doesn't go down to the exploding vehicle. 1 player alive for Polar Ace all of a sudden, and now Team UMBRA, they have the advantage. They're in 2 versus 1 versus 1. Team UMBRA are looking up to strike, but Naruto goes down. Holds, finally with a little bit of revenge, looking for PRZ now. 1 versus 1 versus 1. Spray down over towards the UDR Killers position. As Nano tries to hold it down, the micro Uzi around the side of the rock, looks for the spray, has to tuck back in, doesn't have quite the time, and PRZ goes down, goes low, Nano eliminated. PRZ looking for that miracle run for Team UMBRA around the side of the rock, goes out, Horse goes low, Horse looks for the spray, I don't even know who finished it there, blank Team UMBRA go down. At the closing moments, Polar Ace snatch it from the jaws of defeat, but Team UMBRA, it looked so close.
It looked very close there. I mean, Holes is probably, his heart is beating very fast. I imagine that someone needs to calm this man down, get him to take those deep breaths, because there were about 5 times during those last 2 minutes where he could have died, and he's just desperately first aiding off in the distance there. Goodness me, though. That could have gone a lot. You know what? That could have gone a lot differently if PRZ had reminded himself to switch to the overhand rather than the underhand. Because that first underhand may have given him away slightly and also did absolutely nothing. People were like just looking over the tree. And it's like, did the tree just try to nade us with its spindly little branch arms? But couldn't throw it very far. But no, it was indeed PRZ. So really good stuff to UMBRA, though. That was a nice finish, and I really respected actually the team play between PRZ as well as Naruto in those final moments. I think there was times where it kind of felt very anime-like, where Naruto was taking shots over to the left, a player from UDR Killers swings by, and he's about to take the shots on Naruto, but PRZ's there to save his life, and he's not even looking at that point. He's just prepared to put his life in the hands of PRZ. So excellent stuff. Really, really fun game, honestly.
Great, absolutely fantastic. What an ending. I was really rooting for Team UMBRA. I mean, you know, obviously I said at the start that I was their biggest fan now, and that obviously really worked. So I take full credit for that game for
Okay.
them. And making it into second place, they racked up a lot of kills, I think, in that final circle as well, with the kills that they were able to snatch away, obviously over on towards Polar Ace. I think they wiped a lot of them. Kills onto UDR Killers. Fantastic for them to be able to pick up such a large amount of points here, especially when they're one of those two wacky racers who are looking for that 16th spot.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair for them right now, starting the day on 90 points, I feel there was 6 kills, 4 for PRZ, as well as 2 for Naruto. So that's 18, so you're looking at 108 points. So I believe they have actually now passed that threshold that Rescue were in, 105. So they are a new 16th place. So congratulations, UMBRA, you're already there. So just need to keep this one up. But Gaijin Seraphim, they've not let the foot off the gas as of yet. I mean, this is a very interesting play for them, holding down the 1-1 split in the 2 compounds. It worked, though. Polar Ace were terrified. They were like, it must be a 6-man army in those compounds. And they just really were a bit worried to move out there. Finally, the play zone does force the issue. Could have gone very, very differently if the circle went over their way, which is why I mentioned it very early. That circle going towards the middle was critical for UMBRA even having a chance in that game, because if it dropped on the compound, Gaijin Seraphim could have held out that game a lot longer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is on your screens at the moment, or it'll be sort of just coming to a close, the fight between Black Spox and ScrimFarm that the UDR Killers kind of swept through. UDR Killers really did sweep this lobby. They moved all the way up, I think, from prison. They took out QLASH on the northern side, then they came into third party that, and then they sort of crunched down from the top. It looked like they were the dominant force in this final circle until UMBRA stepped up and really put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they caused a lot of problems for them. I think for that situation as well, taking the fight with UDR Killers is smart, purely because if you take the fight with Polar Ace first in that situation, and you don't take the fight with UDR Killers, who are in the better spot, you're more likely Polar Ace is going to try and cut their losses and take you down immediately and just live for that second place. Regardless, UDR Killers got a little bit too overconfident, and it backfired massively, John.
It absolutely did. They were unable to close things out, but we're going to close out this game. We're going to send to a break, and when we come back, the analyst desk will talk about just how I deserve the credit for that victory. Well, the second place coming through from UMBRA. We'll see you there.
Well, after that match, we have a couple of end results now. First of all, RESQ now completely out of the tournament, as UMBRA should have been able to pass them with the points they got in this last match. Second, Polar Ace with their very first chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. They've had one beside that in League Play, which happened just a few days ago, and they get themselves $1,000 as well. So a good couple of results here for a couple different teams, but we're going to have to dive into our match rankings right off the bat here, because there's a couple of things you need to point out in particular that we talked about here in the pre-show. As we take a look at this, though, what a finish, to be honest, considering how the fights broke out at the very end. Polar Ace, UMBRA in the head-to-head, being out in the open. I'm not sure how he wins out in that fight, but Max, hey, he's $1,000 richer, so I don't think he's going to care about how he won that.
I mean, yeah, the team better be happy about that one. 24 points also coming their way. They're already looking super comfortable. There was a chance that they could not make it into the finals, of course, by
oh my God.
They were beforehand, but like they are just absolutely shredding the competition in that one. And I'm saying that, as you just said, Jason, that fight, I have no idea how Holes actually came out on top, because he actually even had a weapon switch. I think he was playing with the Uzi and switched over to the M4 because he had no more ammo, and yet there was not enough time for Team UMBRA to actually stop that push from happening. So I have no idea how that worked out, but still, what a push coming out from Holes, and it worked out just fine in the end.
Kalaris, please tell me you see why I said, oh my God, looking at this first page.
Eastern Stars, 12 kills?
Yeah.
Yeah, blasting. I mean, they had a brilliant little spot to start engaging on. I think it wasn't it Gaijin Seraphim that had that?
Gaijin and Polar Ace, yeah.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden Eastern Stars rocks up, starts blasting out of control. I think they had some great utility usage, some good nade kills alongside with that as well. So yeah, Eastern Stars here to play. Whew.
Really good to see, actually, and there's a couple of reasons why, because I think it was Octavian was the big standout player in terms of damage. We talked about him on the one drop, how he's been able to step up and fill a good role within Eastern Stars. But as we transition out of the second page, there's something that's blaringly going to stand out here, James. The very bottom, 16th place, 0 points.
It's not a good start, eh? Let's pretend we have 14 games for our Super Weekend, only for Qatar Forces Esports, and let's keep that average up. Yeah, boys, let's go. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, it's gone lucky with me. Try to get the McLaren, just same thing, big 0. So it happens to the best of us, man.
Damn.
PUBG Mobile, please, can we just give it to Max? But the reason I wanted to bring it up, though, is they already need an 11-point average every single match to break through ahead of Lost Bullet.
Yeah.
With them losing and getting 0 points, that means they have to get even more points per match to maintain. It's just making it harder and harder every time they have a bad result. But as James alluded to here, Max, Octavian, 1,039 damage.
I mean, you guys were talking about it on the one drop, and especially Blank brought it up about Octavian being this guy that is always stepping up. Normally, Kapahale is the one that's always going to get those big frags, but Octavian is the one that's normally getting the knocks, and he's setting up those fights properly for the likes of Kapahale. So he wants a little bit of the limelight. You know what? I understand Octavian, that's good, and he's got those guns too, man. Banks will now cowered away in fear up against Octavian with those guns like that.
Well,
but
this is what happens when you don't spill your protein shake all over your desk. You put it into your arms. Sorry, continue, Max.
I don't know how to move on from that one. I mean, yeah, I don't think in the arms that's where it's supposed to go. But yeah, basically, Octavian, good job. Keep it up.
Billand as well at the very end, just to bring him up another time. I mean, for Black Sparks, 520 damage. It's also his birthday tomorrow, I believe. So a little bit of pre-birthday shenanigans come out of him. And Naruto as well. I mean, Team UMBRA had 2 players for a majority of that game. And we talked about Naruto last week, and him and PRZ were able to stay alive long enough to get them the points they needed to lock down at least a 6, well, to knock Rescue out, I should say.
Yeah, it's just kind of some, some salvaging of points here is nice. It's actually quite difficult terrain to play. Obviously, you had that compound that Eastern Stars and the like were in, down towards the kind of southwest of this position. But northeast in general has a deceptively annoying low to then high ground transition through that road that we were seeing, and then playing either side of that is really a nuisance. I do not like that position, so I don't envy the teams having to play that spot.
Yeah, that's why most of the teams actually died on that hill. And the one team that didn't actually was the likes of UDR Killers. They roamed in from the northwestern edge. They actually tried to avoid that position. But the moment they actually made it in that spot, it was, I think it was Sebi actually that tried to push his way forward to the road with that car. It was really hard to hold on to because they used so much utility to make it to that place in the first place. And then you had teams like, and we talked about especially Team UMBRA, PRZ, and also the likes of Naruto that were just chilling in the grass. And they had as much utility as they wanted because they dropped really nearby that position. And the moment that they had UDR Killers close enough on the road, they tried to cross over. It was UMBRA trying to play spoilers, and that's why UDR unfortunately could not hold on for the long term. That utility really did cause their demise at the end.
Yeah, but I think it's still a good kind of showing of UDR Killers, considering they didn't qualify the first Super Weekend. They got 3 chicken dinners in the second Super Weekend. But we're going to turn our attention back to Qatar Forces here. And when asking for this in particular, our graphics guy, Matt, shout out to you, was like, you sure you want to see this? And I'm like, yeah, I want to see this for a reason. Because, again, not to point out necessarily how they didn't perform here in this match, but long-term, in the broad scope of things, they can't afford to have matches like this. They cannot afford to have 0-point games if they want to qualify. Now, obviously, they don't necessarily need to pass Lost Bullet. They just need to kind of be ahead of Gaijin Seraphim, who hopefully is in top 16 as well. But this is not the start you want to see. And this is not the start that we saw out of Qatar Forces and how well they played in league play this week.
Not true. I mean, the onus is very much on them. They could try and say from this point, maybe Erangel might not be our best battleground. Maybe we want to, try and test our mettle when it comes to Miramar and Sanhok beyond all of that. But I don't know. I think that, as you say, they have to. They are the heaviest team that needs to chase right now when it comes to this tournament.
Yeah. Well, speaking of other teams that are looking to be on the chase, as UMBRA have passed RESQ here and at the moment have gotten themselves in the top 16. We want to take a quick look at them up against Gaijin Seraphim because it is a little bit of a battle between these two teams of who can maintain top 16 unless we get Lost Bullet potentially being knocked out overall here, Max.
I mean, UMBRA is back to, once again, something that you guys touched upon in the one drop, is that Team UMBRA plays for the survival time, and because of that, they get themselves a lot of time in really strong positions. Here was the eastern side, and they do find opportunities to try and get a few kills along the way. So I think that UMBRA, they are now playing a playstyle that works really good. I think that they get used to that playstyle a lot more now. They feel a lot more comfortable to play that style. We saw it especially in games like Sanhok, where PRZ is able to survive and secure himself a top 3 or top 4 from time to time by playing such a way. So I think UMBRA here, yeah, I mean, they overtook the position of RESQ. They're still not comfortable, but it's a really, really good way to kick off your adventure in this final Super Weekend, I would say, clearly.
For you, Killers, the reason I want to look at this in particular is both teams had only 2 players alive after the first couple minutes of the match, right? They had to survive with just 2 players. But I think something we discussed in the one drop and we've been discussing overall is that UMBRA, like, they can still pick up kills when they're down to a few players, where Gaijin Seraphim seem to always play just for the placements and are not scared, but I'd say maybe hesitant to force fights or to force for kills.
Sure, what was it that Blank described it as, or one of you guys? It was the fact that they're a central team trying to play an edge strategy. Now, yes, that can be a decent position for them to be in terms of like a mentality state. But the actual thing is, you can make that strategy work. It can work if you're kind of flexing your muscles a little bit, you're taking up very precise positions, and then kind of peacocking, shooting at teams as they come towards you, shooting and making sure you're kind of warding them off a little bit. But that gets all the more difficult when you are only 2 players, all the more difficult when you all of a sudden come up against a team that is just not afraid of crashing into the likes of some teams which we do have here. So you do need to be careful for sure.
That was clearly a very visible issue in that last game, especially because they had the compound next to prison that was so strong in the very last part of that game, and they allowed Polar Ace to actually crash in that compound without losing a single player. And then you have, on top of that, Eastern Stars that joined up. I think that, as you just mentioned there, Kalaris, if they just took shots to try and make sure that teams would be a little bit more aware of their surroundings, trying to push in that compound, I think that would have been great, but at the end they didn't do so, and I say that's the reason why they lost so many players, is because there were 2 other teams in that compound. So I'd like to see them maybe not trying to go more aggressive in terms of picking up kills, but just trying to deserve a lot more respect of the teams around you to make sure they're not going to crash it and see you as an easy foe to take down.
You know what I just realized, Kalaris? Did you go behind my back to talk and organize things with MaxMan? Because I'm the only one not wearing a shirt today.
I'd like to say, no, it's a coincidence, but yes, we did. Completely. That's it.
I knew it. I know it. You know what? Let's just go to camera on me, because I'm going to talk about the schedule. Actually, maybe I can talk about the schedule the entire segment, so it's just me on camera. Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Welcome back to PMPL. I'm your host, analyst, and commentator. I know you can take a look now at what's coming up later on today. We got Miramar coming up next. Again, Polar Ace taking a chicken dinner, taking $1,000 for themselves, just to really reiterate that for y'all at home. Yes, we have a lot of teams who are qualified into our finals, but you can win $1,000 a pop, and you can obviously get points towards PMGC for later on in the year, where there's a lot of money in the line, and of course the chance to play against the best teams in the world, not just from your own region. And we can see here our current standings as well, a little bit of a mini standings, as Polar Ace up to 164 points. So they are now about to pass Lost Bullet here, and Lost Bullet are going to continually slide down these leaderboards as the day goes on.
It's not looking too good for Lost Bullet. I mean, they still are potentially going to be looking at these games, and yeah, they're going to be sweating buckets. We talked about this many times throughout the broadcast. About, I mean, I don't know if that's possible, but maybe it is at the end.
It's a phrase. It's a phrase.
Is it? Oh, I didn't know that. I'm a French guy. We don't know, okay? I'd have to go over the other side at some point. But at the end, they must be watching these games, and it must be really hard, right, when you're not playing and not able to actually have a direct impact on what teams are doing around you. So yeah, Lost Bullet, they must be a little bit stressed out looking at these games today.
Their fault for
not qualifying. Yeah, it's not quite metal to the pedal, Max, but you know, we can let this slide.
Yeah, can you let that go, please? Please, I'm
never.
Again, for Qatar Forces, Panda, a little bit of an uncharacteristic result from them. I do kind of wonder though. So let me dive and pick your brain here, Kalaris. You know, Panda, obviously PMGC points are important. The money is important, but is this a time when you experiment in the Super Weekend with some new strategies that you potentially want to bring into the finals? Or do you think staying focused, continually performing well, making sure you don't get burned out at the moment is more of an important factor over experimenting?
I think you can, yes. You definitely can do that here, given the position that they are in. It's a fantastic position right now. However, I will say that this game wasn't so much experimenting. It's so much kind of a victim of the circle and how they've played before. Me and actually Imperium were talking about it. They are okay with rotating very early on this battleground. When they especially see this circle, they're very keen to rotate even before, during that kind of 3:30 mark. They've got their loot and they're going. They unfortunately got pinched in quite a volatile position up near Lumberyard, right? And in that position, it's a death sentence if you get pinched from both sides. So yes, they can experiment here quite happily. However, here it was just unfortunate timing for them.
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, obviously, they still have more matches to go, and they're still definitely our #1 team at the moment. But I want to give a shout-out really quickly once again to our sponsor of OnePlus, because mobile gaming has never looked better than with the OnePlus 9 series, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro. With the 120 hertz refresh rate, you get the smoothest experience possible. Add that with OnePlus 9 Pro's new HyperTouch technology that syncs 6 times faster to reduce display response time, and you get the most responsive gaming controls ever. #never settle, and I will never settle. I want to see Max at one point here instead of Kalaris and see how he likes being on screen here during this as he gets to stare at the beautiful phone. I mean, to be fair, he doesn't get to see it. He doesn't get to look at it. I
want to look at it. I do, but I'm on the side. So if I'm not there, it means I can't see. You know, I don't exist if I'm not on camera. That's how it goes.
Well, yeah, exactly. When you're not, yeah, you're just a voice in the void.
If you squint really hard, he's kind of like camouflaged against his background right now. You see that?
I didn't want to say it, but do you have any dark blue markers, Max, so we can continue the line behind you?
Actually, I could do that. Oh, yeah. I need to get. I got to buy some markers after.
He's like one of those coloring books where you've got to like color in the the number. That's what he's at right now.
They've only got to his face at the moment. They haven't done his shirt.
That's right. That's right.
Stop it. We're being too mean to him. Okay. Well,
it was too nice to me at the start.
That's true. I mean, well, Clash hasn't been cursed just yet, so we're still all right here, Max. Maybe a couple of teams we can talk about here really quickly. Again, I kind of want to leave it open to you guys and exactly which team you like to focus on here, but I guess maybe Eastern Stars. You know what? Can we see the Eastern Stars player stats from this last match? Can production magically whip that up for us? Because I want to see the damage that Kapahala did, because he's always one of our star players when we talk about, well, the Eastern Stars, Athos as well. Oh, look at that. They're on point. Thank you so much. But we can see Kapahala actually the lowest damage dealer in this last match for his team. So whether or not that's just him not being in good positions, or Octavian stepping up that highly, it's still a good sign for the team overall.
Yeah. I mean, in general, it was a fight. It was a little bit. It was very close quarter combat with the likes of Polar Race and also the likes of Gaijin Seraphim. So it was a little bit of a complicated one. It's a little bit harder to maybe remain strong as an entire team, I would say, when you're going in absolute mayhem of a fight that was. So yeah, Octavian was the one to close off those fights. Actually, the 2 fights that they took, he was the one to close it off and pick up most of those kills. But yeah, I mean, in general, even though the damage is not really high up there, the amount of knocks, they got himself 5 knocks total throughout Kapahala, Athos, and Bazi. I think that that's also one of the big reasons why the setup was so strong for Octavian that fight. So maybe the stats are not that strong, the damage is not all that strong for them, but the entire team, I would clearly say, were a big reason why they were able to remain alive in that compound fight.
I wouldn't worry. The Warlord Kapahala, Jason, is merely charging up here for the Super Weekend. Don't you worry.
I mean, I want him to perform well so we can have a certain segment come into light. I'm not going to tease that too much more than I just did. One day it'll happen. I believe the game is ready to go now. We did have a rehost, so we were talking about a couple other teams while we got things sorted. And I think it's time to let you two go, and it's time to bring our 2 commentators back in. Oh, don't sound too sad. Get out of here. Go away. Don't come back. We'll come back after the next match because I need you guys. I can't do this all myself. Jonah and Blake, if I can summon you guys back into the studio here, like this. That's close enough. How you guys doing?
Oh yeah. Are we summoned?
I think
you
so.
have been summoned, yes.
I've been summoned?
I did call
What do you need me for?
I called my Warlock in, and we summoned you here into our studio.
Cool,
Okay.
Cool.
Good.
You've summoned 2 of us. That's illegal. You can only summon
That's
one
not
at
okay.
once.
Cheater.
Okay, can I get rid of Blank and keep John? Because John's going to be taking the next
Whoa! I need Blank with me, just like you need the guys on the analyst desk. I mean, I talked about it last game as well, Jason. I can't believe he's so rude to you, Blank. Don't worry, everybody else likes you. Everybody else values you. You're an absolute
This feels like
part of the team.
This feels like it doesn't, that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not sure I like that. That makes me feel bad. That makes me feel not good as we get into this game. It's just coming down from Los Higos all the way up to Toy Armada. So, you know, it's actually a really central playing path. So everywhere open, everywhere available. This is great for Super Weekends. I'm loving it. We had a very central playing path through Erangel as well. And then we're getting another one here on Miramar. So life is good. Life is happy in match 2 of the Super Weekend number 3, day 1. This is the final one, guys. The last one on the cards. Again, reiterating it. 16 teams only. Looking at Team UMBRA, Gaijin Seraphim. Once again, obviously Team UMBRA has pretty much surpassed that mark they need to get into that top 16 to the finals. So on the first game as well, which is slightly anticlimactic, but, you know, it is what it is.
What it is. Panda heading out to the western end towards Valle de Mar, being their location safe. We're now dropping out. There goes the Warlord himself, Capahala, towards Picardo. The rest of the Eastern Stars as well, moving on in. Seeing where they all drop. As you say, very central, should be fairly open.
Yeah, most teams pretty happy with this one. So we're going to take a gear shift backwards here into Miramar. Things are going to slow down just a tiny wee bit because Miramar's a big map. Most people are going to be able to rotate quite far around one another. The circle isn't going to pop for some time either because most players are going to be in the air for a long, long time before they find their position on the map that they want to be in. Does head down towards the southwest though, so Chumacera Foothills still open. A bit awkward to maneuver around this location. Obviously Monte Nuevo, a big point here of interest for a lot of teams as they pass through here. But a lot of these huge valleys, a lot of these big high points within the map are now cut off. So you won't be able to take those massive high grounds. I think the main points of contention are going to be around San Martin as well as the top of Picardo.
Hacienda being guarded out by Gaijin Seraphim. A team that did have a pretty good game last game, looking for more this time around. UMBRA further up to Graveyard. At the moment, no early clashes, Blank, so we should be pretty chill.
Yeah, super chill at the moment. Nothing happening too exciting, and that's just the way Miramar begins. And then, you know, just like the hot Miramar, the sun beating down upon you, these teams are going to start beating upon one another around about 15 minutes in, potentially. In the meantime, we're going to have Miramar time. That's what it's all about. We're going to chill out. We're going to take a breather. We're going to come back into it. A lot of these teams here in the Western Europe region, they're very cautious, you know, very calculating in their rotations. Not a lot of times they are caught on Miramar, typically more or less on Sanhok. And even on Sanhok, a lot of these teams know how to rotate there too and don't get caught out usually until the very, very late game. So we're going to be waiting a while for a little bit of action. More than likely, these teams, a lot of them don't have much to play for other than those $1,000. So, you know, you want to make it as live as long as possible. You don't want to go out early. You want to get that $1,000 on the card. That's a big amount of cash. That's 200 players. Not 200 players. That's $200 per player, man. Let's go.
That is a lot of dollar. That is a lot of dollar, certainly. Great to get that on board. ScrimFarm on your screens right now. This is a team that is absolutely at risk at this stage, especially if Gaijin Seraphim and UMBRA can continue to put up performances. If both of them leapfrog ScrimFarm's position, they're not too far ahead, I don't think, at this stage, and the gap was closing after that first game. If that happens, they would be down in the bottom 4, which would mean that they would be not making it further forward. So ScrimFarm absolutely all to play for here.
Yeah, ScrimFarm need to get ahead. I think that for Lost Bullets' position, over in 164, I believe it was. Lost Bullets' position, right? They're looking at that with hungry eyes and eager eyes. A lot of these teams beneath them would love to get ahead of them because if you get ahead of Lost Bullet, right, you are technically very safe. You are very, very safe. So, although it's unlikely that all of these teams will get ahead of Lost Bullet, that's kind of the ballpark they're looking for, right? It's 165 points. That's where you would love to end up. I think for Gaijin Seraphim, for Qatar Forces, it's somewhat unlikely that they'll make that. For perhaps Team UMBRA after that first game, it's a little bit more likely. But it's very difficult to say where this is. But honestly, for any points that you guys are looking at home and you're following your favorite teams, perhaps ScrimFarm, you're a big fan of them, you want to be rooting for them to put up those points to get into 165 because that would see them safe going forward.
Absolutely. If you get over 165 points, that would mean that there was 3 teams that are guaranteed to be below you in the standings, and then you only have to worry about Qatar Forces leapfrogging your position, really,
Which
realistically.
is impossible.
Which is nigh on unlikely, right? It's very, very difficult. Qatar Forces, especially after that first game, if they aren't able to gain any momentum, it's going to be very, very tricky, right? It's going to be very, very difficult to make that strike out. So with 3 teams guaranteed to be below you and another very, very likely to be below you, that's where that security comes from, because it's only the bottom 4 that will get eliminated, and beyond that, it's people moving towards the finals. Other than that, grand a pop for chicken dinner. Let's go.
Exactly. The Qatar Forces are 100% right. That momentum was not on the board for that first game. They kind of got in the vehicle, chugged up the gas, and big plume of smoke came out from the exhaust pipe. So they're desperately keying themselves in here, trying to get this car moving. But at the moment, it's not budging very far. So here on Miramar, you've got open roads, kind of like Route 66. You know, this is the best place to get rolling. And I think for Qatar Forces in Lakonostra, you know, these guys might have a good time if they can head down towards the south, breach over those valleys, over those hilltops, find some good scouting going on, and then look to where they would like to end up within this circle. Things could go well for them, and I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt of the first game. They did get crunched by 2 of the best teams in the lobby over in, I believe it was Lumber Mill, and honestly, that's a difficult situation.
It was pretty tricky. The mount up at the end, maybe not favorable, but either way, it was a bad spot the whole time. Eastern Stars moving through. They had some heavy damage coming through. Kapahala, I think, went down early. You remember he went down on the rocks on the fight, trying to hold out in the wood side. Didn't go very well, unfortunately. So they'll see if they can find more points this game, find an equally strong fragging performance as well, because remember, they got 12 points on kills last game, which saw them really quite close to the top spots. Panda being spotted out by Unicorns of Love. This is on the southwestern edge. Unfortunately, more damage sent over towards Ked than is able to dish out towards Yiz, and that is not optimal. Position somewhat given away as well. Panda now very wary of this hillside.
Yeah, I mean, it was an instant... oh, goodness me.
Godsent.
No, it's not. It's Yiz with that K9. That's actually insane, this guy. Putting up some big shots. I think he took 1 shot off over towards Ked, and then 1 dirty headshot over towards Fresh, who's feeling anything but right now.
Absolutely. Eastern Stars has spotted GODSENT, and AZ goes down. Not too much more going on at the moment for the fight, but it looks like the off-angle trying to be claimed by Bazzi. I say the off-angle, they're just looking for that flank. It looks like they're sending more players out this way. They want to have the hillside to the side of them and try and fight from this high ground with sightlines altering. Marley next to the bloom smoke. The res is looking to come through. Molotov to control some ground, and GODSENT want to fade away. Molotov on the door, trying to burn it out, get another sightline. Able to knock through it, burn out the building. Nade a little bit too long towards the shack. AZ looking for some healing. We'll be able to get that first aid off as well, but spot it out. Not too sure where that damage came from. I think that might have been from across the way. But Eastern Stars biding their time. They're not going super aggressive here, Blank.
No, they don't need to either. Just throw those grenades down. I think these smokes are unleashed. Eastern Stars can play classic Eastern Stars fashion. Start to roll around the corners, try and find those off angles. Vito, though, looking through the smoke itself, just right on the edge of it. There's a nice cheeky little play from him there, taking advantage of those smokes being thrown over the top. Octavian, though, as you can see, always playing that role, off in the distance, ready to pick up a knock.
Athis goes down, though. GODSENT looking to move out sideways from their compound, try and gain the ground around it. We see the nameplates popping up there. It's the UDR Killers who are potentially looking this way. GODSENT taking some shots. That's from, again, Octavian, controlling the ground. They don't want to go aggressive here, Blank, because you remember they are 3 in this situation. They've got Octavian, so they are just playing that pressure game.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Eastern Stars need to do. I think if they can slowly but surely put the hurt on toward GODSENT, it's going to be slow and steady. They'll get the job done. That's absolutely fine. I think here on Miramar, you can be a lot less concerned about third parties with how big the map is. So for Eastern Stars, they can just start to, squeeze down on GODSENT and eventually should be able to take this compound. But GODSENT so far doing a good job to hold this one down. The longer they can hold out, the more likely another team's going to come. And honestly, GODSENT's in a better position to hold them out.
Yeah, a little bit ropey on the meds, though, I think, for GODSENT. We saw someone without any first aids, only a medkit on board. In the meantime, Destiny's been dealing with GAMELORD right in the center of the circle as this pressure keeps on going. Looks like Destiny are down 2, though, at the moment, down to Nox, not fully flushed just yet, but I think that might be a flush coming through any moment now. Depends if GAMELORD wants to go aggressive. Nades still going back and forth, they're trading. As we take a look at the map. Over to the north side of this fight, it's ScrimFarm. Sorry, no, this is, sorry, that's the Destiny and GAMELORD fight going on the middle of the map. As Eastern Stars have a little slice of the pie. Out to the west, this is where the fight is currently.
I mean, this is where most teams are coming in as well. So QLASH is moving up from the western side and just dropping down through those foothills. Most teams will just be hiding in ditches at the moment, waiting for that next circle to come through. And you know what's else quite funny is Lost Alliance is completely open. And this is amusing because we've seen a lot of times where a lot of teams jump into Lost Alliance a little bit too early, moves away, and they all fall prey to it. And this has happened a few times in the lobby, so it's really, really quite amusing to me to see the lobbies learn, that the entire lobby's learned their issues. And they're like, we're not going to go in Lost Alliance. Collectively, we're not going to do that. We'll go there later.
If they need to, there's the nutty shot. Love it, love it, love to see it. This is Destiny taking on GAMELORD on the hillside on the replays. There's the double spray down, and the very nice flush there. Destiny keep all 4 alive, and they've had their good fight. They had a fantastic fight at the start of last game, but then they sort of came to pieces when it came to their engagement with the Black Sparks, and I've got a term for that sort of performance, Blank. It's a chocolate frog. You have one good jump in you, and other than that, you just come apart at the seams and you're not able to do too much more. But hopefully they're going to be able to prevent from melting this time around.
I wouldn't mind having some chocolate seams. I'd be okay with that.
Chocolate seams? Where did that come from?
Well, you said they fall apart at the seams, but chocolate frog must have chocolate seams in that case.
You see, no, they're magical. They don't have seams. They're just...
How do they come apart at the seams then?
You know what? That's an exercise for the reader. We'll leave that one for them. Eastern Stars continue to take the fight as Qatar forces are potentially moving in. And we've been talking about chocolate frogs. In the meantime, Eastern Stars have gone down. Qatar forces rolling along the roadside. And GODSENT, they've been sent a gift of the Qatar forces coming through. 2 points found for Qatar forces. A great way to start to ramp up a little bit. They didn't have a great show last game in the first of their run. This time around, a little bit better of a start. They're on the northwestern edge, moving towards Gaijin Seraphim as well.
I mean, for Eastern Stars there, I mean, talk about chocolate seams. They were caught with their chocolate jeans down around their ankles in that mid-situation. GODSENT doing an excellent job to finish up that fight. And obviously, Eastern Stars just weren't able to make it happen.
I don't like it, Blank. I don't know what you've done.
Like chocolate jeans.
It's gone terribly. It's gone terribly. But you know what? You can keep your chocolate jeans. I'm all right. Qatar forces.
Well, melty around my legs.
Yes, dear. ScrimFarm over on the north side. Pretty close to Qatar forces right now. Of course, we talked about how ScrimFarm need to solidify their position by jumping up to that 165 margin. As with all the other teams who are below Lost Bullet right now, that's where you want to sit. ScrimFarm on the northern side. To their east, you've got the remnants of GAMELORD, who obviously took a fight with Destiny earlier. We talked about that. Gaijin Seraphim on the south side of this, right butted up against the road. In some buildings, ScrimFarm have spotted Qatar forces.
I love the SKS. Probably one of my favourite weapons in the entire game, to be quite frank. It sounds nice, it looks nice, it gets the job done. Bang, favourite weapon.
I prefer the SLR.
That's fair play to it. It probably is the better gun, but honestly, I prefer the SKS.
Fair enough. Well, ScrimFarm prefer rolling straight up to the fence. Spicy looks for the jump shot over the side, but can't hold them off. ScrimFarm, White GAMELORD, a very aggressive push, and it pays off.
I know, just bashing into that fence there and just leaping over like a couple of angry kangaroos on Miramar with Tommy guns, which always helps the situation, obviously. Gaijin Seraphim, though, off in the distance. Destiny's got eyes on, so we've got a little bit of a freeway fight going on here, which is quite fun, quite enjoyable. And that's what I was talking about. Hit that 15-minute marks, and things start to pop off a little bit more here on Miramar. And it's a good thing that collectively, the entire lobby was like, Los Leones, it's not the place to be. And you know what? it's gone. It's out of the circle. So luckily, everyone is in a better position now.
Los Leones, more like Los Leones. Gonna go there. Look, you had chocolate seams. I get one as well. Clash moving up on the hillside against GODSENT at the moment. One player down for Clash. That gets Res. They do get the knock over onto GODSENT as well for AZ. Will be on knees. 3 players there. They should be able to get the res. GSG have oversight somewhat on the rest of this fight. Most of it not in the circle. They'll have to shift a little bit further eastward. Or potentially try and guard each other out. It is early circles still, so they won't be taking too much damage, but it is a non-zero amount of damage, and that's really quite important at this stage. That is a heavy southwestern shift coming through, which is going to favor this fight, because it means it can go on for a little bit longer if they want it to.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's very important for a lot of these teams, which is a case of how much time do we have on this fight? What is the time limit? Especially when a circle puts a time limit on it, often it makes you make bad decisions, make mistakes during that situation. But again, most teams are already ready to get into this circle. Did that land, or was that? Oh, no, okay. No, I thought that nade had landed and got a knock onto GODSENT, but they are all up, live and kicking, except for AZ, who is dead for GODSENT. So they are down to 3. Over on the western edge. Clash with all 4. I think for Clash right now, in my opinion, the aim of the game would be probably to find a better position in the circle. Maybe not all the way in, but just a better spot to hold out GODSENT. Oh, that's a quick read onto that. And now it's time to leave. I think if you can leave now, GODSENT now have to deal with Qatar forces, and you can get a better spot. The only issue is you're running directly into UDR Killers, who are quite split though at the moment.
2 players from Qatar forces going down. They started off well, but it looks like they might have just run aground. They sail into the circle. 2 players now standing.
Sputtering, right?
We'll see how much further they can get. Clash taking a couple of knocks there. They've got the UDR Killers and GSG to worry about in the meantime. Over on the eastern edge, it's Nexus and Polar Ace really going at it at the moment, and Nexus actually get eliminated on the back of that fight. That fight's been going and brewing for quite a while. 3 players still alive for Polar Ace. 2 of them have been knocked over on the eastern side. GODSENT moving in from that northwestern edge, right up towards GSG though. Lau first to face with the Tommy gun, looks for the spray, down the hillside, half HP found. And looks for more, pulls the pin on a nade, has the team at his back, so not too worried about the flush around the side of the hills. Needs to be worried from further south, but there's fights popping off there, so they can focus fully on to this situation. On the back, there's Gaijin Seraphim, looking to try and swing all the way around, and GODSENT have their attention distracted for just a minute. GSG can hold on, reposition, and be ready for this push.
I mean, for the thing for GODSENT right as well as GSG, Lau doesn't even have to pressure this fight too much for himself. He just needs to make sure GODSENT stays there, out in the open, because that creates a lot of problems. A team could come around the side, Gaijin Seraphim, for instance, and take you down. But here's Clash, just in some smoke. But GSG, they take a knock. Reeves has managed to find one.
Fights all over the shop. The western edge, UDR Killers trying to challenge out against Clash, but the crash comes through for GODSENT towards Lau. Andalito has been knocked for GSG. GODSENT continue to move up the hillside, and GSG are giving ground blank. They are opening up their compound and welcoming GODSENT in. The question is, have they laid any traps? Are they baiting them on into this fight? Clash continue to take the fight with UDR Killers. Clash down to just 2 alive, blank, with Trazen knocked, MZ standing. UDR Killers, they're going to have 3 alive, as well, with only Nano going down so far. So UDR Killers with the numbers on the west. Back onto this the northwestern fight. GODSENT and GSG. GSG get all 4 alive.
Is it right though, John? Opening the compound up here is the smart thing to do. Just retreat back a bit. Eventually, you imagine that they're going to be first to face the circle, right? So GSG just need to hold on for a little bit longer. UDR Killers, I believe they just took down Clash, but our circle moves all the way out to the east. Now, GSG would have loved this to be further towards the west side, so they didn't have to move as far, but now they have to play a dangerous game where the circle is going to hit GODSENT, they have to finish the fight with GODSENT and immediately move, so this is going to be slightly difficult. ScrimFarm, on the other hand, they're up against Destiny. 3 players, 4 on the side of Destiny. They are just moving out. Mozero leaving, trying to get a better spot within the circle. Mickey's already out there towards the north side.
Darty did fall earlier, but the spray down onto Mozero goes in and will land the knock. Beast very, very low, gets behind the dead tree trunk and will fall as well. Off angles found. I think the Unicorns of Love might have something to do with that, but Woodson has been knocked and flushed in the meantime. Looking for the inside of the building. Clown able to take another player down from Destiny. And they are falling again, Blank. Up on the hillside, they have one player left. They are looking for this res. Mihi desperately wants to have a teammate in this fight, and Unicorns of Love have a phenomenal compound to hold. The mounting of this hillside, nigh on impossible. 2 players standing for ScrimFarm.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to get them off this one in particular. Destiny, on the other hand, it's kind of weird seeing these two teams go at it, especially with after that first league play. We were all like, you know, Destiny, ScrimFarm, those are our big dogs within this lobby. Things have changed quite a bit since then, but we still have ScrimFarm and Destiny battling it out finally again in another super weekend here in the final one. Mickey down. In the smoke, Molotov all around him. Things start to get a little bit hot, but it's Beast who drops over the top side. Clown incredibly low. Sliver of HP will be eventually taken down, and now just Fox in the 1v1.
He goes down though, and now it's a 1 versus 1 nade over the back. Doesn't quite get the damage, but the bullet's not able to confirm. Beast stays alive, and a lucky bit of damage chiming on in. That was Polar Ace coming to the rescue there. And ScrimFarm get eliminated, but Destiny, not long after, they will fall yet again. ScrimFarm locked in these fights. This is twice now that they've gone down in fights with another team where they've just been trying to push and haven't found any success. Not good for ScrimFarm right now. But UMBRA, they're feeling great. Gaijin Seraphim, not so much. They've still got a player, though, and they'll try and truck on as long as they can.
You're absolutely right, but I think there's 8 teams in the lobby. With only 24 players alive, there's not a lot of players in here, the amount of teams. So this number could drop down drastically from 8 teams down to perhaps 5. So Lord just needs to stay alive a little bit longer. Never mind, drops down to 7, but with Gaijin Seraphim going out in the circle.
There you go. We're only on 7. Unfortunately, it was Gaijin Seraphim, who are one of the teams that need to pick up the pace. The question for me then, if UMBRA are going to continue to have good showings, they are still in this game, they've all 4 alive, they're doing ostensibly quite well in terms of positioning. The circle goes a little bit their way as well. If they keep putting up those numbers, the race refocuses really for me onto Gaijin Seraphim and ScrimFarm. Can Gaijin Seraphim close that gap and overtake ScrimFarm? Because if that happens, before they overtake Lost Bullets, then we're in a situation where ScrimFarm are at risk.
Yeah, we have a nice little race on our hands. What's good, though, is that UMBRA, impressive start to this super weekend, especially just considering the amount of improvement this team has made since that first super weekend, where I believe, actually first league play, I think they had like a 1-point average on one of the days, which was pretty bad. I may have cursed them.
You've done it, haven't you? Oh no, 3 players down, only 1 standing now, just PRZ, the Lone Ranger. The 1 survivor. Nobody told him his life was going to be this way, but looks like he wants to get the res. Naruto, no, wants the fight instead. GK first, up to bat, and he's just taken down. Team UMBRA eliminated, 7th place. It's not the best, it's not great, but Gaijin Seraphim happy about that. ScrimFarm happy about that as well. Keeping things nice and even on an even keel.
Yeah, this is nice. Smooth sailing right now. Polar Ace, though, again, a team that I'm very much enjoying. I'm not going to talk about them too much, though. I don't want to hex them as well. GSG, they managed to make it. Like I said, that would be difficult for them, especially holding out GODSENT, but they're able to make it happen, especially with the circle hitting GODSENT first. Difficult scenario for them. Black Sparks looking up towards Panda. Already 1 player is up first. Here's Linye.
Moving up close. This is very, very close and personal for Linye. Able to find 1, looks for the spray for the 2nd and gets it done. Goodness me, Panda. You've got a new fragger. GK first, eat your hearts out.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, is that we looked at this guy in the 1 drop, and Linye from Super Weekend 1 to Super Weekend 2 he'd quadrupled his kill count, as well as tripled the amount of damage he was doing per game. Fresh.
Oh my goodness me, will go down, can't get away with that. Andelito low, gets knocked as well. Teammates for the Unicorns of Love, and now it's only 1 player alive for each of these squads. A nade is going to be disastrous here if it lands. Gone, looks for the arc, will find it. Nicely done, 3-pointer. Oh my goodness me, what a nade. Love to see it. Absolutely sails that one in with a swish.
Eagle eye. That was really nice, honestly. I think that it's very rare we get to see those incredibly pinpoint grenades. And that one just sealed the deal for me. Signed the contract and left this one to fate now. 4 teams alive. Unicorns of Love could be ending up in that first position with that cheeky little save from Aegon himself. Pocus, though, still in the circle by himself. Would like to get a better standing here. Second place last game. I believe it was the third place, in fact, last game. So that all means they should have had the first place, really, for UDR Killers. So getting another top placing here would be perfect. So he's hoping someone else goes out first.
And remember, UDR Killers are a team that have only been in one Super Weekend before this one, which is not something that maybe we were expecting given their performances that they've had so far, but they want to just propel themselves as far up those tables as they can. Again, another team that started the week below Lost Bullet, so will absolutely be wanting to break that 165-point barrier. And with two very strong performances on the cards already, I feel like that's very, very likely that they're going to be able to do so to see themselves safe, move on in towards the finals.
Exactly. UDR Killers, like you say, have had a good run. A good run so far, John. Especially with the single Super Weekend they've been in. This next one, if they continue to put up performance like this, they'll have a fantastic time. You are right. I just want to continue seeing them doing damage, really. Unfortunately, going out in 4th place. Now we're down to our last 3 teams. Unicorns of Love, Panda, as well as Polar Ace. Now, Unicorns of Love, Savage X, said it before, hope to crush this lobby. Fortunately, at the moment, they're a steady 3rd placer.
It's over the top for Polar Ace towards Panda. 3 versus 3 versus 3 blank. So everyone's lost a player so far. Z down for Polar Ace at the moment. Gears down for Panda and Fresh down for Unicorns of Love. No one wants to give ground right now. And everyone has a little bit of this circle. Panda probably the least. Maybe the focus at the moment, but Polar Ace with some high ground. Savage X finds out all about it. Headshot comes through. These K9 shots on Miramar have been pretty nutty.
Yeah, they've been biting into the opponents at the moment. For Unicorns of Love, though, so many eyes have been on them for so long that it was only a matter of time before the footsteps were heard too close for comfort. Polar Ace, though, with 3. They're looking to finish up this fight and then unleash the pain onto the side of Panda. Ked drops up, tries to get something done. I doubt he's going to be able to do it, though.
Around the side of the crate, looks for more Bardo, trying his best, and they'll be able to do it. Unicorns of Love taken down. Polar Ace now, all 3 standing. None are knocked yet. And now Panda are down 1 player, are in a 2 versus 3. They want to get this res. The places have been swapped, and Panda get the circle shift blank. So Polar Ace, the tempo is on them to move.
This is a little bit better for Panda, who've weathered the storm so far. Brushing that water from their face at the moment. Polar Ace got to move through. Molotov's in hand. Kato with a little shimmy side to side, getting ready for this fight. Can tell the adrenaline's pumping.
Shots over the top. Not going to land anything just yet. Polar Ace gave up their high ground position to wipe out the team of Unicorns of Love, who are going to sit in that steady 3rd that you talked about, Blank. As the smoke starts to bloom. They want to cover the ground as Polar Ace want to move on in. The circle's starting to move them.
Oh my goodness.
Hell or high water as GK first moves out wide. That is a crucial pick there onto Bardo. And out the side as well. Holes just putting pressure down from behind the rocks. But can't quite find any of these shots. GK first moving with the blue. It is his friend, it's at his back. But makes it work as well. Caster and Holes now. 2 players left standing for Polar Ace. Panda trying to hold and can't quite find the shots for Polar Ace. Panda crunch down that circle. They will eliminate Polar Ace and Panda get the chicken dinner here on Miramar. There's a reason they're at the top, Blank. They are really bloody good.
Yeah, I mean, GK first, 7 kills that game, but I think one thing that Panda's really good at doing in those final moments, and perhaps why they have so many chicken dinners, is that when they're in a 1v1 scenario between 2 teams, they're so incredibly strong at exerting pressure. And I think that's the main thing. As soon as they get a small advantage, they turn that into a huge advantage. GK first there, with that run out to the side, perfectly placed smoke to make it happen. He's able to take down, not take down 1 player, but provide that damage that forces players from Polar Ace to stay within that blue for maybe too long, and then they're going forward, you've got 1 player off to the left side, and suddenly Polar Ace is in disarray, whereas Panda immediately taking that first move. But we know Polar Ace aren't on board with that. Polar Ace is not a team that likes to make that first move. They like to play off other people. They're kind of reactive. And I think in those final situations, you have to be super proactive to make it happen, and Panda's just too good at it.
Sure, absolutely. But can't deny that's another high point scoring game coming through for Polar Ace. I mean, they came off the back of the chicken dinner in the first, fantastic showing there, and now they got second place with a high kill count coming into this game after wiping Unicorns of Love as well. They're going to be absolutely chuffed to bits with that one, with that performance. So great stuff coming through from the Polar Ace squad, even though in the final throws it was Panda to win out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that for here, we're really happy with Polar Ace. Again, I said I'm impressed by them just purely with the new playstyle. Well, not the new playstyle, but just making sure that that old playstyle is freshened up, dusted off, good to go. And that's how we're seeing it. Because I think they had some doubts about their own playstyle in Super Weekend 2. They weren't sure how they should play it out. Should we be taking those compounds, just holding it down and moving carefully through the circle and just taking down people as we go? Maybe that Super Weekend 2 was perfect for getting them a little bit of experience on board when it came to those team fights in terms of gun skill, because they put themselves in uncomfortable situations. Come Super Weekend 3 though, they're back again and they're in much better showing with not only their ability to move wistfully through the circle, through those compounds, but also be able to take these gunfights now, and it's a massive improvement in my eyes.
Yeah, they've really started to step up, and it's impressed, I think, all of us. So we'll see what more they have to deliver. Maybe towards the finals, they're going to be one of the teams that has, improved in form, moving on up and gaining that momentum. Even if they're not at the top of the tables, if recent performances are anything to go by, maybe they are one of the top contenders.
Yeah, maybe they are indeed. I think if Polar Ace can keep this going. Unfortunately for them, though, there are just these, and I'll call them closers in this lobby. We have a lot of them. I think in different regions, we've got to see a lot of times where, it comes out to those last moments, there's a kind of a stalemate, and then circle goes one way, and then it's over for the other team. But in Western Europe, we have a lot of closers. And what I mean by that is we have a lot of teams who, in those final moments, they won't leave it up to chance. They will try and get that win going, even if it means putting themselves at risk. I think that last game's a perfect example of it, with Panda, GK first swinging off to the right-hand side to maybe make this situation a lot better for them. Whereas Polar Ace had the high ground. They knew regardless if they were coming down that hill, they should still have the advantage. GK first, however, flips out on its head. They're stuck out in the blue. It's a big problem for them. And I think that for Polar Ace, that they continue this playstyle, I think that late game needs to be a bit more reactive for them, a bit more proactive, to make sure they can finish out those games. Because it would work anywhere else, but here in Western Europe, where we have these aggressive teams, it doesn't happen, sadly.
I think something else that we have in Western Europe is actually some pretty solid compound play. People seem to know how to play around holding a compound and how to give ground within them if they know they can't hold the crash, right? I mean, we saw it there. With GSG and GODSENT and Polar Ace, we know that they are pretty decent in those spots as well. And I feel like that's pretty common throughout a lot of this lobby. We never really see these crashes going super well. I think there's been very few examples, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's something I'm just making up. But from what I can remember, it seems like compound holds tend to go quite well, and maybe that's a question of people respect people holding a compound too much, or they overvalue someone who has a compound as that ground. But I feel at the moment it's like people know how to play the situation.
Yeah, 100%. I think that maybe that's a case of them being putting far too much stock in the fact that someone has a compound, or perhaps it's just respecting the fact that someone has a compound. But it does come back to bite you time and time again. We saw it in that very first game of the day. Gaijin Seraphim, 2 players, 1 per compound. No one wanted to challenge them. Very odd indeed. But I think that's what happens when you put so much stock in holding onto a compound.
Maybe we'll see that change. Maybe that will be something that the players highlight and the teams can adapt to, because that's something else we do very well here is adapt, and we're going to adapt our way on over to the analyst desk. After a break, we're going to go and fade into the background and do our best Maxman impressions. We'll see you there.
Well, Panda, they might be down at the start of the day, going out relatively early in our first match. But of course, it's Panda. They're always going to get a chicken dinner, and they get themselves here one in match number 2. And of course, another extra $1,000 in their pocket, which I think puts them at 6,000 overall. That's pretty insane considering first place in the finals is 10K. But besides them, there's a couple of other teams we should be talking about here, guys. We had Polar Ace, again, a good step up out of them. UDR Killers, a decent step out of them yet again. Qatar Forces, unfortunately, going out early. I don't know what you guys want to talk about yet, so I'm going to leave it open to you to do exactly what you want to do.
Max?
Yeah, Killers.
Are you wearing a new shirt, Max?
I joined you on the t-shirt gang. Okay, you said like we felt alone, so I was like join you out of the kindness of my heart. Okay, yes, I know exactly. But like, of course, the teams we were going to focus on, as you just said there, Jason, is going to be Polar Ace. I mean, they had a fantastic start of the day today. Gave themselves a 21 points on the second game over on Miramar, which also for Polar Ace, this is not one of their favorite maps. They tend to do well in the likes of Erangel, Sanhok from time to time. They'll get some good results, but Miramar is not what they are the most known for. So it feels good for them to see them, especially get such good control in the late game. They're a team that likes to play a little bit more reserve from time to time. So them not being scared to push in the finishing moments, I think is a great showing of improvement from Polar Ace in the mindset that they want to go for those fights to make sure they qualify in the top 16.
Look, if your logo does not incorporate an animal, I don't want to see you in the top 3, all right, Jason? You got your pandas, you got whatever's going on Polar Ace's logo, a fox or something,
it's a wolf,
and the unicorn, which isn't really even an animal. My description's fallen down already. But the point is,
a lion for GSG.
It's UDR Killers is some kind of human skull. They're animals. 27 points for Panda. Very good. That's my analysis.
That's the top 10 analysis we're expecting from this show.
Thank you. Thank
yeah,
you.
that's not really the ending to the analysis block that I expected out of you when we start to talk about the animals. Well, maybe we can talk about the other teams here on our second page. Eastern Stars, 0 points. They had 12 kills in the last match, not faring too well here. And UMBRA and Gaijin Seraphim and Qatar Forces, we can see 3-2-1 respectively for those teams. Qatar Forces are not hitting their average. I think Imperium said to us, Max, they needed to hit 12 points after getting 0 on the first match per game. 3 is not going to be enough, and I wonder what that does to them yet again.
I think the required average now for them is getting very close to the 13. We'll check with the math man Imperium on the side with the potential also John to make sure exactly. But every time they do not hit that average, the average required on a per game basis is going to increase drastically. And I think this kind of super weekend setting is really good for them to try and get those points, because we saw it back in the PMPL official scrims into the Unicorns of Love tournament. Their best map is by far Miramar. They perform extremely well on Miramar, and they got some of the best rotations in the game, which is why I was expecting them to potentially hit those averages on Miramar. Not the best that I was expecting from them on this second game today.
Killers was also a battle. I mean, UMBRA right now, we did talk about they pushed RESQ out, but there is a battle between, them and Gaijin Seraphim, but we'll talk about that a little later, I guess. We'll take a look at GK first. 7 kills, 1,000 damage. Lin, again, going to be making top 4 here with 851 damage. And these names, I mean, we see them almost every single time, it feels like.
Yeah, what do you even say about it at this point? Is there GK first and Linny just looking fantastic here for Panda, especially on Miramar. Like, it's just a constant trend on this battleground that they're able to put up the numbers and round things out. Particularly impressed, though, as I say, by Polar Ace from game to game. They've been able to stick it out here. It might not be the flashiest wins. It might not be the flashiest top placements that they're able to get via this, but we know that Polar Ace, from looking at them from previous weeks, they've been able to find decent central spots and be able to get nice placement from there. As we see that now converting into damage as well, that's their strat, and I'm liking it a lot.
Yeah, I also want to touch back on GK first and say the reason why he got so much damage in the finishing moments of that game there. There was a big portion of time where Polar Ace tried to go for the push onto Unicorns of Love. They were behind that crate, and it was a great push coming out from, of course, Polar Ace in general. I have no issue with that push whatsoever, and it did keep one player actually in the high ground position in the center circle. Though GK First was so opportunistic in those finishing moments, I absolutely love how he played that position, because they were hearing the gunshots happening between both Unicorns of Love and Polar Ace and saw that as a great opportunity to actually push inside the circle. And even GK First went a little bit further than that, got a little bit of a high ground position to actually deny the rock defense that was actually used by Polar Ace in the finishing moment. So GK First was the reason why Polar Ace didn't have that strong of a position late game to fight from. And I think that in general, the entire team, I mean, we talked about Panda so much, right? But the timing of Panda is some of the best in the European region, and they're showing it once again on this game.
I got a question for you, Max.
Yes.
Who is more handsome, GK First or Paraboy?
You can't ask me that one, man. I mean, okay, Paraboy did win, you know, what was it, a modeling competition? So I think that because of his history in modeling, I will have to say Paraboy, but yeah, he's looking pretty good too, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I have a scientific answer to this, Jason. It's Paraboy because of his hairstyle choices. There you go.
Yeah, okay.
It's science,
Okay.
Jason.
That's true.
Still on the top tier analysis here, yeah. We're not analyzing the proper stuff.
Maybe we'll have Panda up
Knows
against
that.
Nova at some point in the year.
yeah,
It is
sick.
possible. That would be sick indeed. Let's actually move on ahead, though. Take a look at the damage here from this last match across the board here for all these teams. Obviously, Caster and Vito, you got to give them credit, too. I mean, we had Azzy stepping up a lot when it came to GODSENT, so it's good to see Vito coming in through there as well to continue the performance from GODSENT from these last week of league play. But Panda, 2,400 damage, 12 kills, looking down the list. You know, I don't want to talk too negatively about them anymore, but because I feel like we've been on that trend since week 2 when they didn't qualify for the Super Weekend. But in my eyes, ScrimFarm are still not kind of hitting that same level of kills and damage that they had in week 1 in league play, where they really stood out.
It's been one of the most dramatic drop-offs, I would say, relative to on a week-to-week basis. And again, you know, we heard from Tatati, we heard that the problems and complications that the team was going through, so maybe that is the stem root problem of that. But you can only assume, though, that things need to be fixed going into the final, right? How they manage to do that or how they go about doing that, we don't know. I would be nice to see it because, again, we've seen the potential of that roster. We have seen them being able to, you know, frag out in that first week. I would love to see it again back on the field.
Yeah, I mean, in the words of the Tati in the interview, he said, we'll play to our full potential in the finals. So I'm waiting, but it seems a bit weird, especially because, and Jason, you brought this up a lot of times, right, that these points in the Super Weekend go towards PMGC. So even though they're maybe not playing to their full potential, by default, they are hindering their chances of potentially making it to the biggest stage PUBG Mobile Esports has to offer right now. So I fully agree. I think it's a bit weird to see ScrimFarm being a little bit topsy-turvy all over the place in terms of their consistency. So yeah, I'm hoping to see them get back into it soon enough.
I like how you said the biggest PUBG Mobile world tournament worldwide as of now. I'm thinking, like, what's the next step? The moon or something? Are they going to play from the moon?
Maybe, you don't know.
It's the biggest in the universe.
Hey, Elon Musk involved. We'll go to Mars. Go on.
Yeah, maybe. That'd be a pretty sick event. Let's take a look, though, at another team that's had a big step up, I guess we should say here, going into our 3rd week of the Super Weekend. Again, a perfect time to hit this kind of momentum for your team, considering finals are right around the corner. And it's going to be Polar Ace, a team who we heavily criticize as preferring placement points over kills, when in week 1 we compared them against Unicorns of Love. But they definitely have been stepping up their placements here, which is something they struggled on greatly in week 2, whereas they had a decent amount of kills. And it seems like maybe they found a decent balance here, guys.
I've been especially loving how Caster's been playing. Caster, in a lot of situations, will be the one to actually scout or potentially get control of a position beforehand to allow his team to then rotate. I think Holes himself, too, has been improving in really big ways. But I think Caster is like the pivotal point from Polar Ace, the reason why they get such good positions, why they can fight also so well from time to time, because they have then access to better positions to fight from. So I think that Polar Ace has definitely proven themselves as a good contender. I do think, though, that there's maybe not going to be one of the run-ups for that top 3. I think that they're not at that level just yet, but I think that this is back to what I mentioned a few times during this PMPL. This is good experience for a team that has very little international experience. So I think that they're going to take this home, get into the full split season, and potentially run even further the next time we see them on the international stage.
Yeah, and I like the idea of that too. I mean, again, I know we've had teams come in from like PMCO last year, like Classic Athletics and Execute, who qualified into PMGC, and then obviously Class got into the finals over in Dubai. So there's always those Cinderella stories coming through. There's also still a lot of money to be won here throughout this last Super Weekend. And of course, the finals, we're going to take a look at our Mustache Dave money meter, or mustache meter. Well, I guess it's not really a mustache meter. No one can compare against the Mustache Dave himself. And see how much money the teams have won so far. Remember, it's $1,000 per chicken dinner. Panda now putting themselves up into 1st place at $6,000. But we got Destiny at 5, Unicorns Love at 4. Still, for me, the impressive part is that UDR Killers, they played 1 Super Weekend and they had 3 chicken dinners. That's crazy.
Yeah. I really wish as well, because we had the Spinning Dave picture, I wish the top bar would have a big mustache. You know, just to signify. There he is. Wait!
Oh.
Like, if the top bar had a mustache on top of it, that'd be fantastic. One thing that
all the bars had a mustache.
Oh, yeah, all the bars
just
could
have
have
one. Yeah.
different handlebar mustaches. Anyway, one of the dramatic drops
please.
is Eastern Stars. Actually, they haven't won in Super Weekend for quite a while when they started really, really hot. And I think that they can, you know, push a little bit more here in the Super Weekend. So I would like to see maybe some more wins on the Eastern Stars belt.
Especially when you saw teams around them like GODSENT and Unicorns of Love improving so much, especially throughout the 2 weeks. I think the Eastern Stars need to get back into it. I mean, they're still getting some decent results and points to try and remain around that top 5 position, but I agree. I think the Eastern Stars need to push the envelope a little bit more here because they might get contested, not only now in the Super Weekend and get kicked out of the top 3. If you get kicked out of the top 3 in the Super Weekend, there's a big chance that might happen to you back into the finals itself. So yeah, I think they need to try and work a little bit on their rotations because sometimes they do get contested in some weird fashion ways.
Did you see that, Cloris?
Yes, absolutely.
When the graphic comes out, I'm sorry, Max, I know you're making a very valid point here, but I am just amused by the way Mustache Dave spins out as the graphic comes out as well. Fantastic job, Matt. Love to see it. Love to see it indeed. Can we take a look at the schedule really quickly? Because if I remember right, no, okay, we're not looking at the schedule because Clara said no. Oh, hey, it's Sanhok coming up next, and we all know Destiny pick up the most chicken dinners out of any other team when it comes to this map. So my question is, can they do it again? Can they get themselves up to $6,000 and tie Panda another time? We still have Miramar and Erangel to come up at the very end of the day, but this is our, well, one of 3 Super Weekend days left. One of our final chances for teams to pick up the extra money, and of course points to PMGC, and obviously for other teams to get themselves into top 16 and maintain it. And you can see here our kind of mini standings. So as we take a look at the 9th through, I guess, 20th place teams, and as we get down there, Qatar Force is 3 points. It's still possible, but honestly, if this day finishes off with them not getting around like 40-50 points, I think that's pretty much it for them.
Yeah, I think today if they don't have a good day, it's pretty much over. And I talked about Miramar real quick being their best map. Sanhok is not their best map. They struggle a lot on it. They have a hard time because there's a lot of third parties happening. So they don't have good history on this map. Maybe they've been working on it for the past time because we did not have Sanhok in the first week and they didn't make it that one too. So I'm maybe seeing if they're going to improve on it, but as I said, they're not great on it, so it's definitely not going to help them out.
Yeah, well, I'm also looking towards Gaijin Seraphim as well because they need to pass that lost bullet threshold to get themselves into top 16. So they have a lot of work ahead of them as well. But we also have a lot of work ahead of our casters as we have a new pair coming in. So you two go take a quick little break here. Max, you know how I like my tea, and we'll see you guys in a little bit of time. Yes, sir. I love to hear it. Banks and Imperium. Banks, I heard you had quite an interesting start to the day here today. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Probably going to need a new mouse pad and a new keyboard, you know, just watching the game, chilling with you guys, spilt my protein shake everywhere, and yeah, big rip, man. The gains have gone, the mouse pad, yeah, thanks Imperium, you know. I'm upset. I've
got a spare keyboard for you if you want.
It went over my phone as well. Everything.
Well, luckily for you, we got 1+9 as our official sponsor here of PMPL, but it's really heading into match for now. So boys, take us away into Sanhok.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yes, I'm going to be hitting at 1+ and saying, boys, can I have a new one, please? You know, I need to be able to do my job properly, and I'm clearly a klutz, and I'm just going to break everything anyway. So. It happens sometimes, doesn't it, Imperium? We know how it goes. We also know what happens when we start to commentate. All the teams go, Max is a curse, but Imperium and Banks, they are the worst because they give us the most horrible circles. Yeah, they give us the ones we never want to deal with in here. And although Ked and Mihi will be very nice to me, they still will not be happy when we get like 70% water. Wait for it to pop. You know what's going to happen? Do we do a nice one?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And this game will probably end up like your protein shake all over the place, right?
Hey.
Has to be done. Hey. Of course, we've seen some really good stuff come out from these teams in the early part of the game, and that phase 1 circle pops up. It's a good start to the day for these teams for the most part, because that phase 1 circle, it's on the mainland. You don't have to worry about the rivers in play, and maybe we aren't as much of a curse as the players think.
Yeah, okay, this is not terrible. There's still a fair amount of water in it, but yeah, you'll be comfortable with this, right? This is okay for Sanhok. It's what goes on between Destiny and GODSENT on this one, right? Because often or not, we see Destiny, they just try and stick to their guns, stick where they are for the meantime. GODSENT normally the first ones to rotate away from that position and how it all pans out, but we'll have to see what happens. And Panda right now, are they going to go down to Sami, or are they going to stick up there? They've kind of changed things up a little bit. Look at this.
Yeah, they have indeed, and we do see this battle of Cow and Tatmok between UMBRA and ScrimFarm. Of course, with ScrimFarm not being in the previous Super Weekend, UMBRA kind of overtook the area somewhat, but now the ScrimFarm are back, baby. They're going, wait. We just lent it to you, right? You rented it off us. This is our property. This is our land. We're going to look to evict you. And I'm a little bit surprised that UMBRA are sticking to their guns with this area, despite them having a couple of, a decent start and overtaking RESQ in the 16th place. There's still not 100% security behind UMBRA qualifying for the final, so I thought they would have had played a safer route and disengaged away from this area, away from ScrimFarm.
This is never ideal, right? These early battles, we talk about them not benefiting either side when it goes down. Oh, plenty of shots coming out to Naruto. He gets caught from behind by surprise. Not what he would have wanted at all there. That's an easy pickup, an easy first kill going to be found here for the ScrimFarm players. It's whether they can dig themselves out of this, Imperium. That's the main thing, isn't it? So try and decide if you want to stay and fight where it doesn't benefit you. Do you want to back away? Do you want to give up on it? How do you want to play it on out?
These Talon responding, PRZ has to be careful about that one though. On to Tati, flanks around, PRZ is going to get knocked down. That's going to be good. Foxy Baby pushes through, however he's on his own for the time being.
Ducking and dancing around the windows, moving yourself back and forth, trying to not be taken down, but Foxy, not enough cover for him. His teammates are able to help him out from that one. Good positioning though from what we're seeing here from ScrimFarm. Imperium, I'm going to let you take the rest of this because I can't actually see my screen right now.
No worries, mate. I got it. Talon gets knocked down. Clown is going to get the better of that one. Stylito now is going to be left on his own. He's not going to be able to get the revive on PRZ. PRZ is going to get finished off, and Talon's, he's on his knees for the time being. Now, Stylito, the rest of ScrimFarm do know exactly where he is, so that's going to be something that they're going to push on. Plus, as Tati is pushed down the hill back into the compound, it does give it that 1v3 advantage. This isn't looking good for Stylito as he's running away from his troubles, from the potential pain that ScrimFarm are going to lay upon him. They're hunting, smelling the blood of their prey around, and the prey is the last remaining player of UMBRA. We know what PRZ can do on his own for UMBRA, but can Stylito survive until the end and get a good placement? Not quite. Clown finds him in the end, and UMBRA go down. 4 kills for ScrimFarm at the start of this Sanhok game.
They're not going to complain about that, are they? Not bad at all. They only lost 1 player, I believe, in that when it came to it. I'm still seeing half a screen right now. We're just going through some little tech issues on my side. Of course, Imperium had to start off the day like this.
My friend, I feel it. Feel that one. Of course, looking at where these teams are currently positioned, GODSENT in their normal hatting drop spot. Panda have lost a player, to be fair. I believe at the hands of Qatar forces. QLASH, you really haven't had a good start to the day. They're going to have that nice spread, but it's not so heavily towards Camp Jardy. It started with one on the eastern edge of Quarry, and then the rest of the teams between Docks and just above it. So I think they're being a little bit cautious of the fact that Panda could be around the southwestern island, which is why they didn't have 2 players in towards Camp Jardy. They don't want to lose those players early on. Kind of like what they have in the first 2 games of the day.
And I guess for Panda though, right, when you're talking about them, considering how much of a good position they're in, it's not going to be an issue for them to kind of lose the player early on, try something different, maybe just cause an upset some of the teams you want to bully for a while.
Yep. Yeah, it won't be an issue for them. They'll be able to play around as a trio. It's one thing that they've proven that we have seen come out from, I don't want to say weaker teams, but from other teams where they've, like Black Sparks, most notably, as you've pointed out, Black Sparks will lose 1 player and then it'll all crumble from there. Whereas Panda, they'll lose a player and they'll still be able to adapt. They'll still stay resilient. They'll still grab a couple of kills and possibly even a good few placing points from that result. And that just shows strong adaptive ability and knowing the situation that you're in and playing around that. GSG Europe, they disengage away from boot camp. fairly nicely. They are going quite close to Paradise Resort, which I definitely respect, and it echoes a more aggressive GSG Europe we've seen in today's Super Weekend games. It carries on from how strong GSG performed a couple of days ago on the second day of League Week 3. And it's good to see, because I think GSG are a kind of team with a lot of potential, but sometimes I feel like they let teams bully them too much. Whereas if they're the ones to try to turn the tables on some of the teams around them, it will result in better results and better positionings in these games.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, right? Because there's sometimes you see them go into fights and you think, oh, individually you can take this, like we've seen them do it multiple times, but they almost want to back away from the majority of fights, even ones that they could come away with a win on, you know? And, ooh, Destiny are going a different route. They're going for a big rotation here, and maybe they believe they can get in on the eastern side all the way through on this, because last time around when we were looking at them, when it was them and GODSENT up here on the Western Island, they would kind of just wait for GODSENT to rotate over and then come in later onto it all. This time they may be looking to get a step ahead of some teams here.
I kind of disagree with this rotation.
Not a fan? You think it's too risky?
I think there's too much of a risk there. One, I don't think it was done early enough. And two, I think it's too much of a risk. I respect the attempt. I respect that it's still avoiding all the teams. But when you think about the fact that the North and the West Islands, they're not good. Sorry, the North and South Western Islands, they're not going to be played. They're not going to be positioned. It leaves much less space on the northeastern side of the mainland, right, from Mong Nai down to Camp Bravo. And ScrimFarm, they're heading towards Mong Nai. Destiny should know that ScrimFarm like to play outside of the center of the circle. They like to play more on the edge. They could be stepping into a world of trouble if they're not aware of what's going on around them.
Well, one thing that is going on around them is the circle will benefit them slightly here either way. But yeah, ScrimFarm, we usually don't find them to have much success when a circle kind of goes like this. They don't get their enjoyment of chilling in the back lines, you know, and waiting it out. And Destiny, for now, they're going to go all the way around. So you could be right on the whole Camp Bravo choice that they're looking to make here.
Qatar forces. At the start of the day, they needed roughly 11 points per game to make it into the finals. Now, after 2 games down, they need a minimum of 12.5 points per game. A minimum of 12.5 points per game in these remaining 13. The longer they leave it to step up to the plate, the harder that battle up the mountain will be for them. They really need to show up. And, you know, I'm also even more surprised because on the second day of the league play, they looked stronger. They played better. They played more as a team. They were getting stronger results. And I was like, okay, this makes me hopeful. Hell, I said on the one drop, I believe they can do it. But do they believe in themselves? Right now, it doesn't look like it.
And self-belief and that confidence going into games like this is absolutely necessary. Remember, we're on the final Super Weekend here. Just do or die for a lot of these teams to grab as many of the points they can and try and jump on up. Destiny, so far, safely made their way on together. But now it's about scouting forward, looking ahead and seeing what could be in front of you, because they have literally no information, right? And this is where their eyes and 2020 vision are going to have to come into play in order to see what could be going on ahead of them and who could be waiting and lurking in the shadows to take them out.
They do have some general information they can go on, like UDR Killers and Eastern Stars landing on the eastern side of the map, and Polar Ace also hovering around that area. But when you're 11 minutes into the game, yeah, you're right. There's so much unknown about who's around. So they have to tread with massive caution. But I'm glad it's worked out for them. For the most part, very passive Sanhok game. Thanks. We've lost one team, and we're down to 56 players, but the last 6-7 minutes, we've had relatively easy going rotations from a lot of these teams, but I feel like as we get into phase 3, we are, of course, going to see just a few more teams come closer together, fight over positions in this next phase.
And I think mainly, right, when I'm looking over here on the map stream, I'm looking at Panda again. They do this all the time. When it goes this far away from them, they are the ScrimFarm. They are the we'll sit in the blue for as long as possible. The fact they lost a player early on as well is going to be a factor in it and how they want to play it out. But I think a team like UDR, right, or Qatar Forces, as long as they've been keeping an eye on some of these Sanhok games we've had, even when they weren't maybe playing in it, they should be aware that we got to be careful that Panda might roll up on us when we start taking a fight elsewhere, you know? They don't want to be caught by surprise by that at all. That'd be risky business for sure. Now looking at Black Sparks, and we always mention this, right? I have to keep coming back to it. When you see them at this stage and they still have a player alive, that's actually a good sign for them. Even though it's kind of what you should be aiming for, right? This is a positive for Black Sparks, because normally something goes wrong at the beginning and then it all falls apart. So this is where they need to be able to make the most of the positive situation they find themselves in at this point of the game.
Phase 3 is shifted to the west. You're dead right about Black Sparks indeed, but now they're going to have to deal with a few teams coming in from the east. They're quite well positioned down on the south side of the circle, so they won't have anything to worry about. But for Eastern Stars, it's going to be quite tricky because they're going to have Destiny, UDR Killers, possibly Polar Ace swinging in around. Plus, one thing that the teams have to be aware of is you have the Ban Hill that plays down into the area that nobody wants to go, right? It's like the spawning part of the game. There's a massive hill around it. So teams are going to be rotating basically either to the north or to the south of that hill. So that makes the rotation a little bit trickier for the teams in the east. GSG are on the north side of it. Eastern Stars are down on the south. But when you're looking at Destiny, Polar Ace, and UDR, they got to recognize that as they come in a little bit further away from the edge of the circle in towards the center, they could have that to contend with for the time being. But so far, so good, as GODSENT have the northern side, and Nexus, they're sitting very nicely in between GAMELORD, Unicorns of Love, and GSG Europe.
No, you can see, right, when you're touching on Nexus, they're prone down. They're not making a move just yet. The teams that sit within it, it's all eyes on who may make the first mistake and show too much skin, find themselves being taken out and shot at. But it doesn't even feel like a Sanhok game to start off with here, does it? It feels like it's too calm, it's too peaceful for this part of the game. Even with Destiny coming in, right, and taking a different spot from normal, they've still not run into anyone just yet. Maybe now Panda, we spoke about it, being late to the party. Well, they're actually making a lot of noise as they work their way up here. And Qatar go, oh, okay. Even if we didn't know, we do know now. But can they take advantage of it? Lin, got to be careful. Plenty of shots come out towards him, but he ducks on down, proned. But could this nade be the undoing of him? He's actually falling back, and I like this because not just falling back, but he's going back towards his teammates at the same time. The nade still is able to connect, and Anas will find the knock, but it's now going to be a lot harder for them to finish him off here.
But I like this from Qatar Force, recognizing that the shots have come out. It was a great, also not premature, but reactive nade coming out from Anas, where he thought the player from Qatar Force would be a little bit more to the left upon getting knocked down. Katu's responding in the backline while Yiz is coming in to get the revive onto lane. What the
timing.
Waiting.
Couldn't quite land it. Actually, from behind, he gets attacked at.
Wow.
Ulysses.
Yep.
UDR Killers. They're hearing what's going on. They take a look and they take the shots to make them connect. And this is where UDR were ready. I spoke about it, right? Who's going to make the first bit of noise that will give away your position? And this could allow Panda to at least get themselves now into a better spot. Another fight goes on. They can take advantage of the fact that Qatar were here being third-partied.
Plus, there could be a fourth party from QLASH as Youssef and Shreen look to kind of back away from that fight and try and survive. They could be walking into the full squad of the French Maestros QLASH. And that's where there's just that level of tunnel vision that came out from Qatar Forces, right? They focus too narrowly on Eastern Stars without actually doing, not Eastern Stars, but Panda, without doing anything really about it. And that's a bit of a feels bad, man. But Yiz is going to come in, snake on through, looks for the shots or the smokes, but will not find it. It's only phase 4, so that blue zone damage isn't the worst, but as it starts to creep in and gets to phase 5, being in the blue is going to be so much harder to deal with.
Lin spraying on through onto that smoke. Will even find himself the knock. Ulysses down, but not quite out of it yet. And Panda, it doesn't matter if there's only 3 of them. It doesn't matter that they had a weird start to the game. They'll still find a way to recover and still look to pick up some pieces here. Already 2 kills up from, and they're certainly looking for more onto UDR, who are using the smokes and rocks for cover as much as possible. Nexus, they go down in the end. This is where the madness starts. We've got further into the game where it becomes problematic for a lot of these teams. And all the compounds, they're already within, with plenty of players inside it.
And that black hole around Ban is still in play, right? So the rotations and the dictations of where teams are going to be is easier to read, and at the end of the day is UDR Killers trying to hunker down and push Panda back even more heavily into the blue as they hold on to the edge of this phase 4 circle.
Saw Lin as well when he's taking some of the shots. He is like razor sharp. Just sees a slight pixel. See, look, just that Nano just makes slight bit of movement where he's not covered by the tree. Lin's like, yep, don't you dare. I will find you. I'll be able to take these shots at you. Problem here for Panda, though, they're still in the blue. It's not terrible damage. They can survive for some time, but it's getting in because if you want to try and make a move, well, they first will need to be able to deal with some of these UDR players. And guess who's come to help them out? Destiny. They're popping off as well. And this poor team in UDR Killers are caught between 2 heavy hitters and being picked apart one by one. That's now 4 kills up for Panda.
So between a rock and a hard place, the rock being Panda, the hard place being Destiny's location. As the next circle does shift down to the southwest, ScrimFarm are eliminated out of this game. Unfortunately, 13 teams left, 35 players. Black Sparks, Gaijin Seraphim, Eastern Stars, they all hold on to a good position, as well as QLASH on the south, while Panda finishes off UDR.
I want Lin to teach me, man. This guy, he can just take these confident long-range shots no matter where he's firing from. He knows he'll be able to do some big damage. He's got the backup from his teammate, but it's quite far away now. They can get inside the circle, but it's ticking so heavily against them. A lot of meds have been used, and Lin, oh no, that's going to be him bowing out. He dropped his meds down. He's going to pass it on over to his team and see what they can get done from there. But they'll be happy with the kills they picked off, right? They became a nuisance for a lot of teams that were still trying to find their way in. Now it's going to be the long game being played out here for them.
And it may not be a pretty game for Qatar forces, but at least they survived amongst all that craziness, right?
Yeah.
It ended up being UDR, their saviors in that moment, because they slowed down and distracted Panda and QLASH. They weren't in a position where they were really focusing on the south. They were looking more at the north. As GODSENT, they helped to take down the members of Polarize one by one. Marley, he's going to get knocked down in return, though that leaves Vito left on his own.
And it's all kicking off across the board here. No one is currently within the circle. Everyone's fighting either in the blue or outside of it just. And they're just trying to hang on to the small positions they have. So many open areas to fight from. So many prone down players. Slippery snakes to deal with. There's GSGE. But you spoke about maybe not having as much confidence. Maybe in this game they can stand up strong against some of the bigger teams out here. Black Sparks got a few wounded players at the same time, while QLASH, they're holding on to this south side of the circle. They're just making sure no one else can come past them just yet.
Honestly, QLASH are in the best position to take this game, to be honest, because Gaijin are damaged, Black Sparks are damaged, plus there's more traffic on the northern side of the circle.
I love how Kato is just still chilling in the blue, you know, healing up as much as possible, waiting for more of these teams to go down. He's enjoying hearing the madness happen. 7 kills at the moment for GODSENT, but Vito is alone. He's out here fighting, running, doing it perfectly here, causing more of a problem to these teams. And if he can get himself healed up in time, it's going to be a tricky one. And he decides he can't do it. He decides the time is not on his side. He needs to move further forward, but surely enough, he's still going.
He's still going.
He's got away with this.
Yeah.
There was lots of teams looking at him.
No.
Oh, no. I was thinking, Vito, how on earth are you making this work? But eventually he'll get eaten alive. It's Kapahala to take him down, who was also in the blue. And QLASH, they're chilling for this win. You said, right, they're in the best position. They've not even really had to fight for it.
GSG were pushed away by one person at GODSENT, in which Gaijin took them out. Gaijin have ended up being taken out themselves. We're now down to 2 teams, QLASH and Panda, and yeah, Freewing comes on board. It wasn't the most controlling, it wasn't the most dominating, but to be fair, for QLASH as a team, that were realistically looking like down somewhat and looking a little bit unconfident. Hopefully this will be a massive mental boost to their overall last Super Weekend and of course coming into the finals.
Oh yes, exactly that. We said the game didn't feel like a Sanhok game. Then we get further into it, the madness starts to happen, and well, look what we got. A lot of healing off in the blue, a lot of teams that couldn't even get themselves in the circle because of the position it was sat and how open it all was, and it was just going out for as many little kills as you can get. It's going to be an interesting look when we see the whole points and how it works out for these guys. And QLASH, well, they sat there so confident that they didn't have to really move or fight that much at all. Okay, they didn't get all the kills they'd want, but you'll walk away with a big win, and obviously the $1,000, which is very important for these guys.
Like, I think some teams weren't used to this being such a mainland circle, and I don't say that in a silly way, but you know, there's not so much control coming out from a good few teams, right? They were very much, okay, this is mainland, we can move into a position in a circle and we can stay there. Whereas in other Sanhok games, when the circles can shift around the islands and they can be quite painful to deal with, some teams will maybe be aggressive and push in. We saw less of that come through in this game. Eastern Stars did have an active game, and in the end Kapahal, I think, took them up to 4th. Not sure how many kills they got. It was a really weird Sanhok game. Honestly, I'm scratching my head going, it just didn't feel like a Sanhok game at all, in my opinion. Don't know if I mean that in a good way or a bad way.
It was like a non-Sanhok game until we got to like the last couple of circles, and then it got really wild, and then everything started to go like, oh, okay, this is more like the normal, you know. But the teams by that point, right, they really had no idea how to handle it or what to do with it, and you were just kind of all guns blazing. Just look at Vito's moment. He was like, you know what, the only thing I can do here is run, gun, see what I can get done here, and potentially pick up some extra kills. And what, they've still walked away with 8 or 9 kills, so yeah, not so bad.
Yeah, and that was definitely, as much as it was solid individual play by GODSENT, it was also big brain for Vito and Marty as the last 2 players actually go into ban, because teams are less likely to look down there. But GSG knew that they were there, right? They knew it. And instead of focusing on that last player, GODSENT, they got too split up. They got too distracted by both Vito and Gaijin. So when Vito got the knock, Gaijin then were able to come in and clean up GSG. So that was just a little bit of a mistake made by GSG Europe. And overall, what was, to be fair, once again, a pretty solid looking game from GSG in terms of positioning, in terms of reaction to the circles and control for the most part. Yeah. Panda, of course, stood out as well, but again, it was in a game where not too many teams really took control of it. Not too many teams really took control of their own result.
Yeah, and when you're touching on Panda, right, obviously we saw them go for a different style of drop. They were trying to like 2-2 split, and then they went down to their usual position, but by that point they'd already lost a player, so they only had 3 left within it. And then they're like, okay, we took some fights, we still held on, and I just got to say, like, individually, their confidence is higher than anyone else in this lobby over and over again, that they'll just happily go for this. And okay, you're sat in the #1 spot, right? You're not really contested for this at this point, and they're just racking up extra points and causing a problem for everyone else around them. But to understand all of the madness that we saw on Sanhok and to continue to break all of this down, we best get to our analyst that will be joining us after this short break.
Well, maybe that's the secret here for MZ and the team for Clash. Just get Max to talk to you before the match starts, and maybe get yourself a chicken dinner, get yourself $1,000. Max, did you have an agreement with him ahead of time that you get a cut of their earnings today? Because it might be a little bit extra.
He said not going to bring that on broadcast. Like, maybe there's something going on in the background, but I talk with MZ. But I said, MZ, if you're nice to me, you'll get some wins. And he was nice to me at the start of the show and the interview, and look at that, they get some wins now. Guys, if you want, I'll put my PayPal later on in the description of the YouTube video, so you can hit me up if you want to get some luck on your side.
Are you into aviation, Max?
A little bit. I feel like Amelia Earhart right now. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right then.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Clash win.
Just trying to make it awkward for Max.
I don't know who was going to go first. Like, I guess I'll just jump then. Yes, Clash did himself a win.
I'm
20
the
points
host
coming their way. Yeah, I'm host now. I do it. But yeah, Clash looking amazing in that game too. Though Panda, it's interesting because they typically like to rotate from the southern side, and they know this terrain really well, and that's why I was really surprised in the first place that Panda allowed teams like, I'm thinking UDR Killers, I'm also thinking at the likes of Clash actually to get ahead of their position. I thought it was interesting that Panda were not able to make it, but you know what? At the end, Panda, they like to heal off. They typically are a team that likes to stack on a lot of meds going into Sanhok itself. It worked out for them in the past, and it worked out for them once again. So yeah, they just got all the meds on one player, and that worked out just fine at the end.
Yeah, XD, I think it was last time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, indeed. And it's a big win for Gaijin Seraphim here in relation to the points that they were able to accrue. When we see Gaijin Seraphim being able to hunker down and kind of wait it out to these final circles, they're getting themselves some points. And that is the trend that we're seeing for them. So 14 points in the bag, moving them up quite nicely here.
But Killers, what the really important part is that when we see Gaijin Seraphim on this front page and we don't see Team UMBRA on the front page, because Gaijin Seraphim and UMBRA are fighting for that 16th place. Obviously, if Gaijin Seraphim can pass Lost Bullet as well as UMBRA, then they both would be secure. But there is that mini battle happening between these two teams, and this is a good amount of points for Seraphim to build up to closing that gap against UMBRA, but it still has been opened up quite a bit by UMBRA's performance earlier on today. We can take a look, though, now at the second page and see some other teams here. Probably UMBRA going to be on this page, but also, well, I mean, Esports at least made to the front page this time, but yeah, probably. I'm pretty sure. But Qatar Forces, again, 2 points. Not going to be enough here, and that points per game average that they're going to need to hit is probably up to 14 now, if not maybe a little bit higher.
Yeah, as I said, it's not their best map, and also something that I think has been really interesting for Qatar throughout these 3 games, and I might be completely off the mark on this one, but I'm just going to speculate. How they're rotating so far, they are clashing with teams in very, very early rotations. I'm speaking phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 rotations. I have the impression that Qatar Forces has maybe not done as much homework and hasn't been really looking in what's been happening in the Super Weekend itself, because they didn't make it Super Weekend 1, Super Weekend 2. And it seems like there's definitely a lack of information that other teams have, but they are lacking into it. So I feel like that is definitely hindering their chances a lot, because they take very early fights, which is why you see them first game 0 points, second game 3 points, this game only 2 points, because they die really early in these games.
And I'm concerned as well, Jason, that you're going to be asking that question for a lot of games here at this point, where it's like, they've not done so great now. When's the average going to go? It's looking a bit dicey here. It's getting out of the realms of realistic possibility for Qatar Forces with this lackluster start, to say the least.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate too, right? Because it's the very first time they hit Super Weekend, and we wanted to see maybe similar results to like what UDR Killers had in their very first Super Weekend. But it's just it's a tough time for them. But as we take a look at our top players, Lin going to be there yet again. We do have finally Destiny make it onto this page, but we even have Kamara coming in from GSG and Vito coming in for GODSENT. So we talked about before, you know, some new players in GODSENT able to step up, and we're starting to see it.
Especially, I want to talk about Kamara on this one, especially. I think he's an interesting player in this game for the likes of GSG, and I think the GSG in general. I mean, we haven't talked too much about them in week 1, week 2. They were like a middling team, but I think this team is now not scared to go for aggressive rotations and actually taking fights, so I really enjoy that change of playstyle coming out from GSG. But this circle, I mean, it was not a fun one. It ended up towards ban, and they had to actually go downhill from that position. There was Vito of GODSENT that was just waiting. There was also Kapahala from Eastern Stars on the east, and he was waiting to look for a few shots in the distance. So I think that if there was a different situation at the end, if the circle maybe went the way of GSG just a little bit more, we might have seen a GSG win, but at the end, it was not an easy circle for them to deal with, and Clash just moved in last second and took the win at the end.
Yeah, I was actually saying this while we we're watching the match. I feel like we haven't talked a ton about GSG and the way they've been playing and such, because they kind of been under the radar for the most part, but they have been able to make some step ups, especially in day 2 of league play, Clarus, as you were talking about, like Angelito in particular. Maybe this team is just saving up that energy for the finals, where they can potentially put out a top 3 performance.
Maybe. I still think they need a bit more of a step up, but they have leveled up through the tournament and how things have gone. They've been very aware, consciously, of when they've had bad days, and they've been trying to fix that wherever they can. How do I know that? Well, they've been talking about it pretty publicly when it comes to the Discord channel and things like that. So that's cool to see that they're conscious of that, because you need to be in this kind of lobby when you know that alongside you everyone else is leveling up their game too. But Angelito definitely doing wonders for that team to push the rest of them to a decent solid spot.
Yeah, a decent solid spot, and more importantly, a spot pretty much into the finals too, where they can obviously compete for a chance to be top 3 and win a bunch of money as well. In the meantime, we've been talking about GODSENT, we talked about Vito, we want to talk about RESNOV a little bit, and I had the opportunity to sit down and chat with them before this entire event kicked off, so we'll take a look at that, and when we come back, we should be getting underway here with our 4th match of the day over on Miramar. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This time we have an interview with RESNOV coming in from GODSENT here. And first of all, I got to ask you off the bat, man, how does it feel to be playing in PMPL?
Yeah, so I can't wait. We've been putting a lot of practice in with the boys and everyone else in the team, and yeah, we're all looking forward to it.
Now, you told me this is your first major event. I have to ask, don't you feel nervous? Don't you feel a little bit scared to be playing here with the caliber of players we have?
Yeah, of course. So naturally, I'm going to be a little bit nervous, but I know my teammates, they've got a lot of experience. So Reeves and Marley, they played in PMGC, so they've got a huge ton of experience, and hopefully they can pass on what they know to me.
All right, cool. Well, let's talk about how you kind of began with PUBG Mobile. How did you get started playing the game?
So it was me. I just had a few friends recommended it to me a few years ago. So I played a few seasons. I even played with Reeves and Vito several years ago. But then I ended up quitting the game due to my education, so I had to step away from the game. But now I'm back. I'm in university. I've got some spare time as it's my first year. And yeah, so Reeves and Vito wanted to play with me again, and that's how I ended up in this team.
How did your family and friends react to hearing about you playing in an event where you could win money?
So my brother also plays the game. He doesn't play on this highly competitive level, but so yeah, he's excited for me, as is my family.
Good stuff. Well, now that you're basically a pro player, I have to ask, what's kind of your goals? I guess this is your first major event. You're kind of feeling things out, but in the ideal world for you, where do you see yourself going?
So yeah, as you said, it's my first major event, so we'll see how this one goes, and then from there we can take on. But as I've said, I'm at university, and for me, getting my degree is my main priority.
Always good to talk to the man here, RESNOV, and hopefully he's been able to perform in a way that he'd like to here in his first major event in PUBG Mobile. Let's take a look at the schedule again really quickly. I talked about Miramar before, and of course that's going to be our next map to come up here, next battleground here for all the teams to participate on, and we'll round things out over on Erangel there shortly after. And I have to say, it's been a pretty quick day of games, to be honest. We only have 2 left to go, and the action's been kicking off pretty well, but we're coming into basically the point of no return here, Max, for some teams like Qatar Forces, maybe for Gaijin Seraphim, though I will give them the leeway of an extra day potentially, maybe try to catch up to UMBRA or potentially Lost Bullet. And a couple of teams out there, that pressure is becoming insurmountable.
Especially for Qatar, right? We talked about every time that they have a bad game, that average point per game that they need to hit every time it is going to be increasing. Right now, we're slowly getting to the point where they need just about 15 points per game, which means that for the remainder of all these games, they need a chicken dinner with no kills. That would be. Meaning that we know that that's not really feasible in the grand scheme of things. So I think I think at the end of today, if they still don't get some good results, we're gonna have to mark Qatar Forces off. And I think that they know they've not been performing as well as they should have, because I remembered I was talking with Zatati at one point, mentioning, which teams do you think are going to go to top 3? And a few teams that I actually had the chance to talk to said, Qatar Forces, I think they're going to make it. So I think this is not only Qatar Forces being disappointing, but it's just been a little bit of a flop on their side, and teams just were like, where's Qatar Forces? Well, they're nowhere right now.
brutal situation of the format too, in terms of the knock-on effects that these, the previous weeks can have upon you. Like if you find yourself here, then oh boy, is your back up against the wall, where you have to be playing game in, game out, extremely proficient against the rest of this lobby that, again, are extremely skilled players. So yeah, difficult for Qatar Forces. They'd have to make a miracle happen, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just one slight problem, one slight error when you're on your own trying to fly across the Atlantic, and when you're by yourself and, you have to try to pull yourself back in, it's going to be a little bit tough. But yeah, I mean, I do kind of feel for them, right? It came down to 1 point in 2 different weeks of league play that could have changed their fates here. They potentially could have been top 16. I think if you look at the height of Gaijin Seraphim and the height of Qatar Forces, I feel like in general, maybe we're in agreement here. I'm hoping that Qatar Forces have looked better. But obviously, only playing 1 super weekend to the now 2 for Gaijin Seraphim puts them pretty far behind.
I gotta agree with that, yeah.
Okay.
I agree too.
Stuff. All right, well, gentlemen, I'll let you get out of here and get ready for our 4th and final match, because we're going to bring our commentators back in for another time, since we're just a few minutes out here from kicking off our 4th match. So I'll see you guys in a little bit of time. And Banks and Imperium, I'm going to bring you back in. Now, I have to ask. It's a very hard question, so be prepared.
Who?
Of course.
Okay. That's not even remotely close to what I was going to ask, I think. Favorite animal logo we have here in PMPL?
Panda, man. Panda all day long.
Unicorn.
They don't exist.
What?
He's only saying that because Agon's behind him right now in the virtual reality world, making him say it. All right, well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into our 4th match here? It's troubling times here for the likes of Qatar Forces. It may be Gaijin Seraphim, but we still have $1,000 on the line for all these teams here in this chicken dinner.
Oh yes, there's still money to play for, even if the points may not be possible for them to see themselves get into the spot they want to be. But Imperium, you just went, what? The unicorns aren't real? Like, you really that out there, man? You believe in?
Next, you're gonna tell me Santa isn't real.
Santa's real. Come on, man. Unicorns, no. Santa.
Okay,
real.
okay.
Yeah, I'm just hitting you with the hard facts here. I can't be having you walk around in your Unicorns of Love t-shirt telling people they exist. Like that was just your dad when you were younger, putting like the horn on top of a donkey or something, for your birthday party and convincing you. Or was that just happened to me?
No, that happened to me also, to be fair, man.
Same life then, see, we understand how it is. This is the beauty, right, of this marriage that we have, that's like educational at the same time for everyone. We start to really show.
I respect how honest you are with me. Thanks.
Always, mate.
Really means a lot. Means a lot.
I'm never throwing you under the bus, I'm always just making sure you're guided on this journey, as we get guided on this journey, in this plain path as we start to enter Miramar, as I slowly and smoothly segue us into this. And it is my favorite map, so I get to enjoy this. And then we'll have one final game of the day, which will be Erangel. But like Jason was mentioning, $1,000 on the line for the big win, whoever may be able to grab it. So just because you may be looking at your points as some of these teams thinking, okay, this isn't ideal, right? We're not going to be in a good spot. You can still get some money in the bag, and also you can still get the official game practice in there. But we will also see like what we did from Panda. And I'm actually interested to see if Panda do decide to continue to just mix things up a bit here, because they're so far ahead that they're just like, cool, we're chilling.
Yeah, that's a really good point you bring up. They can definitely test new rotations. They can test new path lines. They can test new drop spots. Hell, they can just throw things completely out of the books and try and throw other teams off, right? They could hot drop on teams if they wanted to. Why not? Look to test yourselves, look to push yourselves right from the start of the game. And yeah, okay, I'm sure they kind of want to be the team that finishes the PMPL league stage as champions, because it's pride, right, as well. Yeah, and it's like, who doesn't? But for the time being, for at least for 2 to 3 games, because they do still have that cushion, yeah, they could definitely try some different things off the books. They might be able to, as Phase 1 pops up, and it's very nice and even for pretty much all of these teams. A tiny little bit of the water down south, but honestly, that only allows the hills of Minas de Val to be played, and outside of Los Leones and around the Ladril area, Panda for once will not have to rotate that far to get into a good vantage point in this Phase 1.
And one thing though, Imperium, I think we need to leave, man. We need to bring Blank and John back in. This isn't one of our games. This isn't one of our circles.
Gee, I
knew you were worried.
I was like, what? What have I done? What?
They're sat there thinking like, what is Banks on about? What's going on? Do we actually have to come back and cast? It's like, no, don't worry. This is still our game, but it's such a normal circle. There's not that much water in it. Well, I'm scared as well. Things are looking like it might be a standard type of game.
It's very true indeed. But you know who I'm also a little bit scared of? Not scared of, but no, I'm not scared of him. He's a little pussy. He's a little putty cat.
Oh.
No, if I lost bullets, I'd be scared because coming in today's last Super Weekend, Gaijin Seraphim won an average of around 4 points per game, give or take, just over 4 points per game, and they need a minimum of 7 points per game in this final Super Weekend to overtake lost bullets. They're not quite there yet. With a fantastic result in Sanhok, they're now on an average of just under 5 points per game. If they do keep that trend up like they did in Sanhok, they can overtake lost bullets. And if they overtake lost bullets, that's going to be them out of the final. So, I know we're only 3 games into the final Super Weekend, but if I was lost bullets, I'd be feeling very, very scared.
Yeah, it is problematic, right? When you have to look at it from that side of things, you're just waiting, hoping, praying that it doesn't all go terribly wrong for you down there, that you could be pushed out when it comes into it all. But we'll have to wait and see. And as we mentioned, it is the final weekend here, with the big money on the line for these teams and what they can get done. Lost, but so let's look at their overall points here. 164, yeah. Ooh. It's not pretty, is it?
I know. But a team I really want to also highlight is UDR Killers. When you talk about coming back from a really bad week, UDR Killers have proved so many of us wrong in being able to get back into a strong form, and I would argue that they are playing the best PUBG Mobile that they've played since forming as this current roster. It is undeniable how strong they've played over the last 2 weeks.
Well, Gaijin here losing a man early on is not what they would have wanted at all, especially coming off the back of that third place game they just had. But it's just one player isolated. They didn't try overcommit, go save him or anything like that. They will just back away and not have to deal with it any longer, but it will see them dwindling on the numbers they would want going forward for it. Never the nice spot to be in. And funny enough, when we're talking about that and dwindling on numbers and how things can go badly at the beginning of a game, we're back with Black Sparks, who actually wasn't terrible what ended up happening to him on our previous match, but I don't know, man. I feel like some of the individuals on this team, I think of like Hammer, I think of Vindex. I've enjoyed a lot of what we've seen from them, but it's just the teamwork, it's the synergy, it's the decision-making that's just always been the thing that's lacked more here. And I don't know if that's maybe them second-guessing themselves at times, but it definitely just feels like they're a step behind what a lot of the other teams are thinking, especially when it comes to the rotations later on into the game.
It probably is an element to second guess themselves. I was talking to Banger over Instagram DMs yesterday, and I said, look, the team has the capabilities of making it to the EMEA, because he asked me, do you think we can make it? I was like, yeah, of course you can. But you got to be more confident. You got to play more together. You also have to be able to adapt if you lose a player early on. If you don't, perfect. But if you do, you got to be able to adapt. So, yeah, I think the second guessing yourself point that you bring up is probably the best analogy or the best thing to say about how Black Sparks are probably currently playing, is that they are second guessing themselves.
And the thing is, right, people look at this and look at the points to go, oh, they're in 7th place with 257 points. It's not terrible. But it's just like, for me, when I've watched them, I feel like they can do so much more, you know?
Exactly.
And it's like, considering how much we see them, and often we see them without the numbers they need in these fights, it's like, if they just have a few more things they could fix, they could really be up there in one of these top teams challenging for like the top 3 points within it. It's just, they get so close, and yet it's a bit further away from their reach that they can grab currently.
Teams' positions coming into the midway point of the blue zone, phase 1 closing in. GODSENT and GAMELORD close by. GAMELORD, you gotta recognize that GODSENT drop close by. They loot close by to you. You can't rotate that late into phase 1. Blue zone closing in. If you commit yourself to a position on phase 1, you're better off sticking to that position. Wait until phase 2 pops up, because at that point, when phase 2 pops up, other teams are going to be thinking about rotating, whereas GODSENT, they were settled on that. Now, they're reacting to the fact that they got a knock, which is something they're allowed to do, but before that, they were all settled in their own positions. GAMELORD rotated, they got a player knocked. Now, the revive has come through, but it has allowed GODSENT to push in a little bit more heavily. There's a flat opening terrain, which GODSENT know that they cannot push through unless they get a minimum of 1 knock.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to think of it as well. We know how GODSENT, especially in these recent weeks, have turned it around. The opening weeks were not pretty, and then they started to throw more of their aggression at the teams here. But even now, they know that not having an additional knock on the floor is not something they can push on, and they will just hang back and wait this one out. See if maybe GAMELORD will make a mistake with it. Maybe they could overextend a little bit, but for now, they seem to just be holding on to what they've got. And remember, both these teams are pretty much dead center of this current circle.
Yeah, and even though GODSENT do have a couple of dips 360 degrees around them, their position is still relatively can be put under fire depending on this phase 2 shift. Unicorns Alive, they've overtaken the church area for themselves, which makes sense. It's outside the Chuma's area, gives them a lot of vantage points. UDR have moved from Monte Nuevo down towards the western side of Chumasera, and you can see this phase 2. It's been a nice central shift. Still has Los Leones on the edge of that in play, but more importantly, the high ground around Chumasera is very much for the taking.
And one thing I'm actually going to touch on here is with Panda, they are a very skilled and capable team. But I would also say they're a very predictable team, because we've now seen this circle a couple of times where it has gone out towards them. Just in their rotations, right? If you think of it, any time where the circle will shift up on Miramar a bit more towards the north, they'll go through El Pozo, Trailer Park, look around Craterfields area.
That's true.
Yeah? And then every time it's come this way, they go past Minas de Val and sit up towards Chumasera, normally put themselves up on the hilltop, right, and fire on down.
Yeah.
And it's like, for other teams, they know there's not teams around them on that spot. But if I'm another team looking at this and doing my research, I'd be like, okay, I have a good idea where Panda's going to sit. But maybe it just comes to the fact that they can be slightly more predictable, and knowing that they're just probably going to win out on the aim duel in this essence anyway.
That's a really good point you make, and it kind of goes back to
my screenshots work, you know? My circle screenshots.
About trying something different. Qatar forces, they're going to come away from where they did drop, which is Le Cabrera. There you go, I had to remember about it, but they're going right past Polar Ace and GSG Europe. Clash are also in around this region too. Qatar forces, they've been split up, which isn't good for them, and it doesn't bode well for what they do need to achieve in some way, shape, or form to make it into the finals.
Yeah, they don't want to be pinned down and finished off at this point. And GSG are going to patrol on the edge of this for now. Take the shots out towards them, but not something you really want to overcommit to at any point. Do they now just send everyone down and flush them out and just go in for the kills? It's a risk on its own as well, because could be shot at the same time, but they seem to be grouping up and backing away. So Qatar don't have to worry about it. And they've spotted this out as well, so they'll be at least sure for now that it is mainly safe. This is still going on for GAMELORD and GODSENT, though. They've not had to move. Yes. We mentioned it, right? The circle had benefited them. They've stuck them dead center of it all. They actually, the thing they both need to be careful of is just other teams that may see them doing this, you know?
ScrimFarm have rotated into Picado. Just find a little bit strange. I know it's the very edge of Picado, but it kind of doesn't make sense to me. Depends on how long they stay there for. Of course, this phase 3 shift, and hey, it could be big brain play, but the last time we saw teams rotate into Picado, I believe it was GAMELORD and I think Lost Bullets, and none of the teams really benefited from that. That's why I'm a little bit worried of ScrimFarm's spot.
That was the one where Unicorns of Love rolled up, right? And so was Qatar, and they all just basically attacked everyone who was trying to escape out of it. It didn't end up good, that's for sure. So yeah, that one sticks in my mind as well. Everyone, though, bar just a couple of Clash players, are within the circles. The new one is about to pop. And where are we going to go next? Well, not too bad for some of these teams. Out towards this northwestern side. But it is going to make...
Painful.
Yeah, painful for Eastern Stars, right? They probably go the real long route around. Just chill across the whole southern side and work your way back up.
It's also more the fact that kind of northern half of the circle is very much flat land area. There's a couple of compounds by the side of the road, but other than that, you got very little cover. And with a lot of teams coming from the northeast, it means the availability of positions is not so high. And GODSENT, they're going to try and push on the players of Gaijin. Gaijin have gotten there first. GAMELORD are looking to backstab GODSENT in the back as it happens, as they look to push in.
Oh, GODSENT, they want to find some of this success, and this one's easy for them to push up on. Vito leading the charge going on in. Gaijin trying to stick together, but that smoke will make it slightly more difficult. They're doing a good job at avoiding these grenades that have gone up for them, though. And that'll help for now, but Prada needs to be careful. Shots coming out towards him, and he will back away. Reeves has come into the mix as well. GODSENT is there now, trying to give it full force, and it is only 3 players left alive of Gaijin. We saw at the very beginning of this match them lose a player, and they just have to give it up. Oh, 80 got knocked by Clown, though. So ScrimFarm are there to take some extra shots onto him. This can now turn the tide of this battle here. Gaijin might be able to sit pretty, because GODSENT will find themselves trapped no matter where they want to go.
All it does is, for the time being, gives Gaijin a little bit of space, but now Prada comes in and gets a knock on the Clown from the backline, and that, you know, I thought ScrimFarm would have been aware of that, right? That there's a reason why GODSENT are there in the lower parts of that building. Yeah. Because there's already another team there, so I think that's a little bit unneeded from Clown to get knocked in that situation. It is what it is. As a revive comes through, Vito's going to look to cook up a grenade on towards or that it's going to connect, and Prada hits the ground. GODSENT look to be pushing on the stairs. Bujo's going to fire up, but that's going to be the push on. Izazi takes down the second player of Gaijin Seraphim.
Very well done there from GODSENT. Off the back of that nade, Prada going down. They knew it was time to shine and push on forward. ScrimFarm, well, they were at least looking in to this position, but they won't be able to stick around for too much longer. They probably don't want to stick around for too much longer.
No. They have a compound, although it's on the edge of the circle, they do have a compound they can retreat to, right? They don't need to kind of push on towards GODSENT. They also have a good exit strategy, because if you look at Tati's spot, he's already a little bit closer on towards the northern tip of the circle. So Unicorns of Love and Nexus rocking up on towards each other. I've got to wonder.
They're so tall.
Unicorns of Love, no!
Oh my. Big turtling going on here from Nexus. They were making no noise. Unicorns of Love didn't seem to have the information that they were close by. Rana doing some nice damage as well. Will find himself getting the knocks, but it's returned instantly with it. Can they come out on top here? They're going in for some finish off straight into it as well. And again, this won't benefit either side when it comes to this overall fight.
That was perfect by Agon, right? He supported Fresh after Fresh got knocked, and instead of trying to go for the revive, Savage X got knocked, and Agon instantly went to the aid of Savage X. So Agon was a game changer in that fight for Unicorns Love. Ked was late to the party, unfortunately, but the rest of the team cleaned it up, and Nexus are down and out of this game. 15 teams left, 55 players, as Mihi from Destiny looks to control a little bit of a spot heading into the circle. That shift up north doesn't help a lot of these teams.
And Destiny, a team that love to fight very early on if they get the opportunity for it, and it's a full team battle going on ahead. Now Beast may get knocked down, but he can hide behind that ridgeline and keep himself covered up. Belen trying to push on up for Black Spark. To Mihi, he seems to get a good idea of where they might be sitting. He has the nade cooked, he wants to get it thrown out. Does a nice bit of damage, but can't quite finish Belen off. He's not running out of bullets at the same time, but he'll be finished. Nice. He'll be put down, and Black Sparks, they are out of here.
Unfortunate for Black Sparks, but the better team won overall in the end, and Destiny, more importantly, will keep themselves up as a full squad. Eastern Stars could capitalize off that. Me has to try and send them back a little bit, slow Eastern Stars down. However, Eastern Stars might look at this and go, okay, well, we'll go around you and we'll play for the circle instead. That kind of seems to be the case as Destiny look to try and reset themselves.
Oh, me.
Hey.
Pulling off some nice damage. It always amazes me when you see the Uzi pop off like that. Fastly spraying them down. And now the battles are just non-stop here.
God.
Panda need to be careful. A couple of players very low. Lin's already dead. Ked's taking extra shots at him, and Eastern Stars ready to push potentially whenever the next knock comes on through. But they also have to avoid the nades coming back out towards them. Panda being picked off one by one. They can't find the cover they need, and they can't find the space they want to find. But the problem is, where does Eastern Stars want to go from here? Because you may want to try and think you can finish off some of these players, but you're going to run straight into the next team. And that's not what you want to see happen. There we go, we come onto this, and well, there you go, Talon.
Wow.
Easiest set of kills of his life.
Okay. Okay. Okay, you take those. You take those, UMBRA. You've already secured a top 16 spot, pretty much. Might as well look to play a little bit more aggressively as PRZ is going to come in. That's going to be 2 more Eastern Stars taken out of the lobby. It leaves Octavian and Athos left on their own, but they're separated. They're split up.
Eastern Stars. They tried to bypass the fights that were going on, but you just roll into more fire coming out towards you. And Octavian, he's all alone. He doesn't know where to look or where to turn when it comes to this one. The only slight positive for him is that the circle hasn't yeeted fully away from him. He just has to go up towards the north. And the teams that kind of gambled on this western side will have the longer route for their way in. You mentioned the ScrimFarm and holding on to that compound. Well, they're actually still now close to it.
They are, and they only have to move a short distance into the circle. By the way, the position from UMBRA in that last circle was big brain, because although on the map it looked like it was risky being on the side of the road, but either side of that road was a massive dip that they're able to look, play, and get those kills. They're already on 7. So UMBRA are having a much more aggressive game in this Miramar.
They want to hunt down and grab as many of those points as they can. That's certainly what they were able to do from what we saw. But GODSENT still out there fighting, still out there looking for more of these points that they can grab. Qatar still dwindling on numbers when they lost 2 from earlier on. And now QLASH. There's a wall of smoke in front of them that they're going to try and get through. But you mentioned it already, Imperium. There's a lot of open areas in here, and it's not easy to get through. Trylene just going to be looking on out and trying to understand which side they might be coming from. But it's just so many grenades going on up, but no players going down just yet. QLASH, time for them to strike is going to be off the next one. No knocks coming through, and they just need to do it full force. But they don't really have the information on exactly where these players are sat within. And Trazen always going to shoot through the smoke and see if he can land some shots. It's cover fire as he works his way through. Trylene,
nice.
No, not far. Did some huge damage considering he was completely outnumbered and outgunned. And QLASH, they lose the 2v4. Qatar Forces are going to be loving life after that one.
You said they didn't know where they were, and indeed, Qatar Forces used that to their advantage. And I would argue QLASH were even lucky to breach at that point because Qatar Forces were only down to 2 players. Finally, Qatar Forces are eliminated. A good way to go out in this game is Destiny, still up as a full squad, look to put pressure onto UDR.
And one thing you got to look at while we got the map up here is that GODSENT have got this beautiful 2-2 split covering off the whole eastern side here. North and south looking over it all, while everyone else is fighting just for a bit of space in it. Destiny still picking up plenty of kills, still doing a lot of damage in it. They might just be able to get Whiskey up if they're lucky as well, but that nade, it comes through. Puts Mihi and Mazzaro on the floor as well. And from things looking really strong for him, it now looks dire.
They can get the revives, they can reset, because there's only Octavian that's on that same side of the road. they can at least get the revives. The circle centers up. Unicorns of Love, they have the compound in play. But the thing is, can they stay in control? Will GODSENT breach? Will GODSENT take down Unicorns of Love?
Well, Ked's going to try and patrol the roof and just make sure he's got all eyes looking everywhere to control this. Polar Ace, they just can't find the cover. The shots come out towards them. It's GODSENT to get Muzzy knocked on down. Polar Ace, they're not far away, but their position to get out of is so difficult. Going to take a lot of smokes to be placed around them. Destiny tried to recover themselves. And at least I like that Unicorns of Love are not just sticking in the house. They're not just waiting out. They are trying to look around. They're trying to take some shots and take some fights and pick up some extra kills. But they've got to deal with this GODSENT breach that's coming on through. Marley fires the nade on out. Wants to see if he can get it to connect with anyone. Vito doing some nice damage as well. And Unicorns of Love, they don't want to lose this. 3 players still up. 7 kills found so far. Can they add some more to that now as GODSENT? Ooh, the nade trade. Savage X goes down. It's an instant knock for him. And they'll flush him on out. Unicorns of Love, their numbers are dwindling, their position. It's been compromised in GODSENT. They've successfully done it, and they've kept 4 alive. As Octavian, he's finally been found. He's going to die on out. And GODSENT are looking like the strongest team to try and take this now.
So good. Such a good breach comes on board as he's knocked down, but we know what Reeves, Marley, and Vito can do together. Polar Ace could be joining in on a mix. Don't forget about them, and you have the last player of Gaijin Seraphim surviving. He could be the third-party master as Marley knocks himself down with a Molotov.
He tried to get it through the window, right, and it just bounced back at him.
Ked!
Oh, eventually Ked will be taken out. That's Unicorns of Love done for, but Vito, what do you want to do from here? Throws a smoke on top of his teammate, but still needs to be able to get across this position to even have an idea of bringing him back up. AZ's alongside him as well. Oh, and they are going to be tagged as they try to make the cross. Umbra up at 9 kills. Alongside GODSENT and Destiny, they've all been bringing up these numbers. You mentioned Polar Ace. Well, they're still with 1 player up in it. Same as Gaijin. And to be fair, the fact that Gaijin's even made it to this position is wild, considering how badly it all started off from. They lost the first player of the game.
Survival of the fittest, and he's definitely staying quite fit, surviving up until this point, but it's not going to get any easier as the circle does shift in towards that compound once again. UMBRA do have to move. They 3 players strong that they can play with, but so do GODSENT. Will they be able to protect this compound better than Unicorns of Love were able to? The one crux in play is the last player of Gaijin, staying silent inside the room of the compound.
And they seriously have no idea that he's there. He's literally clenched, waiting, eyes poised, saying, okay, he's going to come out towards me potentially. Bardot able to find himself one. There's going to be an extra point grabbed there for Polar Ace. Beast unable to protect his teammate. And as he stood up, some more shots came out towards him. Bardot could potentially be a big upset player in this for some of the teams. I like this from Vito, though. Vito being further away, right? Okay, there's a risk if he does get knocked, but he's at least ensuring that they've got good eyes all around them. They're not just focused on having the one building in play.
Gonna say, Mizara got a little bit overzealous on his own. It should have been a 2-3-man push by Destiny across the road.
Ooh! That's what Vito needed to be careful of, but he will just back away straight from it. The Destiny players, one by one, being picked off. Mihi now all alone on as he tries to work his way in. Has managed to avoid the nades. Throws a molly up high. Can't push on it now, though. Oh, the shot from the side. That's where Vito's position's so good. But now Lord, they've walked straight into him. Reeves wasn't ready for it. AZ going to come with a pre-fire to do the damage. Oh, no! No way! AZ, how did you lose that? You knew exactly where he was. He's on, like, 2 points of health, and Lord, he's ripping GODSENT's potential win straight from their hands, and they'll be gone. 4th place is all they'll grab as Lord Not only was he sneaking in the house for so long, his patience paid off massively. And UMBRA, they're the ones set to take this now out of nowhere.
But don't forget about Destiny, right? You never forget about Destiny. It may only be Mihi on his own, but you know he's a master blaster. He's my baby boy, Banks. Looking to close this one out for him and his team.
Oh, this is where it's tense. This is where UMBRA, they just don't want to make any mistakes here. They're sat well within a chance to grab a big win. $1,000, all these extra points for themselves. Considering they're in 16th place right now, this means a lot. Ooh, hello, Naruto. He's like, do we do this together? Do we go crazy mode? Okay, you just let him go off on his own. I was really hoping for like a double send, you know, like that. PRZ finds himself getting knocked though, and Mihi, solid with the shots, able to get himself one, but they're not going to be able to confirm it. Lito's now in the building with him, which will make this very difficult for them to deal with. And of course, Lord still just hasn't moved from that spot, you know, why not? If he somehow pulls this off, I'm going to lose my mind. He already painfully took down the GODSENT players. He's ticking away in the blue, though, Kev. Okay, that was a real lackluster ending, mate. Come on. I expected so much more. What are you doing? Now Mihi, going to be overwhelmed, going to be gunned down, and will die on out. UMBRA take the win. Lord, I'm disappointed, mate. What was that? That was like, you had so many nice little epic moments there to destroy GODSENT. He could have just moved out of the house. Why just
yeah, definitely going down in play zone is definitely not what you want. But UMBRA claiming the chicken dinner off the back of what was some craziness inside the final compound. As I said, they were active from the start. To be fair, they were controlling from the start, and more importantly, they had themselves up as a full squad for the majority of that game. And I said to Talon, I was talking to Talon, I said, look, you need to be more confident, you need to be more aggressive. If you do that, you really can go so much further than you currently are. And I think that kind of proves it right there. UMBRA's ability to control their position on the eastern edge, and the circle shifting, yes, definitely did somewhat benefit them, but it's quite obvious that they moved at the right moments. They played the information they had around them perfectly, and as soon as Unicorns of Love went out, UMBRA were able to move in a little bit more heavily.
Well, you know what GODSENT have learned from this here, Imperium, is that when you take a house, you check all the little rooms in the house. You make sure there's no burglar in there to steal away your game, because it looked like it was all set for them to take the win. But no. And then Lord, the thing I'm going to have to do with him is just remind him that, you know, when you are the final member, the blue doesn't need to be the one you focus on there. You know, you can just go out. He can just run out and just... He's heard everyone's footsteps, right? He's aware that someone was close. Could have potentially picked up one more point.
And it was also so beneficial for Destiny as well.
Oh, yeah.
That madness allowed Destiny to move across the road from the southern side. That shouldn't have allowed to have happened, to be honest. That really shouldn't have been allowed to happen, but it did. Destiny played it right, and they got themselves a second place. The team I'm realistically most disappointed in from that game was Unicorns of Love. Right. The second the circle shifted in that compound, they got to make one of two choices. Pretty much the same thing, but one of two choices. You either have 3 players in the warehouse and 1 player in the house, or you have 3 players in the house and 1 player in the warehouse. 2-2 splits on that kind of compound do not work, because the warehouse is incredibly difficult to control as 2 players because of how open it is. The house, there's only so many small windows you can actually shoot from. So you got to commit to one or the other. Because they held on to a 2-2 split, when GODSENT pushed and they got the knock, they were able to push the warehouse. At that point, they got 2 kills, and Unicorns of Love were not able to then survive or defend that long house as a duo. So really, Unicorns of Love, you got to recognize when it's time to go for 3-1 between one house and another. It's just, that's the only reason why they lost that team fight overall.
Yeah, and sometimes it just goes to show having the compound that sits within one of the best spots doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to walk away with the win if you can't have the right decision making when it comes down to all of this. But we've got one more match to go. Imperium waiting on our first day to see if we'll be able to grab it. It's gone quick again, hasn't it, man?
It has. Time flies when you're having fun, as they say, right?
Oh, definitely.
You know, these games have been frantic. This is the last Super Weekend as well, right? We're going to be getting into the finals next week, and the $1,000 for UMBRA will not only help their confidence, but it helps their bank balance. And they've had a really good day as well. They've had a really good day. The only disappointing game they've had so far was that third game in Sanhok, where they got 1 point, whereas the first two games were really beneficial. They were really confident. So I'm hoping that keeping that momentum forward will allow them to climb even higher in the overall standings.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it does all go and look at the overall standings in just a few moments with our amazing analyst team. But what we also got to do is make sure I grab my OnePlus during this break and speak to Lord and say, what on earth happened, mate? We'll see you in a few.
Well, I'm starting to think Team UMBRA might have heard me talking about how them and Gaijin Seraphim are in a battle for that 16th place, with Gaijin trying to close the distance. But UMBRA come out with a fantastic finish there, and it's great to see, again, another $1,000 for them. And they're continuing their pace here today, which is phenomenal, and they're looking to secure themselves that position.
Yeah, they're just looking really strong today. I think the UMBRA, and I'm going to talk and take, I'm just going to steal it actually, what Blank said when we were looking at the game. He said that UMBRA are actually playing like they are in the finals already, and they're playing super aggressive. They want to feel a lot more confident, and I think it's also building up confidence for the finals if they do make it, seeing how it's been going so far. Feeling pretty confident to say that UMBRA has a really big chance of actually making it into the top 16 at the end of the Super Weekend. And then you compare it to another team, for example, Gaijin. They're just like, oh, please, we get as many points as possible by not really fighting. It's a playstyle that can hurt you a lot. And yeah, they're trying to stay alive, but unfortunately, it's not going to get you home those big pointers like UMBRA's been doing today so far. So I think it's for the long term, it might help out, but I think that Gaijins need to work on those consistent kills coming their way, especially.
I mean, it might get you into the finals, but it's not going to win you a bunch of extra money. It's not going to get you top 3 to get into the regional championship. So I think that's why we're being so critical. But UMBRA, I mean, let's talk about this final zones, right? Because we had Unicorns of Love. We were talking about this GODSENT 2-2 split that happened, and the zone shifts directly on top of Unicorns of Love, where ScrimFarm played from the exact same position before. Yeah. I was amazed that Unicorns of Love wasn't able to hold on to that. However, Claris, you talked last time why ScrimFarm was able to hold it, and we mentioned while watching the match why Unicorns of Love weren't able this time.
We even kind of tried to break some of those moments down and think about, why ScrimFarm was so successful. The lobby has evolved since then, and it's very clear now that people are capitalizing on opportunities a bit better than since then. Previously, when ScrimFarm were holding this down, one, they didn't really have any threats inside that compound anyway, so they were able to hold it down carefree. And two, all the other teams were coming in. One team comes in, fight over. Another team comes in, fight. Another team, it's over. Another team comes in, and ScrimFarm holds on. However, Unicorns of Love here has had a really difficult time, not only because of Lord down in that building, but also because GODSENT approached that compound so well. They hear a fight going down from across the road by that compound. They then crash onto the perfect wall that has not many angles on that warehouse anyway, and that then displaces Unicorns of Love. So you've got to be taking these moments when you can.
Yeah. I think especially GODSENT, they've been playing so well. Like, I love the fact that GODSENT can very easily adapt to a situation that just happens because of a circle shift or because another team joins the party. They were at beforehand, and that was actually Jason that brought it up. They had a big 2-2 split. They had a 2-man split up in the northern side and 2-man split onto the southern side to try and make up for an unfortunate circle shift. And instantly when the circle went to Unicorns of Love and their compound, they instantly went for the breach. They didn't waste any time. So I like to see how reactive GODSENT can be in these games from time to time.
Well, the funniest thing, Max, is like we were talking. I was like, oh, Max, this is a really interesting split. And you're like, yeah, I just wrote this in my notes, and you know, it's because the zone, if it shifts north and they can move quickly to it and get there early,
and then it shifts
south, they can do the same thing, and then it's just directly on top of Unicorns 11. We're like, all right, well, that doesn't mean anything now. Unfortunate for them in the end. You can see here, obviously, the points coming in for all the teams. Panda off the back of a fantastic performance, getting only 1 point. But our top players, Vito again, is this 3 games straight out of him that he's been top, or 3 games out of 4 that he's been a top player?
Has that been popping?
I think it's been close, at least, for Vito. He's definitely been the big step up, I would say, for the entirety of the team, especially he just went off the back of a great finish in Sanhok. I think it was the main reason why GSG could not close off that game in good fashion, because it went down towards ban, and he kind of played spoilers on that entire fight. Yeah, Vito, I mean, 1,000 damage on this game alone on Miramar 2, which is not the easiest map to get yourself 1,000 damage. Normally, it's just about your team is pretty consistent throughout the 4 players on your team. But yeah, Vito, it's really being the big rise-up player, I would say, for GODSENT so far. Not only this week, but also last week, he's been doing a lot of work, and GODSENT maybe didn't start the best way possible throughout the entirety of this tournament, but the last 2 weeks, GODSENT are looking like a threat, potentially even for the top 3 teams that will try to qualify for the EMEA Regional Championship.
And I heard Cars making the sound, so I was assuming there was something else.
No, I just, when it comes to the GODSENT situation, if you'd have told me in week 1 after watching their gameplay and seeing how they were playing things out, I would have been like, nah, will they be able to rival top 3? Maybe, probably not, but like they have progressed through this tournament, I think is fair to say. And Max's assessment is astute in that they can rival top 3 with these kinds of performances. So I like it a lot. As you say, that 2-2 split was great for what circles may come. I think that they moved exactly when they needed to be able to control those little dips and divots northwest of that warehouse, and then, you know, slam into it. Really good.
I could hear you in my head saying, are GODSENT the full package now? When thinking if they maybe could be a top 3 team. But anyways, yeah, I mean, they've obviously been improving. They're growing into the tournament, and I honestly, I think I would rather see that than a team play really well at the beginning than start to maybe fall off a little bit as the rest of the event goes on. Because again, it comes down to those top 3 positions. He's on a tear today for certain teams.
All right.
But speaking of certain teams, why don't we take a look yet again here at UMBRA and Gaijin Seraphim, 2 teams we talked about at the very start of the show, and 2 teams competing at the moment for that 1 slot of the 16th place, whereas obviously down the line they could potentially pass Lost Bullet and push them out, and there would be 2 slots for both of them. But we talked about this so many times again. I mean, the kills is a massive difference, but I think at the same rate, yeah, in the first match, UMBRA had 2 players alive, Gaijin Seraphim had 2 players alive, and UMBRA put out some good kills. But it seems like Gaijin are always playing with like a man or 2 down, and they're left with that 1 player just to sneak in as many placement points as possible.
That's exactly what I wanted to touch upon, actually. Gaijin play spread, and they typically do that very early on in the game. Doesn't matter which map, if they're playing on Sanhok, if they're playing on Erangel, if they play on Miramar. They are typically a team that likes to drop spread, and they tend to regroup very slowly, and sometimes they'll rotate and just really far away from each other, which, as you said then, Jason, does end up in a lot of scenarios where only 1 or 2 players will still alive. We saw that with Lord, at the end, trying to stay alive in that building in the longhouse. Didn't work out whatsoever. And then looking at another team, UMBRA, I think they have solidified their communication and their team play a lot more since week 1 and week 2, coming into now this 3rd week of Super Weekend. I think that right now their synergy is really strong, and that is the reason why we saw them take fights. We saw very early on in that game, actually, when they were approaching that compound that was held by Unicorns of Love, they took a huge fight versus Panda, and they just dominated it. Panda could not do anything because that communication was so on point. So I think that they'll get into the point where they're a lot more confident in their own potential, and they are definitely looking like a team that is maybe going to try and play a little bit of spoiler on the teams that are in the middling part of the section so far.
Yeah, just to reinforce, you are very fashionable today, Max. I do appreciate
I'm changing a lot, yeah. I got everything ready.
Make sure to get your tweets in with the hashtag PMPL and let us know your thoughts about his fashion attire today. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, because it's time to get our final match of the day ready to go. It's going to be back on the map we all know, we all love. It's going to be Erangel once again. And just to remind you guys, throughout the rest of the Super Weekend, it will be the exact same order every single day. So you won't be changing things up too much more. I don't even think even to the finals we're changing things up much more than that. But gentlemen, I haven't done predictions all day. I kind of did in the first game. I'm going to ask you for predictions now as we move into this one.
Oh,
with Erangel?
We are Erangel.
This man is speaking facts. I'm going to go with... I don't know actually I want to go for on this one. I'm going to say Eastern Stars. I would like to see Eastern Stars try and potentially get a little bit closer to the likes of Panda because Panda are running away with it right now. But okay, I'm sorry. I'll leave. Bye-bye.
It's going to be Destiny because Destiny haven't won yet today.
Well, after much consideration, I've decided to pick Destiny here, Jason.
Oh, wow. Okay, 1v2. Nice.
Okay. Cool. Well, I appreciate your predictions. You know what? I'm going to let you two get out of here because I want to hear some predictions from our commentators as well. We got to bring Banks and Imperium back in once again because you know what? We haven't done predictions with casters, I think, for probably the entirety of this event. So let's go straight into it. Banks, prediction. Who's winning?
Destiny. I'm with Mr. Kyle Harris. He makes the right predictions. He doesn't curse teams. So, you know, let's go with the boys.
Could have said you're going with me when I did say it first. But, you know, whatever. Imperium, go ahead.
You know, I don't value your opinion, Jason. I'm sorry, mate, but your predictions are just as trash.
That's why I don't value your workout advice, because I see the lack of muscle you have on yourself. But, gentlemen, take it away here in the final match. Imperium, make sure to give us your prediction as well.
I'm gonna go on a limb. I'm gonna say GSG Europe.
Ooh.
Right? I've liked what I've seen. I'm gonna go for the GSG boys.
I didn't expect that, Imperium. Okay. If you pulled it off, you could look so big brain. Crazy big brain on all of that. You know, I see how Jason just disappears and he's like, oh, I can't see the muscle, you know, but like mine's visibly there, you know, you can see it. You can't get away from the facts. That's what he's not realizing with all of this.
It's fine. You know what? Sometimes you just gotta let people think.
Yep.
Things like that, you know.
He's not very strong at thinking either.
Stroke as he... Jesus Christ. We're absolutely ruthless. It's great. It's wonderful. But last game of the day, right? Last game of the day, teams, in my opinion, need to go a little bit more out on a limb, right? I think we should have a bit more aggression from some teams. UMBRA, Polar Ace, those two teams have stepped up their ability to be aggressive, especially Polar Ace.
Yes.
Because the thing that Polar Ace have done right today compared to pretty much every single other day is they've gotten both position and aggression together in one. Some days they've been fantastic at position, where they've gotten good placement points. Other days they've been fantastic at aggression, where they've gotten lots of kills. Today, they're doing both.
Well, we're having a little rehost of the lobby, Imperium, so what you know what we're going to do? We're going to throw up some videos for you guys to watch at home, so take a look at this.
How much time a day do you spend playing PUBG Mobile?
Every day it will be like 3 hours, 4 hours.
So I play about 2 scrims a day, so I'd say around 5 to 6 hours every day.
About a boy.
5 to 6 hours a day.
Cuando llega tiempo de torneos, 6, 8 horas. Cuando sé que no va a haber nada dentro de 3 meses, 2 partidas y a hacer otra cosa.
Suelo jugar entre de 2 a 4 horas, dependiendo de si jugamos 1 o 2 scrim al día.
Who do you think is the best player in PUBG Mobile?
I will take the Paraboy.
Right now, as it stands, I'd probably go with Order from XUF.
That's hard.
Starboy, of course.
Para mi gusto, tengo dos. El más inteligente, obviamente, Paraboy, y el que más me gusta a punto de vista, Ayala, Teco Ayala.
Yo diría que después de todo lo que ha demostrado, ahora mismo sería lo típico, pues Paraboy, porque siempre en los torneos se lleva el MVP y su equipo siempre está ahí en el top.
Imperium, we just heard from some of the players, but who do you think is the best PUBG Mobile player, mate?
I don't have.
Oh, come on.
No, I don't. It's no, trust me, man. Because you have no idea. Like, I did an Instagram kind of Q&A yesterday, and the amount of questions I get of like, who do you think is the best player? Who do you think is the best fragger? Who's your favorite player? I don't have favorite players. I don't have an opinion on the best player because it's a team game, right? And in a lobby of 64 players, it's not.
No, I'm going to tell you why it's a cop-out. I'm going to tell you why it's a cop-out.
Why is it a cop-out? Why is it a cop-out?
Most games could be team games, right? But you can still have a player where you go, yeah, okay, like, for instance, it doesn't just have to be the one that gets the most kills or does the most damage, right? You can look at it from a supportive element, or just because he's the IGL as an example, depending on how you look at it. You can say, okay, this guy, he's top trumps of it, right? Like, you're just trying to avoid it, you're trying to please everyone. Sometimes you just got to say, like, yeah, he's the best. You guys should aim to be him, you know? Come on.
Yeah, I'm sticking with my guns. I'm sitting on the fence. I support everybody. I love all players. And that's the way I am, okay? I know. I'm such a chill.
First the jerseys, now the players. You just try to get. He's like, yeah, I love you all, guys. Love me back. Don't say anything bad. I don't want to be a max man.
Hey, I'll never be a max man, okay? I'll never be a max man.
Poor Max. I'd like to be a Max man, you know? If I had the power to curse people like Max did, I would be like the worst human being in the world. I'd be fully just like, haha, if you do not pay me this much money, I will destroy your game.
But see, that's where like he has a little bit more. With great power comes great responsibility, right? He's a little bit more responsible about it, whereas you'd just be like Dr. Evil on it. You'd be like, mwahaha, mwahaha.
Definitely. I'd be like just spreading it everywhere, you know, just ruining people's games when it matters the most. Unlucky, I spoke about you guys ended. We haven't had a crazy circle today though, mate. So maybe the benefit of this rehost is that we are going to get the wildest one go down. I'd be down for, you know, Military Island. We haven't had that. We haven't had that at all. It's actually a good point.
I don't think we've had one at all during the PMPL.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Here we go. At some point during the Super Weekend, I need a military island. And I'm going to tell production that if we get to the very last day and there is none, we're just going to keep restarting the game until we do get one. That is my power. That is what I want to see happen. Cool. Thank you for agreeing. Welcome to my TED Talk.
I agree, funny. That's it. Christoph, our producer in the background, go, yes, yes. But like military, to be fair, like military island circles are some of the tricky circles to deal with, right? Between how you rotate into whether it's rotation, the timing, and I do think it's a kind of circle where very few teams really know how to get the best of, really know how to use to their advantage. Once they're in the island, they can do something, but it's getting across, it's getting in. So many teams don't really know how to play around the military island circle. So I really want to see it in the PMPL because I want to see how the teams are going to be tested, right?
Yeah, completely. It's thing is, right, if you're like, for example, Destiny, and you're a team that's come down from Zaverny and you're late to the party, you don't start your rotation early enough, like, you are in a rough spot. The amount of times you just try even crossing the bridge is just problematic to say the least. So, yeah, I would love to see what some of these teams, especially some of our more like, watching a team like Panda, I feel like they would probably be ones that like rotate super early, sit on the bridge, and they're like, we will kill everyone. We will go for the highest point. Yeah, because what did they do on like, what was it, the last Super Weekend we had on the final day? Panda went in for that, like, it was like 20 something kills or 17, 18 kills. They just went on a rampage, pushing on forward. I'm always down to see that.
But here's the thing, I that's the thing, like, I really believe that the best teams actually get tested the hardest on the military island circle. So I know Panda would probably look to be aggressive, but the way the military island circle looks is that you can only deal with so many players at once, and if you have 3 teams, 10 to 12 players by a bridge, you know, it's going to be hard to deal with that. But as this playing path does come through, it's going to be pretty nice in terms of the western side. Allow Qatar forces to go to Novo. Curious to see where UMBRA are going to go, they're going to go to their normal spot in Primorsk, and outside of that, it's going to be pretty standard stuff. ScrimFarm might go to North George because Yasnaya is quite far away. GAMELORD should be aware of that, but it seems like they're looking to drop away from ScrimFarm.
Avoiding ScrimFarm.
It's interesting.
Ooh, not the craziest circle, okay. I'm not going to complain about it too much. Maybe we get the quarry ending that I've been longing for, hoping for. I know you hate it, but I think it's a good lot of fun. Watch these teams.
I know, I didn't say I hate it. I just think it's really tricky to deal with.
Yeah, and that's it, right? The testing, the proving. Show me what you got moments that we want to see pulled out there. Destiny still doing their 3-1 split as always when they go out towards Severny. It's interesting. I want to, when I speak to Mihi next, I'm going to ask him, like, what's the decision between when you want to go out more towards Stairway or you go to Zaki other than the plane? Because I've even seen the plane go the opposite direction. We end towards Stairway and he'll just shift back over to this western side. So maybe it's just depending on how he feels and what he feels most comfortable with. But he looked, at least, right, depending on how quick he's gone down, had a good look around and noticed that there might be some teams closer to him than what there normally is, because they often have this space up towards the north to themselves.
True, very true indeed. I'm curious to see what Mihi says about that. One of the players of Gaijin Seraphim going to be in a little bit of a 1v1 against Clash, but the cavalry has arrived. Can we call it the French Legion? Is the rest of the Clash team joining in to try and take down one of the Gaijin players. And it's something that I just don't get with Gaijin, honestly, is why they do so many split drops when they're a team that isn't known to be able to handle themselves too well in team fights. They're not known to be an aggressive team. If you are naturally a more passive team, by standard, you should be dropping together for the most part. Last game in Miramar, they got caught out. This game, they've also gotten caught out. Not saying they can't turn the game around. We saw it in the Miramar game, but it just makes it even harder. And why would you look to make your game even harder, right? Why would you look to make your challenge to make it into the finals even harder?
Well, as you're talking about Gaijin, right? When we were on the break and when the analyst desks were doing their thing, I phoned Lord, just had a quick conversation with him. And do you know what he said? The reason he died out in the blue in the end and didn't move is because he was still laughing so much that the GODSENT players ran in front of him and he got away with that he couldn't actually focus. He was crying so much of laughter that the tears were dropping down from his eye and he could no longer focus. So I said, all right, cool, I'll let you off this one, but you could have grabbed yourself an extra point. And he's like, yeah, we're not too bothered. He goes, just having fun, chilling.
Fair enough.
Completely made up story, by the way.
I know. I guess that. You do make it sound believable, to be fair. You do make it sound believable.
Yeah, but when I said about the circle, about John and Blank casting, you thought it was real.
I know, man. What can I say? As your husband, I just blindly trust everything you say. Just like I blindly trust when you say that unicorns aren't real.
They're not.
I know they're real. Huh? My heart, they're real.
Huh? And I'm never going to cheat on you either, Imperium.
Okay.
You'll never know.
I'll never know. But what I do know is that the blue zone is starting to close in on phase number 1. Teams are starting to rotate around. The Eastern Stars reacted pretty well to this kind of playing path by going to their secondary drop spot on the western coastal line. It's a split drop, but they make it work because no other team really lands around that area. GSG have already made the moves to the south of Quarry, which could allow them to kind of not gatekeep, but hold back UMBRA a little bit and control a bit more of this phase 1 terrain. And Nexus are naturally taking the hill above Ferry Pier that they know, that they love, that has pretty much always been theirs to control so far, the PMPL. For the teams that are still outside the circle, Clash, GODSENT, GAMELORD, and Destiny.
And Destiny still, and he's only just going over to group up with his team. And I like this, right? Considering where they'll probably rotate from, they'll probably group back up and go down past North George anyway. rather than work their way in from the other side. But it's interesting because Mihi's position, he technically wouldn't have had to move anyway, but he's just going to go group up so he's not picked off, so they stick together as a team and play it out smarter like that. I'm more impressed with that than like him going off on a solo mission to group up with him later and then gets picked off. It's just little details like that you should always look out for, because that just shows the good teamwork and the good understanding of how they want to play it out.
You're dead right. Always, you know, you look after the little things and the bigger things will look after themselves. Polar Ace, they're rotating past the headshot hills. They've had a very good day so far.
Yeah.
58 points in 4 games. Can't argue with that one, including a chicken dinner. Let's see if they can repeat it in the last game of the day. I was going to put them as my prediction pick, but I thought I'd go for something different. They are getting quite close to UDR Killers, but UDR are playing their own game and just avoiding the trouble for the time being.
How are we feeling about UDR Killers now? Considering, like, I feel like they've made some big improvements week after week now. Obviously, getting themselves back in for the third and final week was vital for these guys. But I actually are starting to enjoy more of what I see from them.
I think they've really shaken off their week 1 blunder.
Yeah.
And they are looking a lot more stable. Now they need to step it up the next level, right? It's like they've ranked up from level 0 mob boss to level 99, and now they need to reach that next peak, because the next peak is where it gets harder. It's like somebody like myself, somebody who's a little bit overweight, they start running and it can be a little bit easier to begin with, but then it gets harder to eke out the little bits. That's what UDR are in. They've overtaken the massive easy part of improving their gameplay. Now finding the little points, finding the little moments, the little details like you touched upon, that's what they need to do now leading into the finals.
XP grinding their way to the top of the leaderboards, a lot like what QLASH is doing all the time. XP grinding through life, you know?
So it's how he gets the many faces of QLASH, right?
Oh yes. Oh yes. You touched on Eastern Stars going for a different position, going to their secondary drop position. But they won't be kind of unaware of what goes on here. They definitely are a team that we know look forward and understand what's going on around the entire map. Especially as a team that individually they can pop off at times, but I always just look at their rotations being solid. Like, they're not super easy to predict. They also make sure they scout effectively going up into it. They're not taking the biggest of risks, which maybe sometimes could be a detriment to themselves. But in general, I like what I see from these guys. Miramar was something where they had a huge amount of success, and it just slowed down a bit for these guys, though. I think that's the only thing, right? It's they got good, they got into a nice spot, and then we've spoke less and less about what they've been able to do when we've seen other teams level up. It's even the playing field out for them.
Yeah, the lobby's getting harder. It's getting tougher. Mistakes you make are getting exposed a lot more easily. QLASH touched upon that right after the last game, and he's dead right. So it's not going to get any easier for Eastern Stars. Phase 2 popped up and is centralized quite nicely. It's forced teams out up to for a little bit of a south of the southwest of the map position to shift up north. Unicorns Love are going to have their full squad in Gatka upon that reposition, and Black Sparks have to deal with one of their players getting knocked down at the hands of Eastern Stars. It was a very deep rotation from Black Sparks. I don't think it was a needed deep rotation in phase 1. It feels like they committed a bit too much, and yeah, they're paying the price right now.
Good shots being landed. That's now 2 players knocked down for Black Sparks. Not what they would have wanted there. One, they have managed to get the revive on, so it still gives them a 3v4 scenario. Smoke's already going to be used on out here to help Eastern Stars push on it. But Hamo, he can come through on the side. The problem is if they isolate him, then that's going to be more of a bad position that Black Sparks find themselves in. And Banger, well, he's in a vehicle, he's going to try and get closer. But Hamo's actually getting a lot of information off the back of this as well. He's able to see and understand what's going on. Oh no, Banger! He was in the vehicle. He thought he had a chance. Not only did he go down and find himself knocked on the floor, they instantly finished him off. And this could be the undoing of Black Sparks unless they pull off something huge. And, well, Kapahana, that's huge, but in the wrong direction, my friend. That's nading yourself.
And I don't get why Banger pushed in on the vehicle without having the players ready to, let's say, counter. Because you could use a vehicle to bait your opponent, right? It could have baited Athis, Kapahal, Octavian into an open position. Whereas it seemed like he desperately pushed blindly while Blend gets another knock onto Kapahala.
Kapahala cannot catch a break. Big Kappa's going on out. Luckily, though, Bazzy's position's huge. They went to try drop some more nades on down, and as they open the door, he spots it out, and he forces them away, which meant their nade didn't quite get to the position they wanted to. But Bazzy, Hamo again, he's gone from being out over towards the western side now back onto the eastern side, so he's playing this as best he can, but overall it's still not great because there is no way out here for Black Sparks unless they can win out this battle. They are completely locked in, and Eastern Stars, well, they've got their number.
They have their number, but not as confidently right now. They need to send Athis into that compound with Octavian and Kapahala. I'm pretty sure they know that there's only 2 players of Black Sparks in that observation tower.
Yes.
Because Hamo took the grenade onto Bazzy. So they know that it's not coming from the observation tower. They're doing their best with the utility, but the only way they're really going to overtake this team fight is if they get the manpower into the building and suppress them that way. Otherwise, they're just allowing the knocks to come through or potential knocks to come through from Black Sparks.
Now Eastern Stars have found their way in. They won't go upstairs just yet. Still, it is only just 2 players within the building for both teams, so it is an even fight, like you mentioned, on how this could go down. And long term, though, this isn't going to benefit either of them. The circle's yeeted away out towards the eastern side. They are going to be 2 of the teams that are the furthest away now when it comes to this. Even ScrimFarm might beat them into a circle. We don't often say that because they love to live within the blue. Kapahala still just taking some shots in the dark through the smoke. Nothing going to connect as it's still very defensive here from Black Sparks. And Hamo and Bazzy, they're just on their own little standoff here. And I like what you mentioned. I think just having Aphis now to go in with the rest of the Eastern Stars players would have made more sense and just leave Bazzy where he is. But they're sticking to their guns and wanting to fight this out like it is.
Wasting utility, wasting time, wasting opportunities in the next circle. This is pretty much the antithesis of this team fight. Moving on over to
all the way around.
Kind of, yeah, like looking at other areas of the map, you have GSG and Nexus in their own little fight on the western edge of the circle. UDR close by. GODSENT currently have a 2-2 split between Pachinki Hill and a compound in toward the centered circle, which is very bold and brass. Like I said, GSG and Nexus, they're kicking things off.
And you pick GSG to potentially take the win here on the first game. Or sort of the last game of the day even. First game we were able to predict. Jason let us do it. But they've already lost 1 player. Now they've got to deal with the remaining players within this compound on the Nexus side. Rana running around on fire, burning alive, but won't go down.
Okay. Stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll.
Always needed. Got to be quick on it as well. And he's quick to escape as more nades do come out. Hamo got blown up, but by who? Okay, Aphis, so Eastern Star's still hunting him down. They're still fighting out there. Now the blue's actually gone over him. But there's madness still going on here that it's just, again, so slow, so low on time. Shots coming on through. They will be overwhelmed, though, and Eastern Stars, 1 more player to find. They get the job done. They get themselves all the kills. It looked like they kept everyone alive.
1 got knocked, but in the end, they finally realized they had to push in. The blue zone hitting the phase 3. It becomes harder to deal with in phase 4. Nicely done by Eastern Stars, but still this fight between GSG Europe and Nexus pursues its around the Chopsticks region. There's a little bit of space down on towards the south side coming into phase 4 depending on where it shifts. ScrimFarm now coming out of the blue and into the edge of the circle. They're going to be going into the unknown as the next circle centers up quite nicely. It's a very tricky hill to play around.
Yeah.
Because you haven't got many compounds and it's quite flat hills, so you haven't really got too many dips to play.
This is now very problematic here. Finding yourself trying to shoot out through the window. Dexter working his way up.
Okay.
Gonna play a very low on health close to him. We'll find it. GST Europe, they do get gunned down in the end. They had the numbers advantage going into that. It was a 4v3, but they still couldn't make it pay off for them. And Nexus, well, they stand strong in that one. ScrimFarm, we always talk about them being right on the edge of it all, and they still are. They actually had a chance to be one of the first teams through, but they've still decided against it, and they're going to work their way around past Ruins and look to come in from the western side. But will they have any idea that Eastern Stars are also just only getting through this because they spent so much time dealing with their first fight? And Bizarro.
1-1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, punished by Unicorns of Love. Because they were too late engaging on Black Sparks. The domino effect comes on board.
Yeah.
I want to say I told you so, but I told you so.
That is why you are the big brain analyst. And that is why Unicorns of Love might be struggling for now. ScrimFarm take a good amount of shots at him. Octavian, he wants to try capitalize on this and get some extra points up on the board, but he needs to be careful because there's more players now looking at him than ever. Nade's gone on out. Doesn't... Oh my... That's so close. Dwindling on health, to say the least. Watson, this isn't where you want to go, my friend. I can tell you that now. You don't want to hop up into this. Ked, we know what he can do when he goes into these type of engagements. Savage X out in the open. Oh, painful. Put down on the ground. Ked throws out a nade to see if he can do some nice damage, and actually could work out. Can't quite get him out the vehicle in time. Aegon's there to back him up though, and that'll help. Clown now into the building, trying to chase him around, trying to hunt him down. Can Ked play this well? He's got backup from his teammates. He's finishing them off as well. And ScrimFarm, oh, they've made a massive blunder in this one. Watson, that is not what you want to see happen there. They get eliminated. Unicorns of Love, they managed to patrol the western side of the circles. The ships came through, and they keep themselves in a very good spot while picking up the kills.
Ked just played that so well. The communication between him and Agon was perfect. He played ScrimFarm like a fiddle, and now they can move in. Phase 4 Blue Zone is hitting the ends. GODSENT have a compound up as a full squad. Talon picks up a knock onto UDR, so that's pretty good for UMBRA. Puts Nano, I think, and another player from UDR as the two players that are left up. And Ked, actually, no, sorry, mate, that's 3 players for UDR. And Ked is now the only player that's left for Unicorns of Love.
I guess the positive for Ked, he's almost dead center, but yeah, that quickly turned around. We've seen this, the teams that were on the edge, they may have taken some fights and got some points, but it hasn't really benefited them at all here. And look how much space is left within this circle. Like, teams have spots, teams are fine for now. A few still running around, but this shift directly on top of GODSENT, they're going to be loving life right now.
Oh my. Who's going to crash though? Who's going to make the call? Is it going to be Polar Ace? Is it going to be Panda? The good thing for GODSENT is those two teams that are closest to them could clash against each other first. It's a very tough rotation for QLASH and Gaijin coming in from the northeastern side. Plus, it's down the hill, which makes it twice as difficult.
Yeah, never fun to try and push your way downhill. Ked couldn't work his way in any further, does find himself being eliminated. Unicorns of Love, some kills certainly, was a nice engagement, but that's all you're going to remember of them from this game. As now more teams want to try and push forward step by step here. But there's going to be a lot of fighting up here in the north. Anything over towards the north and the east is going to be difficult. These nades, Mihi looking to do some big damage. Nades have come out towards him as well, though, and he might not be able to escape. But a big knock comes on through. Mihi looking to seal all the damage onto these guys. And that's some beautiful stuff coming out from him.
My baby boy works on board. Why would you have all three of your players like that in that one area? Luna's now left on her own. She gets taken out. Destiny pick up that one. 6 kills for the German representatives as GAMELORD are going to clash onto Qatar Forces building.
Qatar Forces, they want as many points as possible. It's a long way up for these guys. Maybe they'll be able to pick up some extra easy kills onto the GAMELORD players. The nades have gone out the window. Anas actually jumps out the window as well to come back his teammates up. And GAMELORD, they can find themselves being completely run down. They thought they could breach on into it, but Qatar Forces have played this so well. This is beautiful stuff from these guys, but can they now push that little bit further? Another low. Did he get the finish off or not? Did he missed the finish off. The smoke was obviously obstructing his view too much there.
Anas is still down on his knees. Lanu's low on health. Nade's getting cooked up by Yusef into smoke, hoping for the best. Oof. And that's going to work. Narvello's down. Lanu has to try and heal up.
Bandages being applied frantically. Qatar not even trying to go finish her off. They're just trying to get the revives off, and this means she might be able to walk away with some magic. Some more nades going out towards her, and she's just hoping that someone might stumble into one of hers. Oh my. This is crazy. Destiny have fallen in the meantime. They're soloing it up as best as possible. They know exactly where Leno is, but they don't want to push through the smoke. They don't want to risk it. Another nade goes forward, and she's avoiding it for now. There we go. They run around the side, eventually kill her off. GAMELORD, they go down, and it looked like a breach that could have been perfect. I'm going to give huge amounts of credit to Anas for jumping through the window, though, because that was the one that really just sent GAMELORD into a massive panic.
Yeah, it was perfectly well defended overall from Qatar forces, as we do see Polar Ace going down. I asked who was going to breach onto GODSENT. He seemed to be Panda, but for the most part, GODSENT, they have control of that one. Vito steps up to the plate, over 1,000 damage in the last game, and he's racking up more and more in the final game of the day.
And Panda down to just 2 players with this. And what's interesting, right, is some of the GODSENT players just went for them in the end. It wasn't even just standing your ground and allowing them come to you. GODSENT were going on that aggressive hunt. They're up at 7 kills, and they're getting in the vehicles. Is there a chance here that Panda might be able to retaliate in some way? UDR Killers still up within it, and, well, Vito, you're going very far forward there. Going to try and provide some cover fires for his teammates, shooting on through the smoke, see if he can get some knocks in play. Reeves, you need to be so cautious. I don't think you realize how close you've got to some of these players.
Luckily, they're all a little bit broken, beaten, and scarred, and more of the action has come on through as Gaijin end their last game of the day in 6. Panda trying to survive as K2 holds on. He's going to get taken down. Marley picks up that 4 teams left.
And GODSENT are just looking for so many kills. But remember, when we were just on Miramar, it looked like it was their game to claim, and it slowly slipped out of their fingers. They don't want this happening again. It's $1,000 they'll be able to pick up on the final game of the day, on top of all the extra points, as AZ doesn't just get killed, they're blown to smithereens there. Reeves and Vito. Vito just healing himself up, but they're out in the open. They're just looking for as much cover as possible. As Marley, he's now got to be the one and the final GODSENT player to work his way into the circle and join up with his teammates. And there's the shots coming out towards him, and he's surviving. Oh no, there's such a good position to shoot from as well. Slightly elevated, being on top of the roof and shooting on down to connect these extra bullets on top of them. The Qatar forces, okay, they're right on the edge of the circle, but they can do so much damage from here.
All of the teams are on the edge of the circle, right? Because it's all flat in front of them. They just gotta hope that the circle shifts their way. But here's the thing, Jack. It doesn't shift anybody's way. It centers up where all of the remaining 8 players have to move in.
It's going to be about who's able to make the first move and keep some players alive as they go. You don't want to tank any damage from that blue either at this stage, that's for sure. It's going to come down to everything mattering in a big way. Now, there are still some smokes down in front of GODSENT, but they're all cowering behind the blown up car.
There's a drop that Qatar forces can use as a little bit of cover.
Yeah, the crate could actually benefit him massively, couldn't it? Smokes on top of it as well. Yusef's the one first in. He's going to get the crate, not just for being able to hide behind it, but what's inside it as well. Did anyone really see it? Like, who would have seen him? PR's able to see him, potentially. GODSENT would have no idea, considering where the smokes are.
More hearing. It's more hearing than seeing at this stage. Gotta try to throw the utility out there. Sebi finds the last player of Team UMBRA.
Uh-oh. He may have got that one, but now they all have a good idea where to take the shots at towards him. I got a good feeling here for Qatar. GODSENT on paper with a better stacked up team within it. Just what Yusuf's been able to do and the ground he's been able to gain, that could be a huge difference maker. That's not a bad nade. Whoa, big damage being done. Damage being done, no knocks coming through just yet. And that's what it's going to be. Someone gets the first knock, then they get that extra boost of confidence, say we're going to push on up into it. Sebi still just working his way around. He's like, oh, they've ignored me for a bit now. Maybe there is a chance. I'll take this. You guys keep doing your thing, and I'll sneaky snake my way at least closer to you guys.
GODSENT realized that they were too close together. That's why Vito separated. Qatar forces pulled that off earlier. That could give them the advantage.
Oh, it's such a waiting game. I love it when it gets like this. Because, you know, the moment that first knock comes through or a nade lands that forces someone to move away, everyone jumps up and wants to take advantage of it. Anas here could be huge, though. He already was earlier in this game when we saw that breach that came onto him as a team. But if he can spot anything out from here, further away from the rest of his teammates, GODSENT may not be aware, and that's beautiful stuff. Straight up onto Vito. Anas. We knew he could be a difference maker, and he certainly was now in giving them the numbers advantage in this fight. Now GODSENT, they've got to play this to perfection as it's theirs to lose. Anas still working his way forward as well. He's feeling it. He knows what he can get done. But they can't all forget about Sebi. Nade's not going far enough forward for the GODSENT players. Smoke's going to be deployed instead. Marley now knocked down, and it's all falling apart. GODSENT again coming so close to a win. But could it be slipping out of their hands? Can Qatar steal it away? They're even managing to pull off the revive. This is huge, and all the time, Sebi still just saying, can I get this second place?
Don't go to Reeves. You're giving away his position if you go to Reeves. Yep. The Irish God is the last player standing.
No bias coming out from Imperium there at all. GODSENT, they get taken down. They get eliminated in the end. A great ending here for Qatar. And they'll take a big win. And from where we saw them when they got breached upon, all the way up until the end there, they played so well as a team.
Where has this Qatar Forces team been for the whole of PMPL?
I know.
Oh. That's the only kind of like sad part about it is we have, you know, seeing it so late into the PMPL, it definitely feels bad, man. However, it's not too late. Coming into the final game of the day, they need roughly about 15 points per game. I think they got about 10 kills with that chicken dinner. That's, I think, about 25 points. Okay, they low-key need to repeat those kind of games, but confidence-wise, to themselves, they can do it. I said in the one drop that I think that they can do it. They've disappointed me today, being straight up. But in this final game, I'm really proud of how well they defended, controlled, and closed out that game.
It is moments in games like that, right, that gives you the extra hope and maybe gives them the extra hope in order to try and get the points they need. But it was just really well played from the very end of how that all panned out for these guys. And like you mentioned, it's Qatar maybe coming alive a little bit too late, but we'll have to wait and see. There is still a couple more days to go here of the Super Weekend. But for GODSENT now, Imperium, this is 2 games where it looks like, oh, you're going to get it, you're going to get the win, but it couldn't quite work out for them. They weren't able to get it done. But 3 guys that always get it done in anything they try is Jason, Max, and James. And they'll be back with you after the break.
Well, with that match concluding, it rounds out our first day here of our final Super Weekend. But once again, before we do analyze and end out the show, I want to give a shout out here to our sponsor of OnePlus, because when it comes to a full day of power, get your game on all day with a full day's charge in 15 minutes, courtesy of OnePlus's unique 65-watt warp charging and warp charge wireless 50 available on the 9 Pro only. Hashtag never settle. And I think Clark, your facial reactions alone make you deserving of your own OnePlus 9.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Poor Max, man.
Going on here.
Always out.
Yeah.
I got a raincoat. It's raining outside, so like I'll just get prepared.
It is raining today.
Yes,
and it's also raining points for some teams as well. We're going to take a look at our rankings from this last match. We had UDR Killers again. Pretty decent day. Panda, had a victor earlier on. They get themselves 10 points. But Qatar Forces, as we heard Imperium and Banks talking about it, this is the kind of performance we needed throughout the entire day across all 3 days. But this does make up for a little bit of lost points from before.
Yeah, raining points, but is it too late? That's the big question. As you say, the 26 points here are great, and especially in a finish here in these fields where it can be very dicey, I think is the best way to describe it, when you're all prone and trying to figure it out from that situation onwards. But we'll see. If they could do this all day for the next 2 days, then brilliant. But it's going to be an uphill slog.
I think, Jason, you brought up especially earlier, you said, like, no, you would like to see them around the 40-point mark. Because of this game, actually, they pushed themselves up to 36 points total throughout today. So they're not too far. It is still possible. It's still going to be really hard, though. We need to try and avoid seeing the Qatar Forces we had in Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, where they got a bunch of 1, 2, or 3 pointers. So they've got to try and work on that inconsistency heading into tomorrow and also the last day of this third Super Weekend. But now the other team I want to talk about, man, GODSENT. They're on an absolute streak today at the end. And yeah, they were absolutely blasting it there, James, for sure. They have improved so much, and they did another great 2-2 splits. I think they're one of the teams that play 2-2 splits really well, and the instant they have to rotate and actually get back as a team, they do it a few seconds after the circle shifts. So I think that was a great play from GODSENT. Because of that, they had one of the best positions into the circle, and that is why they could very easily farm kills from that position, 9 coming their way.
They've looked savage today, Jason.
I'm a little bit, well, unfortunately for Savage X, Unicorns Love haven't looked too savage. Destiny, we had them to win. They didn't get a chicken dinner today. That's a little bit unfortunate for them, but we can see our second page, and that is true. That is true. I'll give you this. Polar Ace, we're talking about teams who are on a tear today. Polar Ace, I think, deserves a lot of credit as well. I mean, yeah, they only get 4 points here, but they had their first Super Weekend victory at the start of the day.
Yeah, I think especially Holes, talked about Holes. I think he's been doing fantastic for the team in general. They like to play a little bit more central now, which it's something we talked about this team very early on in the first week, I would say, of this entire PMPL, that they would like to play central a lot more, but sometimes they're not playing aggressive enough. It seemed like now they match the position with how they take fights, and I think that's what's been able to push them in such a good overall rankings today. So yeah, good step up from them, but now on the top players, I mean, Youssef, he's going to be up there, no surprise.
Consistent. Oof.
Yeah, Vito, yeah.
Vito's been there, I think, like 4 times, right?
Yes.
I think he has been, yeah.
I think he's got to be our MVP of the day. We'll obviously check in a little bit later on, but GK first coming back into the party. Rees as well, I think the first time for the day. But as you mentioned, Max Youssef, like, again, it was nice to see someone stand out on the side of Qatar Forces, and they're going to continue to need this kind of performance, obviously in the next 2 days of play. But maybe this is the booster they needed, that confidence back on their side. Who knows?
Especially, we're talking about Youssef now. He was the main reason why they won that fight versus GameLord. If GameLord would have won that fight versus the likes of Qatar Forces, then that would have been just GG from the get-go. And I would have counted them out after this fight, after that game. But you know what? They won it versus GameLord, picked up 4 kills along the way, keeps them in the race, potentially. But also, Anas, he's not on this page right now. I think it's also worth mentioning. Anas had that little bit of an off angle. He moved away from the rest of his team of Qatar, and because of that, he had the perfect off angle on the likes of Vito, and that's what actually initiated them taking more control in that field finish. So I think that Anas, despite not being there in terms of damage and kills, very deserving of a top position also.
I can't take him seriously next to me. Continue, Jason. Sorry.
Franco, it's nice.
Just getting ready. He's getting ready for,
I got it 2 days ago. It's nice, man. I like it. Come on.
Are you, so what's under the raincoat is my question.
I got
another
jacket,
coat?
and then I got t-shirt. Just
What's
stacking
under the
everything.
t-shirt?
You got a jacket.
You don't want to see it. You don't want to see what's.
I don't want to see that.
Probably not.
Okay, well that'll be for our late night show that we have later on for the after show.
One drop.
No. Let's take a look though at our report of the day. If you guys missed out on any of the matches, lucky for you, we have a quick little recap for you about who won on each match, and of course how many kills, damage, etc. they have behind this. And we do see Panda, they got a victory today, but we also had a pretty decent spread. I mean, UMBRA for me, like that, the performance they had earlier on and the victory they had, it puts them so far ahead now of Gaijin Seraphim that it really prevents them from being passed up by this team who's still gunning for a top 16 spot.
I mean, quite honestly, it's been a complete polar opposite of performance compared to what I initially thought UMBRA was going to be able to do in this tournament. Today's been great for them. Today they've looked good. Like they've been taking decent fights. I've been spotting them making some extremely quick decisions and finding some good spray downs from a long distance as well. It just looked like a different team compared to week one.
I think you just hit the nail on the head there, saying the word quick. I mean, they were one of the slowest teams.
Yeah.
When you would come at the very start of the tournament, they would always be in the blue, they would get gate kept, and they would sometimes even just die to the blue without even taking a single fight. Now they're actually one of the first teams to start moving into the circle, and they adjusted to their drop spots from time to time. They're not always going to drop in positions like Primorse that's really fast. Sometimes if the plane path doesn't help it, they're going to try and drop in a better position. So it seemed like they are definitely a lot faster on the execution of their rotations, which was their main downfall in the first 2 weeks, and seemed like it's actually helping them out tremendously coming in this final week of Super Weekend.
Well, for Polar Ace here and for, I believe, UMBRA, they get themselves a big win that they desperately need, but also some extra money on their side. So we're going to take a look at our mustache money meter here and see how much money all the teams have won themselves so far in the Super Weekends. Just to remind you, $1,000 per chicken dinner, and obviously points towards PMGC as well. And we're going to see a little adaptation.
Yes!
Lars, are you happy now?
Oh, I'm so happy, Jason. There's a little gold mustache. It goes all the way down. Oh, Dave, be proud. That's so nice.
I feel like it's Dave's goal just to get into any show he possibly can in some form, whether he's working it or he's just going to be in a graphic, Max.
I mean, yeah, it's Dave, man. We got to have him every way if possible, right? He's the man, and he's been helping out on the back end too, and he's here in spirit. And
I think he's watching as well, so hopefully he gets very happy and proud about this. Watching. But again, 6,000, and he's making that same face. $6,000 for Panda, 5,000 for Destiny, 4,000 for Unicorns of Love. So nice little spread coming through. And just to remind you, it's 10K for first place in the finals. So there's still the chance that Panda could actually make more money from the Super Weekends than they make in the finals, which is fantastic. And again, understandable, rewards you for the great performance you can put in our Super Weekends. But now it's time to jump into our overall standings, see where all of our teams currently stand at the moment. We still have 2 days of Super Weekend left to play, though, here in our final week. And Panda, I think for me, this is the interesting topic. And Claris, you mentioned it while we were watching the match. Then they were 100 points ahead, but they're just about, even at the end of the final match here, 100 points ahead of second place.
Jason, there's only one word to describe it. Pandemonium here in the tournament. Number one, look at how they've been performing. Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's just a phenomenal performance from them. Obviously, like, they got themselves a win. They're becoming the destiny of the lobby in terms of getting a win every single day, it feels like at this point. 6 wins, and a lot of that comes down to how powerful that they can be on Miramar, like when you're watching them play things out there, especially.
Yeah, I think it's also important to mention, especially for people that maybe also started watching this PMPL maybe a little bit late, you haven't watched the first week or the second week. We mentioned this team as being the dark horse. They were not very well known in the bigger scope of the European scene, I would say. They have no international competitive experience. They just participated, and they're very, very new team when it comes down to PUBG Mobile right now. And able to actually be first and topping, not only being first of the lobby, but as you said there, James, with such a big advantage on second, which is Eastern Stars, almost 100-point difference, I think is insane for a team that is just so new to the competitive scene of PUBG Mobile, that I just can't wait to see where this team is going to be, from 6 months from now, a year from now. I think if they keep improving at this rate, they might just make it to a PMGC and actually represent the entire European region at the end.
There's a couple of big gaps here. If we can hold on this a little bit longer, you can see obviously first to second place, but then you look at 339 down to 312. Not too big of a gap. 27 points between second and fifth place. But then there's another fall off of about 50 points between fifth and sixth place, and then the fall off from sixth to eighth is almost 60 points. It's 59 points. That's insane. There's some huge gaps developing here, Claris, across our top teams.
I mean, the top 5 for me is undeniably, when you've watched their performance where they should be completely. Clash, likewise, is definitely in the place that they should be too, and I think that they could quite easily join that top 5 pack as they do sit here. I say top 5 pack, it's like Panda and then people below them, so it doesn't exactly count as top 5 right now, but yeah, but splendid stuff in terms of seeing how the teams have progressed, the hierarchy that we've kind of set foot on now here for the Western Europe stuff. Yeah.
And the last thing I want to touch on here really quickly, Max, look at the kill points across all these teams, that spread. You have 197, 187 for the first couple teams, 174 for the Unicorns of Love, and then again, another drastic fall-off, but the biggest fall-off comes into the form of Clash. 108 kill points, 156 placements. Like, this team doing a fairly good job of keeping themselves into the top 6 at the moment, but they're severely lacking when it comes to fragging power.
I think that's mainly down to, we had that interview earlier with MZ, and I think it was a lot of great insight, and he said they had for a period of time really hard time in terms of managing their communication and their synergy. When you have a lacking team play, you are going to struggle taking those fights, and I think that comes in the results of them being a little bit weaker on the kill point style present so far in the standings. So I think that they caught up, but there's that little dip that was created once they were feeling a little bit less confident with their communication, for sure.
Well, now we're looking at our second page, and we're going to see Polaris have moved up 4 slots.
Oh, man, they dropped way more than I initially expected. I got to jump in. I thought they were still going to be, somewhat on the higher side of this second page, but that is a huge drop-off. Nexus overtaking them, UDR Killers 2, same for GSG. Yeah, Lost Bullet. I wasn't sure if they were potentially going to drop off, and QLASH kept saying, there's a world where it could happen. Well, I'm seeing it right now. Lost Bullet, they are on the brink of extinction, and it's not looking amazing because UMBRA, they're not too far off. Same for ScrimFarm. They will be 16th position, I would say minimum tomorrow.
And it's especially scary since Gaijin Seraphim keeps surviving to later stages of these games.
That's true.
Can we give a little bit more love to UMBRA here? Because they passed ScrimFarm, actually. Like, I know they played the same amount of games, right? ScrimFarm didn't play week 2, UMBRA played week 2. But considering what we saw from ScrimFarm at the beginning of the event and what we saw from UMBRA at the beginning of the event, UMBRA have done a phenomenal job of stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. This is the perfect time to compare them, Jason, when they do have the same amount of games played during these super weekends. Yeah, so UMBRA is doing well for themselves, and it's all come kind of in a package. It's all come towards the end of their tournament run so far compared to at the beginning, because at the beginning it was floundering, it was not coherent with one another, but the super weekend days have looked so much better here for UMBRA.
Well, we're going to take a look at our final teams. Final 4 teams, and Gaijin Seraphim 109, so they've passed RESQ, but they still have to catch either up to Lost Bullet or surpass ScrimFarm or Team UMBRA to get themselves safed. And Qatar Force at the very bottom at 36. I mean, to be fair, after one day of play, they almost passed RESQ at least, only 20 points behind them, but RESQ have 10 more matches.
Gaijin need like about 50 points now. Coming into the next 2 days, over 10 games, that is 100% possible. You're hitting about an average of 5 points per game. So I think the Gaijin is definitely, they're getting there. I mean, the objective for today, I was going to say minimum in my mind was for them to overtake RESQ. That's objective done, even though it's very close. It's only 3-point difference. They made it happen. Now objective is to make sure they can potentially send Lost Bullet down. And that means that all the teams that are playing, except for Qatar Forces, because I think we can all assume that that is going to be a really hard task at hand for Qatar Forces. But the UMBRA made it through. And also Gaijin, I had a little bit of, I wasn't sure if Gaijin can make it happen, but as you said, they make it to the late game stage on such a consistent and relevant basis that it's just a minimum of points coming their way, but it's working. And as long as it works, I have no issue with it whatsoever. Their objective is to make it in the top 16, and they're on the path on doing so right now.
All right, let's move on ahead then. We want to get out with this day so we can let teams relax and obviously get things ready to go quicker for tomorrow. Let's take a look at our MVPs. And honestly, I think we could probably have a guess here. It's most likely going to be Vito in my eyes, with the amount of consistency we saw him in top 4.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Hey, I can look at things and see patterns.
Good job, Jason.
Hey, thank you. I needed that.
Yes, it's a good day for Jason, I think. Mihi and Beast showing up as well. Hulz and GK first. A lot of the usual names and usual suspects, apart from Hulz, who Polaris have had a good day today. I think that is fair to say, more so than some previous days. Again, their objective seemingly right now is just to, stay alive towards the later ends. But Polaris can put themselves in situations, because they're central players, because they're kind of winning or getting good results off the back of that, where they could maybe put up a few more $1,000 for a few more chicken dinners here or there. So I'm excited to see if they can.
I mean, they're already as strong since the very first of the tournament in terms of rotation. They would always, as you rightly said there, James, play center, and now they're just like, okay, we're going to try and step up our gunplay, and they did so exactly as we were hoping them to do in the very first week of this tournament. So sure, it's a little bit late, but it's okay because they already come to win the top 16 and actually make it into the finals. That is where you really want to try and be the most comfortable in that kind of playstyle. So I think that them still adapting throughout these last 3 weeks has been great, and Holes has been definitely one of the rising stars for the Polar Race. So I'm hoping to see more of not only him, but the entirety of Polar Race in the finals itself next week.
Well, guys, have you noticed we are missing, I think, one MVP in there, actually? And I think well, it is not Buddy Godzilla, unfortunately. He had his day. But I think we need to dive into our true MVP of the day, maybe do like a head-to-head between previous results compared to these results as of today. And we'll throw up on the screen so you guys at home can help judge it with us. I love the little radar graphics so we can compare a lot of the statistics.
Oh!
Here. Mr. John Allen with the haircut, full and fluffy, short and breezy.
Which one do I pick, Max?
I mean, hey, blue wins. So I'm just going to go with the stats. Though. Blue wins. So full and fluffy, I'm going to go with.
Yeah, I think I have to go with full and fluffy as well. You can see that the heat keeping potential is a little bit higher.
But it is summer now, and it is really hot as of late. So I actually would rather have less heat keeping than more heat keeping.
Is it hot in England currently? Actually, it is. All my friends keep complaining that it's hot there. So, yeah, I guess I'd have to go
because
with
of the meta.
Breeze.
I would say because of the meta right now about the heat, I would say short and breezy actually is a lot more valuable in the current meta of the game. So yeah, I'll go with that one.
It's like having more healing, you know? That doesn't necessarily mean you're playing better, right? That's the way we should look at heat keeping. You want a lower number. It's like golf. Forehead coverage, though, I like it. Depends on the side that we're talking about. I like it.
Somebody had to shear him. Somebody had to cut this away.
I'm imagining someone chasing him down like a sheep to just, shear him. And then they have him held down. He just goes limp. He's enjoying it, letting them shear his head. But yeah, so we want to get that little bit of an MVP out of the way. But that does round out our show here, everyone. That's our first day done here, our final Super Week, and we still have 2 days left to go. He's going to love it. Come on, he's going to post it over Instagram and Twitter, let's be honest. Tomorrow, though, same time, we'll be back yet again. We still have Qatar forces trying to qualify to top 16. Gaijin Seraphim still on the chase to potentially break through on Lost Bullet. And, of course, every other team battling out for PMGC points. And, of course, $1,000 per chicken dinner. So thanks again for watching, everyone. And we'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, late at night. Depends on where in the world you're from, for some more PUBG Mobile action.